Yeah, I started on a 50 mil lens. Now I'm about to bag 50 mil yen. I can shoot all day, I got stamina. Turtleneck on with my camera, yeah. Stay creamy, man, that's what they say. Shoes laced up and I came to play. Yeah, I'm first team, I'm a superstar. They call me Cream, like Abdul-Jabbar. Yeah, you had to face it, let's get back to basics. I'ma take the shot like it's a vaccination. I don't have the patience, I'ma shoot right now. Yeah, we undefeated and you gon' lose right now. Like click, 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 swish. I can switch it up anytime like this. I'm a videographer and I'm on the verse. So when I shoot my shot, I don't miss.
I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot.
Yeah, kid Newton, I've been shooting my shot, ooh. The into it, I've been moving the rock, yeah. My shit's wet like I've been using a mop, ooh. You get there, yeah, I've been proving them wrong. I've been taking shots and now I'm starting to stutter. Vision getting blurry, I should check my shutter. I'm the cameraman, I need my camera madam. Shoot my shot like a Mansell Adams.
I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Feelings. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot. Take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot. Take the shot. Take the shot. I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings.
Sekreto ng mga gwapong Master Gamer? Para fresh all day, bring your clay game with Master. New Master All-in-One Clay Wash. Fights germs, controls oil up to 12 hours, and helps prevent pimples. New Master All-in-One Clay Wash. Sekreto ng mga gwapo.
style drift anywhere. With Glow Prepaid's Riot Go 80 for data and premium bundles. Enjoy exclusive items you can unlock. See ya!
Yeah, I started on a 50 mil lens. Now I'm about to bag 50 mil yen. I can shoot all day, I got stamina. Turtleneck on with my camera, yeah. Stay creamy, man, that's what they say. Shoes laced up and I came to play. Yeah, I'm first team, I'm a superstar. They call me Cream, like Abdul-Jabbar. Yeah, you have to face it, let's get back to basics. I'ma take the shot like it's a vaccination. I don't have the patience, I'ma shoot right now. Yeah, we undefeated and you gon' lose right now. Like click, 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 swish. I can switch it up anytime like this. I'm a videographer and I'm on the verse. So when I shoot my shot, I don't miss.
I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot.
Yeah, kid noon, I've been shooting my shot, ooh. The into it, I've been moving the rock, yeah. My shit's wet like I've been using a mop, ooh. You get there, yeah, I've been proving I'm wrong. I've been taking shots and now I'm starting to stutter. Vision getting blurry, I should check my shutter. I'm the cameraman, I need my camera madam. Shoot my shot like a Mansell Adams.
I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Develop film, not feelings. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings.
gonna keep making hits about cameras. But I'm the cameraman. But I'm the cameraman. Stay creamy.
Yeah, I started on a 50 mil lens. Now I'm about to bag 50 mil yen. I can shoot all day, I got stamina. Turtleneck on with my camera, yeah. Stay creamy, man, that's what they say. Shoes laced up and I came to play. Yeah, I'm first team, I'm a superstar. They call me Cream, like Abdul-Jabbar. Yeah, you have to face it, let's get back to basics. I'ma take the shot like it's a vaccination. I don't have the patience, I'ma shoot right now. Yeah, we undefeated and you gon' lose right now. Like click, 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 swish. I can switch it up anytime like this. I'm a videographer and I'm on the verse. So when I shoot my shot, I don't miss.
I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot.
Yeah, kid noon, I've been shooting my shot, ooh. The end to it, I've been moving the rock, yeah. My shit's wet like I've been using a mop, ooh. You get there, yeah, I've been proving I'm wrong. I've been taking shots and now I'm starting to stutter. Vision getting blurry, I should check my shutter. I'm the cameraman, I need my camera madam. Shoot my shot like a Mansell Adams.
I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings.
Double kill. Triple kill. Rampage.
We come to the end of another season here in the Rift, and it is the final fight for our teams. Who will be crowned King of the Rift? Who will get the chance to make their mark onto Worlds? After a few weeks of matches, we find out who will rise and who will fall. It's the CICON Series Stage Fall Season Playoffs. Mika Fabs here leading the panel desk alongside Ottilus and Osiris, and we'll be here to break down the action, get into the minds of our teams, and tell you all about the showmakers of the Rift. Speaking of showmakers, this show wouldn't be made at all if it wasn't for any of our sponsors. Thank you so much to Riot Games. Thank you so much to Minesky Philippines for bringing the Icon series here. And thank you to Globe Telecom. With Globe Telecom, you can reinvent your Wild Rift journey like never before. Own the enhanced gaming experience on League of Legends Wild Rift with the new Riot Go promo. Register now to get exclusive champions, emotes, kill baubles, and a whole lot more. Get it now via the Gcash app and the Globe One app. You can also experience gaming at full speed with Oppo A94 with its Helio P95 chipset, 6.43-inch Full HD AMOLED screen display, 4,310 milliamperes, and 30 watts VOOC flash charge 4.0. Victories and ranking up will be easy. Live life at full speed with the Oppo A94.
At syempre, nandito din ang sekreto ng mga gwapong gamers. Kahit buong araw na naglalaro, hindi mo kang na-GG, fresh pa rin. At para fresh all day, bring your clay game with Master All-in-One Clay Face Wash. It cleans 99.9% of germs, controls oil up to 12 hours, and helps prevent pimples. All-in-one, bring your clay game with Master. Sekreto ng mga gwapo.
And wherever you are, help yourself to the best seat in the house from Secret Lab. Outfitted with a built-in adjustable lumbar support mechanism, fully adjustable armrest, and super supportive patent-pending cold cure foam for maximum comfort, helping every gamer secure that ace.
And one more, just one more to make that ace even more secure. You can up your game even more as Virtual Hangouts Go Esports brings you events and programs like no other. We have apprenticeship programs led by the pros, stream takeovers, and local and international tournaments. Download the Globe One app and click on the Virtual Hangouts tab to get updated. And get hashtag all together now on the latest happenings on Globe Virtual Hangouts. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the tail end of our fall season. And this season, we saw a lot of new teams enter the Rift, which made this split so interesting. Let's check out our series highlights from the entirety of the fall season. But of course, only 8 teams could make it through. So it was the end of the road for half of our teams. But for the top 8, however, that made it through, we were discussing the stories around each of these teams. And I think it became apparent that the fall season has this theme of a second chance. All of these teams have some kind of redemption arc going for them.
That's right. Legacies will be created. Remember, guys, we have retainers. We have top 3 teams talking about Team Secret and Omega Esports. They're still alive. They're still kicking, and they still want to continue their legacy. But there are a lot of teams like DR Esports, like RRQ, like Fennel Adversity that is really challenging them to the throne. As we look right now, Lakan Esports is also one of the 8 teams that would like to be that dark horse.
Yeah, and as we are talking with the retainers, there are also the new kids on the block who really wanted to take out the throne of the. We have the Kings of the Kings, we have the Kings of the North, and we have also the new names that we're talking about who's really shaking things up. That kind of changes the ecosystem of the competitive here in the Philippines.
Yeah, definitely. And speaking of the entire ecosystem, actually, right now, we just saw RRQ, currently the most dominant team in the Rift. Surprise, surprise, it is not Team Secret. RRQ, however, if you remember, they placed, I believe, 4th or 5th in our summer season playoffs. Now they are out for that first place finish, and I don't think they're letting this chance slip away from them. Definitely not. And of course, as we saw, Action PH, we have to give a shout out to them for getting that win over from in the fall season. From all the way to summer, we've been cheering for them, and they definitely got it. There were so many surprises here in the fall season. We saw the most unexpected teams actually really shine. Then we saw some teams that we thought would shine actually not exactly shine so much. So we're hoping that things change for them if they're here in the playoffs. For example, we did talk about Omega Esports. We talked about Team Secret as well. Not exactly performing as we remember them in the summer season playoffs.
That's right. But talking about, some new teams, look at this. This is Bren Esports, right? Jan with the Blitzcrank. Really the best X factor that I can really consider here in the fall series playoffs, and also Mega Esports. You're talking about them. Bumpy ride, let's be honest. But it's been days since we last saw them, and I feel like they will have the necessary adjustments. Especially they are the first ones that we will see in the Rift.
Yeah, even though teams get those bumpy ride, what's the most important thing? Of course, that's the end of the line, wherein the destination matters most. So we saw this from different regions in League of Legends PC that even T1 with the best team in the world got the bumpy ride, but was able to be included to Worlds.
That's right. Who knows? Who knows what could happen here at the playoffs? Let's actually check out the group standings just to set up the status quo of the Rift right now. Eyes are on Team Secret as, of course, our Summer Super Cup alumni. By default, they are still the team to beat in the Philippines. They've still got that title. RRQ and DR Esports, though, they are challenging that. They're the powerhouses here because of their unbeatable group stage performance. RRQ has not lost a game yet, and DR Esports has not dropped a series. This is probably going to change in the playoffs. There are going to be a lot of teams challenging these two. And which teams do you guys think will make that challenge happen as we check out our standings over here?
You forgot one of the first seed teams. That's Fennel Adversity. I feel like Fennel Adversity is being slept on right now. And be ready to be surprised by this team from Visayas, because I feel like, they resemble a lot of the team that did take the championship last season. And I'm just so excited for this whole playoff brackets, because I feel like, it's a toss-up. It's very hard to predict, and I'm just here to enjoy the show.
Yeah, and you can clearly see who's really surprising us with DR and RRQ and even Team Secret. Yes, it was really a bad start for them with week 1, but was able to pull themselves up, even making sure that they can take down the second slot UCFC. But everyone right now is well equipped, and we are expecting a lot of good games from these teams.
And speaking of the good games that we are gonna see, let's check out our schedule for today. So who exactly are these teams going to be facing? Let us check it out. We've got some interesting matchups over here, as well as some interesting what-ifs, looking at match number 5 and 6. First up, I'm looking at Team Secret versus Lakan. Now, I find this interesting because, again, Team Secret are our Summer Super Cup alumni, but they've been shaky lately. Let's not beat around the bush. And then we have Lakan Esports, one of our hungriest teams. They've improved greatly during the group stage. So this begs the question, could we actually see Team Secret in the lower bracket?
I'm not to hit the panic button just yet. Again, it's been weeks that we saw Team Secret last. So I'm very confident that, in this match 2 alone, I feel like Team Secret still has the advantage over Lakan Esports. But also, aside from match 2, match 1, I really love to see RRQ versus Omega Esports Part 2, Take 2. Remember, last season playoffs, it was them that really, battled it out. And it was RRQ getting and knocking out Omega Esports to the lower bracket.
Yeah, there's so many storylines coming into life, as what we've talked about this on our meetings, that yes, Lakan isn't really the best team you can measure how Team Secret is good, but this is the measurement of them, how much they improved. If they can close the gap with Team Secret, and of course the plot thickens, as we are seeing also DR Esports going up against UCFC, because they're having the same approach towards the game, the hyper aggression, the shake ups, the different meta, the Sana Singe. So we are really in for a good roller coaster ride.
Yes, indeed. And I cannot wait. These are your 8 teams, ladies and gentlemen. We have Team Secret, UCFC Esports, Omega Esports, Lakan Esports, Bren Esports, Fennel Adversity, DR Esports, and RRQ. Who will prevail? We are going to get the answers to that today. And at stake, of course, is our Globe Cup, all the Globe Cup points, and of course, the title of the fall season champion. Now, I'm really curious, Autolus, Osiris, we discussed this, behind the scenes and everything. Top 3 teams. Can you give me just really quick predictions as to who your top 3 teams would be as we check out our fall season leaderboard?
This is going to be very difficult. Again, if we're looking at top 3 teams potentially, then I have to stick with the first seed teams, right? RRQ and DR Esports still flawless in their run in terms of series. And now my third team is a toss-up between Fennel Adversity and Team Secret, but I would have to give it to Fennel Adversity for the meantime, and for the reason that Team Secret has looked shaky.
Yeah, as much as I want go into the other way because Autolus already go for Fennel Adversity, they are convincingly one of the most improved teams that I respect. And Team Secret, they are a bit shaky, so they're kind of losing that third spot. I wanted to put also that we can't disregard the undefeated run of DR Esports and RRQ. So top 3 is there.
Definitely. And yes, I find it really interesting that Fennel Adversity made it over Team Secret. I have something to say in defense of Team Secret, but I'll save that for later. I'm going to save it for a little bit later. Right now, we've got to check out, of course, our Globe Cup point system. It can be a little bit complicated. It can be really overwhelming. So in the meantime, we prepared this quick video to explain everything to you guys. Check this out.
The Rift is open yet again this fall season, with a new format, new teams, and new stakes for another exciting and action-packed season. This is the Wild Rift Southeast Asia Icon Series Philippines Fall Season 2021. Instead of last season's regional format, teams from all over the country were able to take their shot in the tournament's open qualifiers. The top 3 teams from each qualifier advanced to the fall season group stages. For the group stages, 12 teams from the open qualifiers are shuffled and split into 4 different groups, with 3 teams seeded from the summer season's playoffs, along with another team from the last chance qualifiers. Teams are awarded with Globe Cup points for every series won in their tournament run. 1 Globe Cup point is equivalent to 1 peso. Globe Cup points up for grabs in the group stages is as big as 3.6 million points. Teams are awarded 75,000 Globe Cup points for every series won. The prize pool for the playoffs is 1.4 million Globe Cup points. We kick off the action with the playoffs upper bracket quarterfinals, where the first seed teams will go up against the second seed teams from a different group in a best of 3 series. Teams that win their matches advance to the upper bracket semifinals and receive 75,000 Globe Cup points. The teams that lose will be knocked down to the lower bracket, where they will fight to remain in the tournament in a best of 1 matchup. The victorious teams advance to the lower bracket's quarterfinals and also receive 25,000 Globe Cup points in the process. The top 4 teams will battle it out in the upper bracket semifinals in a best of 3 series, where the victors can earn a spot at the finals and receive 100,000 Globe Cup points each. The defeated teams will move down to the lower bracket quarterfinals for another best of 3 series. The winners from those series move on to the lower bracket semifinals and bag 50,000 Globe Cup points. The team that makes it out of the upper bracket finals takes the first grand final spot and 200,000 Globe Cup points. The other team gets knocked down to the lower bracket finals, where they still have a chance to secure the second grand final spot. The winner of the lower bracket semifinals proceeds to the brackets finals and earns 100,000 Globe Cup points. For the lower bracket finals, the defeated teams gets placed third, while the winner naps the second grand final spot and picks up 150,000 Globe Cup points. The last 2 teams go head-to-head in the grand finals, and the winner takes home the fall season championship and grand prize of 300,000 Globe Cup points. A new champion will be crowned, and new legends will be made.
And these new legends could come in the form of RRQ or Omega Esports as we kick off the playoffs in style with 2 of the biggest teams here in the Icon Series. But hang on, they're not the only ones who can win big here at the fall season playoffs. You can too, actually. You could stand to win some wild cores or a brand new Oppo A94 or some Globe Rewards points. On the loose, how do they get some wild cores into their Wild Rift accounts?
Easy. Share with us your fearless forecast and get a chance to be one of the lucky 15 winners of 790 wild cores. Here's how. Number 1, make sure to like and follow the PPGL page. Number 2, like and share the live stream with hashtags #SISPH, #CSPH playoffs, #SeeICanSeriesPH, and #PPGL Wild Rift. Number 3, during the broadcast, comment your gameplay analysis along with your right ID on the stream chat. This giveaway is available on Facebook. The best comment will be pinned after each series. A total of 5 winners will be announced after each broadcast day from September 3 to 5, 2021.
And of course, we also have something for you guys. An Oppo A94 right here.
Oh,
All you
has
have
it
to do is follow our mechanics. You can be one of the lucky winners of our brand new Oppo A94. Here's how. Like and follow the PPGL and Oppo Philippines Facebook page. Share with us a screenshot of your favorite player living life at full speed with their best gameplay from the SISPH Fall Season Playoffs. Can be a clash, clutch play, Baron Steal, Team Ace. It's up to you as long as it is one of the flashy things that you can see. And tell us what you love most about it. Make sure your post is on public with the hashtags #OppoGameOn, #OppoA94, and #LiveLifeAtFullSpeed. 2 lucky winners will win a brand new Oppo A94 will be announced on September 10, 2021.
And I'm sure there's going to be a lot of flashy plays in store for us today. But for all of you Globe subscribers, now is your chance to reinvent your world here in the Rift. Get the chance to be one of the 10 lucky winners of 1,000 worth of Globe Rewards points simply by following the mechanics. 1, like and follow the PPGL, Globe GGWP, and Globe Telecom Facebook pages. Number 2, react and share the live stream on your timeline along with the hashtags #SISPH, #SeeICanSeriesPH. Here we go with the tongue twisters. #PPGL Wild Rift, #Globe Telecom, and #Globe GGWP. Number 3, comment on the stream chat which 2 teams you think will represent the Philippines in the upcoming 2021 Wild Rift C Championship. 10 lucky winners of 1,000 Globe Rewards points each will be announced at the end of the broadcast weekend. That's September 5, this coming Sunday. So we hope that you guys will participate. If you are watching through all of our other channels, please do head on over to Facebook for this giveaway and then go back to your channel of choice. Of course, we're live on YouTube, we are live on Twitch, and we are live on TikTok as well. So of course, we are gonna kick things off with RRQ and Omega Esports. This will be our first match, and it is quite a matchup indeed. RRQ have been undefeated in the group stages. One of the cleanest runs we've seen here in the Icon series. And it's interesting because on that list of clean runs, once upon a time, once upon a summer season, it was Omega. Omega was there, but right now it is all about RRQ.
Yep, and as we see, both of them really experienced the up and downs. From summer season, we saw the lows of RRQ, and this time at fall season, it was Omega. But I want to focus, of course, with RRQ, Rex Regum Kwan, with the changes that they did with their lineup, with how they changed their own pacing. Yes, Isila has been replaced, and that's the whole playstyle being changed, also the approach towards the game, and they are garnering dragons per game with 2.3, which is fairly good. Instead of them just letting going for the objective trading, give the enemy the dragon and then let's go with the Baron Tower. So this time it's a good environment for them, and even the gem, which is hide, everyone is really working well at Rex Regum Kwan.
That's right, and the fairy tale story goes on. Spotlight for our rookie of this split. Hyde's rookie performance has brought stability and answers to the questions we had for RRQ. No more time to play games. He will have to expel all rookie jitters and bring out his A game to hold his own in the Baron lane. You can see his numbers on the screen right now. He will have a big responsibility to repeat the performance that he had during the group stages.
Yes, indeed. Hyde, you are playing with the big boys now, so we're not gonna call you a rookie anymore. You are up against Omega Esports right now. And Omega Esports, we know what these guys are capable of on a good day. However, it hasn't been super good for Omega lately. Yes, they've been winning their matches, but it's been weird, to sum it up. Now they're up against RRQ. What can we expect going into this, Osiris?
Well, expect the unexpected as the Alpha and the Omega will meet today. And you can see here on your screen that JLC might own the mid lane, or is it going to be Horizon? Because they love shaking things up. They love that the shockwave or the, let's say, the earthquake that they bring that surprise us and everyone, even the viewers. Yes, they might be having a rocky ride or a bumpy ride, but it means that there is still more. It means that this is not the 100% of Omega that we are seeing, and we are about to witness the playoffs mode.
Yeah, looking at the lineup right now, it feels like we don't have a Rise starting in the mid lane. It will be JLC or it will be a Rise. It's a toss-up between the two. But transcending time like a clockwork, time-lapse has remained consistent from summer season to today. In the midst of a mega shaky group stage, time-lapse has put out very good numbers. 1,329 damage per minute, good for 31% damage share for Mega Esports. A big question is if time-lapse will go full clockwork and bring out his Orianna, because without a Rise, they need some AP damage.
Indeed, and just to sum up for our viewers, Omega Esports lately has been shifting around different roles, has been a little experimental, the most experimental that we've seen any team of late, even more so than Team Secret. So what kind of Omega Esports are we facing up against today? We are gonna find out, but of course, one thing that has always remained consistent on Omega Esports is impressive. And of course, objectives are the name of the game. And with these two teams, the question is who will gain control of those objectives first. We bring up impressive because in our Globe key player clash, two junglers are going to make or break this match. Chaz and Impressive right here, I believe, are the keys to this matchup as to who will claim a victory. We know Impressive as the Phantom Thief. He's able to nab those objectives from just about anybody. But Chaz over here, he can be incredibly aggressive. So will he get those objectives in time before Impressive can sneak in and, do the little sneaky smite here and there? What do you guys think?
Well, the new king versus the Phantom Thief. And both of them really provides a lot in terms of the objective, but the KDA is a bit different for the reason that Impressive tried to play on a support role. If I'm not mistaken, that was the Trash. So it's kind of, they are everywhere, but you need to respect this guy because he was able to not stole one objective. He was able to stole a whole game, one game in their bags. And Chaz, of course, one of the most improved players that we are talking about, 7.8 KDA, 64% kill participation. You might expect the Chazix, even though he is receiving a bit of a nerf with the Taste Nerf here, still, he can pull off with how RRQ rotates.
And lost in all these numbers, Chaz actually has the best rate when it comes to first objectives and the map. On the other side, we have the most bloodthirsty jungler we have out here. It's Impressive, number one in kills in the league. And it's all up to Impressive to really control Chaz so far, because during the group stages, Chaz has been so dominating.
So guys, which way do you think is this match going to go? Is it going to go in favor of the King of Kings RRQ, or will Omega Esports finally get the groove back? I'm gonna jump ahead here and say that I'm gonna give my predictions to RRQ. I think it's going to be a 2-0 right now. RRQ, they have been so consistent. Omega Esports, they've been, a little rocky, and we haven't quite seen the same gameplay as they've shown us in the summer season of late. So for that reason, I'm giving my vote to RRQ.
I will ditto your sentiment here, Mika. I feel like RRQ will repeat, knocking over Omega Esports to the lower bracket. But make no mistake, I feel like Omega Esports will still present some challenge here, 2-1 in favor of RRQ.
Well, let's be honest, as the color itself also shows, is smooth as a butter. RRQ will be the one who's going to slice them through. And Omega, I believe in them, but this might be a good run onto the lower bracket.
Possibly so. That is RRQ for Osiris as well. It is a 3-for-3 here on the panel, but who knows? We could be wrong. And if you disagree with us, let your sentiments be heard over on Twitter. Just use two simple hashtags, hashtag dominate the rift and hashtag SISPH, and you can see your tweets featured on over here on our lovely, I'm not sure where we are. What do you call this place? Where are we?
The light place.
The light
place.
Sentinels headquarters.
The Sentinels of Light place. We're here at the Sentinels headquarters. Wow. Isn't that somewhere in the US? But yes, you can see your tweets featured over here. And so let us know. You agree or disagree? Is RRQ going to remain dominant? Will Omega Esports finally get their groove back? And you can also hang out with us on the PPGL community Discord server. We will be hanging out there and watching the matches together. So we hope to see you there. We have some special guests from time to time dropping by. We have some coaches, players, maybe. So we hope to see you there. Let's bring up, I believe we have one tweet over here to feature in our Sentinels headquarters. And right now we have As Told by Skeptic. What's up, man? How are you? Awesome set here at the PPGL_GG. Give that Twitter page a follow, by the way. Wild Rift Fall Season Playoffs. This team brought it. Shout out to the amazing talents as well. Thank you so much, As Told by Skeptic. That is just enough motivation to get you through the day, isn't it? Isn't it? And a big shout out to our production team as well for bringing us here. You know, the pandemic's still ongoing. We can't travel, but we can travel indeed in the Rift. Now, I believe it is time to kick off our first match of the fall season playoffs. It starts with RRQ and Omega Esports. Casters, take us into the Rift.
Minions have spawned.
Right off the gates, we are given a beautiful matchup right away. RRQ versus Omega Esports. What a way to open up the playoffs. Now the question is, will RRQ continue their undefeated run from the group stages, or has Omega found their final form and beat RRQ once again like they did in the last season? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are your voices of the battle. I am Leoric, and with me is the lovely Yuko. Yuko, how are you this afternoon?
I'm honestly very excited. You said to yourself, first series, day number 1, it's going to be very spicy. The panels gave out their predictions. Let's see, will the King of Kings be able to get their first series win, or will the Alpha, the Omega, be able to take them down?
Yes, definitely. That's going to be the question, but I love how RRQ has been performing in this group stages. 6-0, undefeated, and I love their gameplay. They're focusing on Rift Herald. Whatever dragon comes up, they go for Rift Herald, and it has been working well for them. Let's see if that will continue in this game. Omega Esports, they have been kind of shaky, but it could be that they're still playing possum so that they can surprise everyone. Who knows? What do you think?
Honestly, yeah, Omega, even though we did not see that much of a clean run from them way back in the fall season, it could be just them trying to find their comfort pick, their, I don't know, they're in the zone, their element. And for the side of RQ though, it's really obvious that they were able to get a hold or get a grasp of what they want. And that is to be the champions this fall playoffs. Now, for the Champion Select, which is of course brought to us by Riot Go, first two bans for the side of Omega will be Ari and Twisted Fate.
All right, this is good right now. They're avoiding global presence that RQ can play. TF is very strong whenever he goes for a rotation right here. Camille, obvious ban. RQ doesn't want to see the JLC singed. So that's gonna be banned also. So is the Gragas.
Yeah, and it leaves pretty much Riven open. Fiora is open as well. And I don't know why, but with the Kennen buff, maybe we might be seeing Kennen in this playoffs. It also
True.
opens up Varus. We talked about this. When it comes to the meta for the ADC, you usually pick up Corki, maybe even a Varus. Basically, the ADCs that can dish out so much damage at the back lines. Which of course you're gonna have to follow up with an enchanter support, and Omega saw this. Now they picked up Nami, they also picked up Garen.
Yes, definitely. The Varus is not going to have a good time, especially when that Nami ultimate comes in. The tidal wave will hit onto the backlines. And Riven on the horizon is scary also. If ever Horizon will go for this, can always dash onto the backside and take out Varus. Varus is a very squishy champion and doesn't have that much escape. So he will have to watch himself in this fight. Let's see who is going to be the response here for RRQ. They got the Rengar already ready, and there it is. You were looking for a support that can help Varus on the back lanes. Marky with the Janna is the answer.
Yeah, we also have Janna for disengage, which is the result of Gragas not being available. Orianna and Darius will be the picks for Omega. Okay, it's gonna be a Garen mid, maybe, or Garen for the Baron lane. Looking back in the summer season playoffs, we did see Horizon pick up this Garen. Let's see if we're going to be seeing another take this time around. The last pick for RQ is going to be Diana, which will go over to the mid lane. Overall, for the drafts, I would have to give it to RQ because it's much more well-rounded and it's much more familiar. But how about you, Yorick?
Yeah, I'm not really sure if it's JLC or Arise that's going to be playing right here for Omega Esports, but usually I see JLC very good on that Garen. But Arise can they already talked about this. One of their weaknesses, if ever JLC is out, they don't really have a very good tank. So I guess if this is Arise that will be playing the Garen, that will solve their issue. Also, Arise is a very good player and for sure can play this Garen also. Very interesting picks right here. This is Omega's strongest form in the group stages, and they're bringing it here in the playoffs.
Strongest form. I like that. With all that said and done, we have the drafts. We are gonna hop into game number 1 without further ado. Really curious to see how these two teams will perform because they're opening up our playoff.
Love the wormhole effect right here. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Wild Rift. Omega Esports versus RRQ. Omega on the blue side, RQ on the red. Pretty safe early game for both teams, ganging up on the mid, but just to clear the waves, it is going to be RRQ who gets the priority, and that should be it for the early game.
Yeah, and speaking of early game, I actually have my eyes on Hyde. This guy, if you remember, day 1 into the fall season regular season, he was able to get a triple kill in the early game, and as a team that's running their Renekton lineup, that's something you would want. Problem here though is you now are up against Arise, and arguably one of the best Baron laners in the league. Will he be able to get the early game, or will he have to surrender to Horizon?
All right, definitely. That's what we're going to be watching right now. JLC is the one playing right here on the Garen, and is going to go to the Baron lane together with Stronger. I love this. They're not going to have a very strong early game, especially in the laning phase. That's going to have a dent right there. But let's see how they're going to play this out, as Impressive on the Riven is going to be visiting the mid to help time-lapse just to clear this wave just in time for them to take the Rift Scuttlers that should be spawning in a bit.
Yeah, Crescent Strike was used to at least zone out the members of Omega there, which just pushed them to play a tad bit more conservatively, looking back into the Dragon lane. I mean, this is the lineup that Omega showed us in the last few weeks of our regular season in the fall. They don't have an ADC. They are just going to rely on time-lapse on this Orianna and see what's going to happen. Well, Impressive is all about the assassination jungler. So you're going to have a crit build Riven. I'm betting my money on that. But yeah, it's still it has a lot of win conditions to be met. But looking at the team, this is Omega. They'll be able to pull this off.
Yes, definitely. And I love what Impressive is doing here right now. He just took down a ward right there at the top side river. This means that they really want to make this Baron lane work. Without that ward available, he can always go up and give a good head start for this Crocodile. Or no, it's Horizon on the top lane. So it will be a very hard lane for Horizon if ever no help is going to be coming in, especially going up against that Croc. but rotations from Riven should ease that out. That's one of their weakness of this game. We want to look at it later on.
Yeah, and looking into the Dragon Line matchup here, a lot of folks actually, both from Nami and from Jana. But I guess RQ, they have the slight lead just because Marky is using this Ferris. Again, long range damage type, enough to actually put a lot of damage onto GLC. In the early game, of course, Garen will not be that tanky.
Yes, definitely. And I love that from RQ. The virus spokes is gonna be key during the clashes. You don't really wanna face Omega Esports head on, knowing that they have tanky champions. They have the Garen, they have the Darius, and then they have Orianna to put shields and go for the shockwave. So that virus spokes is gonna be crucial during the team fight. Spoke everyone down before you really pull the trigger for the fight. And that's the game plan of RRQ. Let's see if they can execute that later on, as Chaz is gonna rotate on the top side, gonna set up for a gank right here.
Maybe, or he's just gonna wait, see if Hyde will be able to lure Arisen into the side. You have Nakshan Guillotine available for Arisen. Nope, the upper is not gonna connect.
There it is, and he jumps in. The stun is gonna connect onto Dire's Horizon. Will try to run, but man, it's too late. First blood taken by RRQ.
A lot of summoner spells also being used by Arisen in that fight. It was 2v1. Early game, yes, he does have the ultimate, but the fact that the stun connected, it was too much for him. And another kill at the Dragon Knight.
Alright, the God Kings are falling one by one as Garen goes down. JLC is already out just in time for the Rift Herald. But the spawn timer is very fast at this point, so they can still respond. But nonetheless, RRQ with a 2-0 lead in the early game. They're not done yet.
Wow.
There is a clash for the Rift Scuttler right here. Impressive, very low, but will Clutch take those root? And he's gonna be okay.
This smells bad because the fact that you do not have your jungler by the time the first dragon spawns, it's going to be a lot of advantage for RRQ side. Omega, they could and they should just try to get rather the Rift Herald.
Alright, this is new for RRQ. They went in for the Dragon. They still have a very strong case to take the Rift Herald, and they're already making a beeline towards that. Rift Herald is already half HP down. Let's see who pulls the trigger right here. Root is going to be connecting onto Timelapse. Timelapse is down. Rift Herald is still available, and Blue Team will take it, but at what cost? Here comes the pain train by RRQ. Impressive, has a big target on his back, and he goes down 4-0 RRQ.
I said this earlier, but goodness me, as on this Rengar, very scary, but they're not enough.
Alright, Stun is going to be connecting onto Horizon once again, but will find an escape for a bit, but not for too long. Nami will send out the tidal wave right there to help the teammate, but it's already too late. They will get one as Hyde is going to go down, but nonetheless, RRQ is just firing on all cylinders right now.
Very much. 25 on the scoreboard, goal lead in favor of RRQ. Again, the fact that they were able to get the first dragon means a lot. And the fact that if we're gonna compare the junglers, Chaz is roughly 1k goal lead above Impressive. Impressive, Riven, he needs a lot more items to be able to get those skills into the map, into his team. And Chaz, on this rank, are being ahead, say something, because if you're gonna look at the main damage dealer for Omega, it's Timelapse. And what is he using? Orianna. He is very, very squishy, especially without the shockwave and the command protect. So the fact that Chaz can just jump right at her face, I don't know, I guess that's just a lot of good things in favor of R2. However, still pretty early, Omega can still make things happen.
Yes, definitely. There is a 2k gold lead in favor of RRQ. Let's see if they're going to be able to balloon that, as the tornado will miss right there from Hex. This is going to be troublesome for the Dragon laner still. We saw that RRQ is dominating this Dragon lane. GLC, though, at a good spot right here, is going to start with the spin and the silence right there. Hex will send out the ultimate to stop everyone. Root is going to connect. Courtesy of Marky. That's Big Barrel's ultimate right there. Tidal Wave is going to be committed just to survive, as it is Chaz who goes down first, but JLC will be traded right here, 1-for-1 so far, and I think that's gonna be it for that fight.
Yeah, that was a good Lunar Rush from Helios, being able to protect his teammate, and Skin of Corruption has been used on Impressive. He got out with just the skin of his teeth, by the way, even though Timelapse used the command protect on the jungler. It worked well for Omega. On top of that, they were able to take down Chaz.
Yes, but this bottom turret is taking a lot of pounding right now One chip down, make that 2 plates down on this mid, and they're not stopping it. RRQ is a strong case to take this down. 130 done. That is first turret of the game taken by RRQ. Never mind, the Rift Herald is going to be spawned onto the mid. We'll go for that mid turret, and that is already very low. Diana sends out the ultimate. That is big for Helios right there. Here comes the follow-up, but it is Riven who goes down first. So does Chaz, 1 for 1 so far. Let's see who... Hide! Crazy plays right here, and big time Horizon will be able to find safe haven under the turret. Hyde, though, is going to go down, so that will end up with a 2-for-2 trade.
A bit of an overextend from Hyde there, temporarily stronger with the ebb and flow, was able to help Horizon get that kill. Overall, that was actually a really good initiative for RQ, but I believe they shouldn't have pursued, try and take down Horizon. I mean, that's a Darius. Apprehend, has damage over time. That's scary.
Yeah, I guess it was just a miscalculation of the DOT from onto the Hyde side. But yeah, Hyde did a good play right there, but just got a bit too aggressive and did pay for his life. JLC has seen on a rotation right here as Cloud Drake is going to be spawning next 3 seconds of the game. Everyone is already headed towards the pit areas. That is where the party is going to be. Diana is sees this, and he is going to smell that from afar. Rift Scuttler is going to be taken. Cloud Drake will be up for grabs. First dibs by Omega Esports. Here comes RRQ, and they don't want to give this one up. Dragon already half HP down, and I think this is go time, my friends. Let's see who goes in. It is going to be Chaz on that Rengar, and the fight is on. Dragon is taken and stolen by RRQ. That one's big. Omega Esports just buds out of there, and they don't want to fight at this point. Mr. now is going to be the focus of Omega Esports. Here comes everyone, and impressive. It is in a tight spot. Will be able to jump away, but will be chased right here. Will he be taken? Impressive. Goes for the stun. Let's see, one more poke, and he goes down. That ends up 5-9 in favor of RRQ with the Cloud Drake on top of it.
Very good skill coming in from Chaz, and I believe impressive in that moment, that 2v1. He had no choice but to receive the death penalty because, as you can see, Renekton and, of course, that Diana, very good chase potential, has stuns as well, but looking back his Dragon Lane.
Uh-oh, this is under the turret right here. Omega Esports wanted to brute force that turret. It does go down, but Horizon will take 2 champions behind, and he's gonna go down. He did go for dunk, but it wasn't enough. JLC, time to run, my friend. He's a fast champion. That Garen, let's see if he can escape. Here comes the cavalry, so I guess he's gonna be okay. So that will end up with a 1-for-0 trade, but it is the turret taken by Omega Esports.
Solari Charge Blade rather already available for task 10 minutes into the game, and it's safe to say, Marky, this guy is pretty much good to go, but I still have yet to see if Time-Lapse will be able to make things happen. He needs to be able to do the setup. After a very good shockwave, that is where Omega will try to do the follow-up. How can they do that if they have to get through a very fed Rengar first? Data corruptions coming out from Mark. And let's not forget the Moonfall from Helios, which we only ever saw on camera once or twice. Whew, that piercing arrow though, really piercing through the armor of Time-Lapse.
Yeah, it's already painful at this point. And remember, if you go through everyone that you mentioned earlier, there is still Hex with the Monsoon, so it's going to be very hard to really get everyone bunched up on the side of RRQ. So Mega Esports has their hands full on how to solve that puzzle. But here on the bottom lane, Hyde is in a tight spot right now, taking a lot of damage, and he will go down. Good job, Omega Esports, but in exchange, they will lose the top turret for the Croc.
At the very least, you have Riven, you also have Darius holding their ground into the Dragon Lane side, so maybe they could push or get another turret. But looking at for RRQ is they got the turret, they got the buff even more impressive, and looks like they want to get Baron.
Yeah, under the noses of Omega Esports. I don't think Omega Esports knows about this. That should spot the take on the Baron. So now everyone from Omega Esports should start their march through here. But it is too late. This one is a fast Baron. That was a big take right there. But RQ, next level play right there.
It was. I think Omega did not have the vision there, or they decided to just let it go. But at the very least, they could have traded something the map. Maybe a kill, maybe even a buff or a turret. But no, it was just RQ being able to cement the current lead that we have, which ballooned to 5k. Still though, Omega Esports, they just need to have, or rather win one good fight, possibly take down Marky, which is very confident this time
Look at
around. The longer it takes, the more damage that Arrow has.
Yes, this is RRQ playing to their win condition right now. Marky pokes everyone out before they really pull the trigger on the fight. Well, tidal wave is going to be used right here, flanked by Impressive. It's going to be on point, but Hex is there. That's what we're talking about. The Monsoon saving everyone in the position, and the fight is on. Chaz onto the back lines, and he's not done yet. Time-lapse, run for your life, my friend. He is going to be able to do so under the turret. The Chaz is still very healthy at this point. Double kill for the cat, and this is trouble for Mega Esports as two champions is already dead. 2v4. Hex did go down onto Rex RRQ side, but RRQ's not done yet. Bottom turret is gonna go down fast. Remember, RRQ has the Baron buff, and they're gonna go for the mid turret. Only two champions left to defend this one. I guess this is a strong RRQ push.
Very much. 1-3 in favor of RQ. That was no overcommitment from Omega Esports. 1v1 here though. Okay, Hyde will be able to survive that one. Got the stuns coming through. And I told you, the longer the game is, the more painful his arrow gets. And no more threat for the mid lane and the dragon lane for Omega Esports side. That just shows how RQ was able to meet their win conditions, keep Omega in check. And yeah, going back to my point earlier, I'm not sure why they would commit 2-3 ultimates and a lot of their resources on Hex, given that he's a support. I mean, yeah,
right.
He is the one with the Moonsoon, he's the one with the shields. But the moment RQ re-engaged, Omega Esports had no other choice but to accept it.
Definitely. Now RQ is on to the Mountain Drake and wrap this one up because this one's a gift from Omega Esports. That was a very good point that you mentioned earlier. They went for Hex. Hex's biggest use in the team fights is really to use the Monsoon and save Marky. Hex was already finished. Wait, hold that thought. There's going to be a fight right here. Look at that damage. Time-lapse will be very low and will be chased by Helios right there. And this is bad once again for our Omega Esports. Two champions dead. And I think there's going to be more. JLC already very low. Uh-oh, there it is. The backlines is going to be targeted by Impressive right here. But Impressive, you're alone, my friend. Where are you going? He goes down in a body bag already. Only JLC and Horizon left to defend this top turret and maybe the Nexus. Let's see what RQ is going to be doing here. Nexus taking damage right here. 1,000. The upper end is going to be there, but it's not going to be enough. RRQ wins game number 1.
Where will your feet take you? For RQ, it's gonna be the victory for game number 1. A very by-the-book play from RRQ there. We're gonna talk about the draft and what happened in that game in a bit, but overall, this was just them not giving Omega any room to breathe. The moment they had the lead, the moment they were able to get that first blood onto Horizon, it just became their leeway to this victory.
Yes, definitely. And I think Omega Esports, this was kind of strong for them, but sacrificing an ADC role for a tank, that's a bit too much trade-off. And they suffered in the Dragon Lane. That's one of the keys really for RQ to win. Remember, you have a Varus that is going to be very annoying on the pokes, and Varus, because of that, Marky was very painful in the later parts of the game. The Qs just went raining in, and it chunked everyone on Omega sides. MVP of the game is going to be Chaz, 636, but I love the setups going on to the back lines. The key for Mega Esports is for time-lapse to put in the shockwave on point, but he cannot do that because Chaz has his eyes on him.
Yep, eyes on him, roots on him as well. Time-lapse was not able to move at all. But yeah, if we're gonna look at every matchup for every champion in this game, RQ definitely has the goal lead, has the item lead even. I was waiting for one good Dimash Injustice from GLC on this Garen, or maybe even him just being able to silence Helios when he jumps in, but it was just too much. Helios with those very good Luna Rush and then Moonfalls, it was just too much for Omega to bear. And even the Horizon, I believe he was supposed to be a scary Darius. He's supposed to dish out damage, but if you're gonna compare him to Hyde on this Renekton, Hyde has 2k gold lead, itemizations, he hurts a lot more. And again, in the latter part of the game, Marky, If you can recall, Marky was the one who went up against Impressive on a Riven. Varus and the Riven. Riven has stuns, Riven has combos, has broken wings, but Marky with the very intense or has a lot of damage in his pockets was just able to clear that.
Yeah, it was just really the gold gap that on paper it should be a win onto that Riven going up against a Virus, but the items will really play a role, and Virus was just fed in that game. There was really nothing Riven can do. Here it is, Master of the Match, Chaz, KDA of 4.067%, hill participation, but I love the setups, the flanks, the focus on the back lines where Omega could not really go into their win condition on the team fights. Well-deserved Master of the Match tag right here.
The Battle Roar and the Bola Strike, really a huge threat for Omega. Itemization, if you guys are a Rengar player, here is a build from one of our pro players in the PH. Again, early game, he was the one that helped Hyde get that first blood, and from there, he just snowballed. And notice how he would usually just target the Baron laner and then the mid laner from game number 1. He knows he wants to get those squishy champions, and he just lands those roots perfectly. After landing those roots, it was just a green light to go signal for RQ.
Yes, definitely. So that is one of the win conditions, definitely. I love how RQ was able to play this game. They know that Omega Esports with this lineup will have lesser damage, especially in the early game. So RQ just pushed the pedal to the metal in the early part of the game and never let go.
Yeah, I'm just gonna lean back comfortably in my Secret Lab chair because that was a very good game number 1. I mean, the stakes are really high, the teams really delivered, and now this is the draft history for game number 1. My favorite part of the game. So Riven was open, they picked that up, but it was a flex pick. Is it going to be in the Baron lane? Is it going to be in the jungle? We'll never know. So RQ, they decided to just be sure of their first 2 picks, which is the ADC and the Baron lane. Hyde on this Renekton, Chef's Kiss. Beautiful, clean. Marky on this Varus, well protected, was able to farm, and he just knows how to position himself. Even though there's a Riven, even though there was a Nami, an Orianna, they could not teach this champion. And now Omega answers that with a Garen and Nami. The Nami pick was good. This time around, I said, Garen, maybe they just want to have a very tanky frontliner for their ADC. But no, they picked up Orianna and Darius. Orianna, yes, she does have a lot of burst. Top wave is a good initiate. Can even, I don't know, scare their opponent at some point. But they just lack the firepower. They have a lot of frontliners, but the damage was just not there. Need I tell you, the moment they picked up Rengar and Janna, it made me think, this is the game where RRQ will just go all out. And the fact that they have Diana as the last pick, which of course we've been hyping this player. Helios, definitely one of the most notable players out there, and using Diana, a lot of damage, and very good with the initiates. Again, the Moonfall just dished out so much damage, and Omega, it was a threat that they could just not do.
Yes, definitely. And I see why RQ banned the Singe. They saw that JLCs could be playing. They'd rather face a Garen instead of a Singe, where Singe can really deal a lot of damage, can set up with the bubble. That is going to be trouble for them. So this is a very good Singe ban right here by RRQ. And yeah, you mentioned earlier, this is the game to watch. This is just textbook from RRQ. This is very good. Varus, if you really break down the team fight, what's happening is Varus goes in for the Qs, pokes everyone out, so everyone can really set up for the team fight. While he's softening everyone out, the Rengar is already on his way on the sides for a flank, just in case a clash really happens. And this was beautiful. Everyone should look at this game and learn from this if you plan to become a pro team.
Definitely. It was a very good game to us, showed by RQ. On top of that, the Camille ban, we usually see Camille being banned, but the fact that there's no one to actually isolate Varus, RQ will get that Camille ban any time of the day. And the Gragas ban makes sense too. They are clumped together in game number 1. They do not want to have an explosive task that can just, push them away from each other, isolate them, and stop them from actually snowballing. This time around though, what do you think should Omega change? Draft, bans, or the execution?
I don't know if Arise is gonna be playing. I think there's too much tankiness onto the side of Omega Esports. They have to balance the lineup once again, because you saw that in game number 1, this just will not work. So I think Arise is gonna be coming in on game number 2. That could be an adjustment. Go for an ADC this time onto time lapse. Now they need that badly, because if not, the same thing is gonna happen once again in this game.
I feel like we're not gonna be seeing Arise though, because if you remember what VLC said, if let's take the mid laner role out. For Omega, these 4 players for these 4 specific roles, they want damage. And yes, I even included Stronger, because if you guys can remember, he got a double kill on that Nami earlier.
True.
So yeah, it was all about damage and squishiness. Arise, he is the same. So they just need to sub in GLC just so they can have that another or one of the main frontliners that can just soak up on damage. Yes, Arisen can pick up Darius, but he mostly focuses on getting the damage in as well. But I do agree with what you said. Maybe putting Arise in with a different champion, just switch things up, just to balance on the firepower from Omega. That could be the missing puzzle in their puzzle, the missing piece in their puzzle.
Right, definitely. But if that doesn't happen, I think change Garen, because we saw that Darius went in for tanky items in that game, and you have double tanks already. Like, yes, it's good that Darius has initiation powers, but Garen doesn't have that. So it came to a point that Garen was really more of what do you call this, liability during the team fights. So maybe if you go for a tanky champion, Gragas was banned, so that's one champion. Maybe a Malphite could help her set up right here onto the Varus. We saw that Varus was very visible in the front line, so Malphite can go in and go for the setup right there. So you have the Janna though, so it is going to be a very hard task still. But at the very least, you catch Varus on the initial part of the fight. That should put everyone in shambles.
Basically, for game number 2, you're suggesting that Omega should be able to catch Mark, which is the champion, at the far, far back line of our team.
We saw in the later parts of the game that Marky was already in the front line, so it was very tempting to really initiate onto Marky. So a good initiation right here would be very good. At this point, they don't have that initiation, that powerful initiation. Yes, Darius can initiate the fight, but he will need the proto belt to really get in. Unlike the Malphite that can initiate and slap in the press of a button.
Well, if you want someone that can, surprise RQ, maybe, just maybe, if Omega knows how to use his champion, they can pick up Twisted Fate for themselves and add Renekton to their lineup. Talked about this, Twisted Fate and the Renekton lineup. Very, very suppressive in the early game. You can even use Renekton Lee Sin if you want. A lot of good combos that is possible for Omega. But yeah, let's see which combo, which draft will they make in game number 2. Now again, RQ is up on 1 game, and I don't see the momentum stopping anytime soon for this.
Yes. Yeah, it's I love RQ what they did right here. They already have a very good wombo combo on the lineup. And they even they had space for a Diana to really get into to add up to that icing on top of the cake. Really wombo combo. It worked out well for them. That is how powerful RQ was in this lineup. They could always go for a different mid player, which is in the meta right now, but they went in for the Diana. That shows you the flexibility of RQ.
Yeah, Helios can be that crazy damage dealer, but can also just be the stain or the initiator for RQ. So it's a lot of things or possibilities you have to consider if you're going to be up against RQ, and they have Coach Caillou to commend for that. Oculus said this: looking back into the summer season playoffs, it was RQ that was able to send Omega down into the lower bracket, and if I'm not mistaken, it was a 2-1. But with how RQ is performing now, it could be a 2-0. Will Omega let that go? I believe not. This is the time, if they want to be crazy, which I kind of want to see it, if they want to do the role swap, maybe it's something that they can do in game number 2.
Yes, Senna may be a very good pick right there if you want to go for a cheesy lineup. I feel that that lineup would have worked if they went in for the Senna and Garen at the bottom lane. What do you think about that?
Well, that is a possibility, and I do see the logic behind it. Senna Nasus, Senna Singe even is a good possibility. So we have a tweet here from Shark Kathy. This is Pansit. I'm very hyped for the season's playoff. So once again, good luck to the teams and keep up the good work, panelists, casters, and the production team with them sick effects. Thank you so much, Shark Kathy. We hope you, as well as the other viewers that's watching right now, enjoys the setup that we have. We are in the Sentinels of Light setup. The light is very high, very powerful, as you can see. And yeah, you also have your other side.
Yeah, it's a mix of coldness and the warmth of the light. I love the settings right now. Sentinels of Light is very much the feels right now, right here in our set, and we are loving every bit of it. Thank you so much, Prod, for making this possible. Then again, all right, the Senna. I wish I could see a Senna in game number 1. But speaking of those picks, welcome to the champion selection screen, brought to you by Globe Riot Go. Omega Esports once again on the blue side, RRQ on the red side. TF is not going to be available, so I guess they're not going to make that adjustment. Yuko.
Omega Esports, it looks like they're not gonna change their bans. Maybe RRQ will not change their bans too. I mean, why fix what's not broken? Am I right? You have Mark pointing at the camera very aggressively. This guy is so hyped for game number 2. I'm telling you.
All right. I guess he's saying hide your phones, they can see it on the camera, or maybe something else. But yeah, Camille, love that band. Gragas, I guess they can go for a cinch right here again for RQ. They're gonna go for a Rengar ban this time. Rengar is one of the threats who really can go into the backlines. They saw that it was very effective that Riven cannot go into the backlines onto their Varus, so RQ went for the Rengar. But Varus will be taken this time by Omega Esports. This is the adjustments that we were asking. There it is. Arise is gonna be playing.
Yep. This is the prediction from Yorick. 100% win rate from my partner right here. But yeah, I like that you highlighted the Varus pickup. We did mention it was a huge headache for Omega Esports side, so no more headache. We're gonna get that and get the support from game number 1 as well. On top of that, they got the Riven. RQ though now has their hands on this Nami. They'll still be able to get that connection, and they could secure a ADC now or mid laner. But yeah, Lucian is open.
Yeah, Lucian pick will be very good right here. Zed, all right, let's see. Yeah, Zed can always focus on the backlines onto Varus, so that's something RQ is cooking right now. So I love to see what happens right here. Marky is gonna hover over and pick the old man Olaf. Is gonna be joining the fight this afternoon. Let's see how Omega Esports will be responding. When they hovered over the Varus, I immediately looked for a Rise in the game, because for the first time they're gonna be picking an ADC. So yeah, we saw a Rise name. They're gonna go for the Fizz and Fiora this time in response for the side split push potential of Helios on that set.
Olaf already being picked up, and I guess RQ is only missing the ADC, unless they also want to run the no ADC lineup. And right on time, no ADCs for game number 2. I love it.
All right.
First series, day number 1, we see some amazing stuff from these teams. Horizon will have his hands on that Fiora. He's much more comfortable with this champion. Will be up against a Renekton though, so early game, by the book, it should favor Fiora.
And one of my favorites, Ziggs. You know what's cooking? Boom! From anywhere in the map. That's gonna help a lot on that Horizon split push potential in this game. If ever they are caught up with Horizon going for the split push, Ziggs on the Chads on the Ziggs can always send out the Mega Inferno Bomb to clear out the waves and negate the Horizon push. That's something that we want to look at in this game.
And yeah, Chaz will be using the Ziggs, if I see that correctly. But yeah, we are gonna hop into game number 2 without further ado. again, Timelapse will have his hands on this Gyros. Let's see though, will Omega be able to pull this lineup off, or will RQ just end the series with a very clean 2-0?
All right, let's go. Ladies and gentlemen, game number 2. Will Omega Esports be pushed onto the lower of the losers bracket? Here, RQ, will they continue their undefeated streak? We will know for sure. Omega Esports still on the blue side, RQ on the red side. It is Helios on the Z and Marky on the Ziggs though. So yeah, this is still very interesting. Yeah, Marky on to the Dragon Lane. That will be very strong.
Yeah, I mean, Zig is going to be very passive in the early game, which will just give opening for a time lapse to get the folks in, get the harass in. Repose is going to be used onto the minions, but hide, whoa.
Oh,
Still,
hide.
bro.
Speaking of harassing, Arisen being harassed by the Croc here at the top lane. Omega Esports will have to find a solution for this, because Fiora on paper will not have a good time on the Baron lane. So we should see Riven go onto the top side a lot of times. But here it is on the mid. Impressive is already here. So is Chaz, just to clear the waves out in preparation for the Rift Scuttler takes.
Let's see who will be able to get the first dibs rather on the objective.
Oh.
ISDB jumping from Impressive.
Oh, there it is. Fiora Arisen is also here, but so is Hex. This is very good for RRQ. Response for their support is on time and on point, and Omega Esports will not be able to take anyone here in the mid lane.
And that was a good try for them at least. Still, RQ holding out just fine. Let's see how Omega Esports will play the early game this time around. Chaz will have his hands on Rift Butler, but still, Omega Esports, at the very least, Arisen. I said this, early game, he will have the advantage up against Hyde. You have Impressive at the back line.
Yeah, this is what we're talking about. Impressive has to visit this lane, and they're going to go for the chase right here. Hyde will be able to dash away, flash forward. He is going to be okay, so that's a lot of time taken off Omega Esports. They're still under the turret. Chance is going to be in, undertow, it's going to connect, and here comes the old man. Arise is going to be the target right here. Helios is in for the finish up, as Fizz is going to go down, and that's first blood. Make that even the second blood taken by RRQ in this early game. They're not done yet. Arise and takes a poke right there, but is going to be able to escape.
The overcommitment for Hyde there really taking toll onto Omega Esports. It was a good try, but they forgot. They overstayed their welcome, and with that, Helios was able to just make his way up the Baron lane. Shadow Slash also being able to use Razor, Shuriken, maybe at some point even. It just locked in the first 2 kills for RQ. It's another good start for the men in red. But Omega, given the fact that Arisen can still go toe-to-toe against Hyde, maybe he can make things happen.
Arisen is still level 4 at this point, and Hyde is already level 5. So that is a lane he will not enjoy. So Arisen, let's see, gonna be left alone. But that was what we were talking about earlier. One condition of Omega really is to really give Arisen a head start in this laning phase. That's why we saw Impressive up there earlier, but they just forced it and they played with fire, over-committed, and they paid a lot. That's gonna put a big dent onto Arisen's laning phase.
Yeah. Let's see if I will be able to do that though. Vitals has been popped, already being visible for this Fiora. Again, you have Chaz making his way up the Baron lane.
Oh.
Maybe. I don't know about you, but I'm kind of worried for this Fiora.
Yeah.
But no, looks like they're just gonna focus on the Rift Herald or the first dragon. I don't know. It's 2 options here for Omega East.
I love this call from RRQ right now. They don't really want the first objectives. They're already ahead in this game. Rift Scuttlers can be taken by RRQ. They are sliding over. RRQ sliding over onto the bottom lane. Let's see. Ocean Drake. I'm not really a big fan of that. But yeah, other casters, even the panelists, are saying that Ocean Drake is one of the best Drakes in this game. So I would say, yeah, I can understand now why they're going to go for the Ocean Drake this time. But Arisen, right here at the top, Hyde is going to connect onto that stun. Arisen, very low on HP at this point, will be forced to go back home. And that's going to be opening for Mega, though, to go for this dragon.
You have Hex lurking on the side. Tidal Wave is available. You also have the Mega Inferno Bomb. And now RQ, they're slowly boxing in this dragon pit.
Tidal Wave is going to be started right here by RRQ, but that's going to whip. Bubble is not going to connect neither, but nonetheless, they still get the dragon. And without skills available, RRQ wisely backs away. Well played.
You know what? I actually like how Omega Esports is playing this. They did lose the dragon, but they decided to not force the fight. They got the objective, let's just back away. But the problem here, though, is RQ will be able to get the first blood turret, maybe?
All right. Well, Timelapse sends out the ultimate right there. It's not going to connect. So RQ is just going to go for the Rift Herald. Oh, Rift Herald is still available and they're not taking it. Rift Herald saying, am I a joke to you guys? His timer's already going down.
Yeah, please notice Rift Herald Senpai. But yeah, looks like both teams will not have first dibs on this Rift Herald. They want to farm and they just want to get the buff that is going to come through for the dragon. Chaz just making sure the blast one will no longer be available because I feel like RQ this time around they want to have a pick off or they want to just secure another objective. And looking back into dragon take, the wave in the mid lane was in favor of RQ, which
Right.
is why they were able to put a significant amount of damage onto the mid lane turret.
Definitely, and that's going to put pressure on the side of Mega Esports. If RQ decides that they're going to go for the Rift Herald right here, they're just going to be pressuring the mid and go slide onto the pit. And that's going to be a very big take. But right now, no pressure for RQ to really get the Rift Herald. They are, if they see Omega Esports go for it, they can go for the first turret instead. And that's really the purpose of Rift Herald, right? To get first turret. And if you take the first turret, Rift Herald is not really that useful anymore. But at the top lane, Horizon will be forced to back away this time. Good rotation by RQ.
Yeah, even though Fiora is all about that split push, this Renekton Olaf combo from RQ is so suppressive that Fiora could barely take the first turret down, and Horizon had no other choice but to flash out. Recall will connect from the well, okay. Hyde and Chaz was not able to cancel the recall, so for now they were just focused on clearing out the way.
Yeah, and they're going to be pressuring for turret right here. They know that Fiora is already from the base, so this is going to be an easy take. First turret destroyed in favor of RRQ, and there's going to be a fight on the bottom lane. Impressive is going to be going in. Helios already very low. Is going to go down. That's the first score of Omega Esports. Here comes the bomb, but that's not going to connect. So Omega Esports will get a turret of their own. RRQ will get the Rift Herald as a trade.
Yep, and now you have the other members of RQ maybe making their way into the Rift Herald. The mid laner and the dragon laners did a switch up, which was an opening for Impressive to do the gank because, well, Helios was alone and he was far, far deep into the map. So at the very least, Omega was able to get their first kill. Overall, though, it is still a 2k goal lead in favor of RQ.
Yes, definitely. So, RQ, they have the opening on the mid. I guess they're going to be pressuring that at the later part of this game. Omega and Horizon and Hyde is going to be playing, fighting again at the top lane right here. Just a little pokes here and there, and there should be no kills for this one.
Yep, no kills indeed. Hyde and Horizon is just gonna play the poking game, and if you can see, earlier Hyde was one level above Horizon, but Horizon was able to just use or at least be ahead, not ahead, was able to catch up with the lead that Hyde has, and this is the power of the RQ lineup. They did the lane swap just so Marquis would be able to take down the mid lane turret, and he did.
Yes, definitely. That's a very well played game by RQ. Their strength really at this point is sieging, right? You have the Ziggs in your lineup in the form of Marquis. So yeah, all you need to do is really, if you want to drag the game slow, we're just going to be slowly pushing and win this game at that point. Look at that. Right now, we're looking at a almost 4k gold lead on RQ side, and Horizon at the top still trading pokes with Hyde, but he's not going to take the bait. So far, so good for RQ.
Yep, they're holding out just fine. 2k goal lead, now 3k, and RQ wants to balloon the lead further. Omega, though, it looks like they want to set something up here at the Dragon Lane side, or they just want to push the mini wave in. They saw that Helios was there alongside Hex and Chaz, so they're not gonna take the chances. The Infernal Drake, though, I believe is already up, so this is gonna be the next juicy target for 2k.
And everyone knows where the party address is, and they're already ganging up right here. 4 champions on both sides as the Baron laners are still fighting it out in the Baron lane. Let's see who will pull the trigger for the Infernal Drake, and everyone wants that.
No one's pulling the trigger because first, RQ, they just want to do the Dragon Dance. Second, there's no champion in the Rift that has a gun for the lineups for these two teams. I did a joke there. But yeah, Chaz is now having first dibs on this dragon. Apparently the man with the axe will be able to just try to put some damage into the dragon. Omega, they saw this, they sensed this, they decided to just be in a safe distance, and RQ just said, nope, let's just let the dragon be on reset and not force our chances or even let go of our lead. If you can see though, Hyde is still pretty much separated from his team alongside Marky. Well, Marky in the mid lane, he can just use Inferno Bomb whenever. But now you have RQ summoning Rift Herald into the dragon.
Yeah, why not use the Rift Herald to create space for everyone? And now they are going to be going on to the Infernal Drake. Let's look at the Drake. Half HP down. Omega Esports, you can't see them in map. There are two champions at the top side. This is going to be an easy dragon take right here. Hyde is surviving the gank right there. So Omega Esports gets nothing. 2-1 still. But Dragon is on side of RQ 11 minutes in.
Can I just say that was a 2v1? It was a Riven and the Fiora, a lot of poke, a lot of TC. Hyde only need to use barrier. That's how tanky, that's how much damage this Renekton has 11 minutes in. He was able to protect the turret with his life. Still pretty healthy. And now Hyde will just clear the waves out there with this Echo, and then Rabadon's already available for this Diggs. Rabadon's and Lich Bait for Fizz, and yeah, I guess it's safe to say that damage are already locked in. The bullets are in the gun. Let's see who will be able to fire first.
Yes, so RQ, I'm very impressed right now. The chess moves right there. Very intellectual play. They tried to force the dragon, but they got countered and they were pushed away from the area. So they have the Rift Herald available. They used that to create space and they were able to take one and covering all lanes. Hyde is alone right here. There is the Riven shadowing this Fizz. So Hyde has to be careful. He sniffs that one out and is already out of danger.
And let's remember, it was Arise who was able to burst down Helios. So Hyde was just forced to play that one out safely. Marky will be able to get his hands on that buff. Catch was sometimes stopped as well, but Dragon Lane.
Arisen, you're in so all sorts of trouble right now. He goes down. Another pickup by RRQ. That is Helios almost going down, but nonetheless 3-1 on the board in favor of RRQ, and I guess they can go for the push right here. No, I don't think so, as Varus is already here.
Yeah, Arisen, they did not have flash in that pickoff. So RQ, they're very much confident to just go all in. Now you have Stash just constantly poking time-lapse out. He has Ragnarok, also has GA. I'm not sure this is something Varus would want to pick a fight with.
Yes, definitely. Chaz, I don't know. At this point, how can you control this, Chaz, if ever a team fight breaks out? I guess poke him down before the time, before the fight really happened. So that is time-lapse task right here. But then again, if all hell breaks loose, there isn't really anyone to control this Olaf. So it is going to be a nightmare for Omega Esports. They will have to look for a way to solve that puzzle. Later on, Chaz, good rotation right here, but Omega Esports is already out of there.
They are gonna yeet themselves out of there. But overall, I just have to commend Omega Esports. The fact that they were able to change their playstyles in the span of 7-8 minutes, that's very good. And I believe one of their win conditions is to just prolong the game as long as they can. Wait for time-lapse to go crazy. Wait for Impressive to have that full turret Riven, and wait for Arisen to be that very good champion for the flank, in charge of the flank.
Yes,
and Stronger will just be in charge of sustain, the shields, and disengage.
Yeah, I love what they're doing. Definitely, you're right. Prolong this game so that you can buy more options. Look at that. You usually do not want to see a Renekton that is in favor of the lane and can snowball. They were able to control and force Renekton to keep responding on the split push, so Renekton could not really join team fights and dominate the map. So Mega Esports somehow is hanging on to this game, but they're still down 4K. That's not shrinking or Omega side, but at the very least, it's not the lead is not growing on the side of RQ, and they will want that as they scale into the later parts of this game.
Yeah, it's all gonna fall down to the question rather, if Omega will be able to get those 5 kills in and just storm maybe the mid lane or the dragon lane. But now Cloudrick is already up And hey, that cursing arrow already hurt, so maybe it's go time for the men in blue.
Alright, speaking of go time here at the top side of the river. Arise will be forced to use the sasses. Flash forward, the tidal wave is not gonna hit. And good Monsoon right there by Stronger to save his teammate, and no one goes down. But RRQ has the HP advantage right here. Let's see if they're gonna go for the dragon, and they are gonna go for it. Omega Esports, let's see how they're gonna be responding to this. Dragon already half HP down. Stronger, remember, doesn't have the Monsoon anymore, so it's gonna be trouble if they go for the fight right here, and they're just gonna give it out. Rex Regum gone with 3 dragons in 15 minutes and 30 seconds.
King of Kings really living up to their name. Now they have almost all of the lead in this game. Number 2, 3 dragon buffs, 3 turret takedowns, and a whooping 4K goal lead. Too bad it wasn't 3K goal lead, so 3-3-3. But yeah, a lot of goal lead in favor of RQ. And impressive. He wanted to go with steal, but it was a risk he was not willing to take in the last few seconds. Why? It was a 1v5. And I don't think giving your life to a normal dragon, not an elder dragon, is going to be worth it. But now Chaz will just go with the T-Ward. Vision given for Arise. And oh yeah, aside from time lapse, you have Arise, the ticking time bomb. Well, he probably already exploded the moment he becomes Helios, but another champion that can be a huge threat for RRQ.
Yes, definitely. RQ right now, man, they're playing like this is a clinic, this is a seminar for everyone, even onto Omega Esports. Again, if game 1 was really good, this is better. There is just 4 kills on the board in this game at 17 minutes in, as Hyde waited for the food to arrive. Arise and very low, and it's gonna go for the chase right here. Look at that Hyde, 2v1ing this one out, and he stuns and he kills one. That's a 2v1, and he even stays out. That's an RQ win right here. Impressive. It's gonna go for the bottom turret, as everyone on RQ is gonna go for the Baron. Let's see, this is a 4v4. Good poke right there by Varus. Chaz already very low. GA is going to be popped right here. RQ will want to back out from this fight. Helios already very low. Forced to use the stasis right here. Will flash away. He's going to survive for a tad bit, but he goes down. Impressive. It's already in the base. That is the bottom inhibitor turret going down. Omega Esports flipping the table on RQ.
Yeah, initially I thought that was a bad call because your jungler is nowhere near the Baron area, but it looks like Omega was able to make things happen.
And another fight right here happens at the top side. Virus did go down, courtesy of Chaz on that Olaf. So at the very least, they get a consolation. But once again, their bottom inhibitor turret is already down. And that's an opening Omega Esports can always take. So RRQ are already on the edges of their seats at this point.
Yeah, and as I was saying earlier, it was a very good call. The latter part of that game for impressive. Him being able to put a hole onto the Dragon Lane side of RQ means that anytime they can just go with the split push. So on top of that, RQ was forced to cancel Baron. Not only did they not get Baron, but you can also see there was 1 or 2 kills that was secured by Omega. They were also able to cancel the recall from RRQ. Helios, oh no!
There it is. This is Omega Esports being confident in its game right now as Helios goes down. Tidal Wave is not going to be on point. Arise even going for the stasis to survive that bomb. It will not connect. Omega Esports 6, another body right there. TPs are going to be summoned at the top side. They're going to go for this push. Hyde will have nothing to defend this one. Another turret taken by Omega Esports, and the gold is down to almost 1K.
Just 1K gold lead in favor of RQ after that play from Impressive.
Oh, that's a big ultimate right there from Tylabs. But everyone is safe as the cavalry is already here. Omega Esports, though, they're trying to force this one out. Ziggs forced to use the ultimate right there to stop the push. They're going to be successful, but Ziggs will not have the ultimate available for the next couple of minutes of seconds for the next clash.
Look how ironic this is. We talked about damage in the late game, and it will be an infernal Elder Mountain Drake. It's all about those shields. All about that speed. Safe to say these two teams, they would want to get their hands on this rig, and that's good.
Yeah, this is gonna be the last check mark for RRQ. If they get this, they will have the momentum back again in this game. So they're already starting it. Remember, this is the late game, guys, and they have 3 dragons under their in their hand. So that's gonna be a lot. Considering for this fight, Tidal Wave, it's gonna be on point right here. Only hits one champion though. Height is already very low. Blue team steals the dragon. Omega Esports will win this fight. They do not lose anyone, and they just steal the dragon right there. That is impressive. We call him the Thief of the Night, and he's living up to his name.
The Phantom Thief has graced us with his presence once again. And that was a very crucial steal even. Omega Esports will be able to get their hands on that Drake. And now, the tides have turned RQ. They're the ones that is in the pinch because they only have one turret left. Arise. While Omega was in the Dragon's Pit, he was able to split push. And just goes to show how Omega is able to balance out the 4v5s this time around. Now, at this point, Omega, they just need to win the next 1 or 2 possible clashes.
That's going to be a very big question right here. Let's see if RQ is going to be adjusting right here. Helios is going to be targeted by Horizon. Horizon going forward. He's not going to be able to catch that assassin right there. But nonetheless, the split push is still on. The Baron is being taken by Omega Esports, and without Helios in this fight, this is an advantage for Omega Esports. Let's see what they're going to be doing as Nexus took some damage right there.
I kind of want to see what items Horizon has because being able to push Zed back that fast, it says something. Now you have Omega focusing onto the Baron. Taz and Hex is lurking to the sides, but let's see if Omega will continue the Baron take. Fiora is alone in the base of Omega, by the way.
Alright, definitely. But this is the Baron right here. Tidal Wave is going to be taken once again by Omega Esports, courtesy of the Varus. And Fiora did go down right there, but so does the Nami. But with the Baron buff in their hands, Omega Esports is going to push very fast this time. Look at that damage on that turret. That just melts down right in front of us, and they're not done yet. Sliding onto the bottom lane is the Fizz right here. Let's see, Omega Esports, they want to clear this mid one out, and that should be Nexus next on the menu. The Nexus is starting to take damage right here. This is crunch time for RRQ. What are they gonna do? They lose Hex right there. That's a big loss. Uh-oh, Helios sends out the ultimate, but that's out of desperation. He's already down. Nexus is almost down, and Omega Esports even things out. We're going to game 3.
Like ice cream on a summer day, Omega Esports melted the Nexus of RRQ. And with that, we found ourselves a game number 3. Again, I said this, the fact that they were able to keep RQ at bay in the last, I think that was during the mid-game, just stopped RQ right at the track. Also, if you're gonna look at the last few moments of that game, Timelapse had GA. Impressive had GA even. So even if RQ had a lot of damage to deal with them, they might not have enough resources or skills to finish off Omega Esports. With that, they're just able to secure game number 2. And looks like Autoluz is the catalyst left with the chance of getting the first win for the prediction.
Yes, definitely 2-1. But then again, good adjustments right here by Omega Esports. Impressive with a 1-1-3, still getting the MVP tag. Remember, this is just a 14 kill game. It still ran a span of more than 20 minutes, so that was a long game. But then again, well played, good macros, especially recovery on the later parts of the game by Omega Esports. Well-deserved win right here.
Yeah, and I said this earlier, for the damage, Omega Esports in game number 1, they did lack it, but for now, this is a much more well-rounded lineup. I am looking forward to seeing something similar for game number 3. And if you're going to look at the lineup for RQ, it's all about that mid-game power spike. I mean, you have Zed, you even have Marquis, Ziggs for the mid to early game. I was expecting early turret takedowns, but apparently Omega just kept RQ at bay. Match of the match is going to be impressive on this Riven. Mr. Steal Your Heart, Steal Your Dragon. Again, the Phantom Thief is back in the icon screen.
I just remembered Autoluz saying steal your girls before. So but yeah, impressive, man. the steal on the Elder Drake really set up the win for Omega Esports. Well-deserved master of the match tag right here. There's not much KDA. Kill participation is 67%, but that Elder Drake steal was the game, and kudos to this guy for getting that win from RRQ. RRQ first loss of the series. Of the tournament.
Yeah, let's see how will they face that, given that they actually had the run in the regular season. And I said this earlier, if we're gonna look back at the summer playoff, they also had a 2-1, but RQ was the one that survived the series. Let's see, are we gonna see a rewrite, or are we gonna see a repeat? And what do you think are the changes that this time RQ should do for game number 3?
I don't like the Zed pickup right here. It feels like Zed really falls off in the later parts of the game. You can't really do that much in the team fights, and even going up against a Fiora, it's gonna be very hard. So because if Fiora has the stasis, you can't really do anything. You can't really kill that Fiora. So I would change Zed right here. Not really a big fan of that. What else? I think that's one of the biggest weakness of the lineup right now for RQ that they can change.
So maybe they could just switch up on their mid lane. Would you have preferred a Diana in the mid lane?
Diana would not have worked in this game, because how Omega was playing this one, they're not really grouped up. There is no almost no full 5v5 team fight in this game, so Diana would not really shine in that kind of game. And I love that for Omega Esports, really. I love the Varus pick right here from Omega. Mid, let's see, mid. I guess they can put Ziggs on mid this time and go for an ADC that can help them in the poke department, because they got poked by this Varus bad. They got a taste of their own medicine after game number 1.
Yeah. And if we're only gonna talk about Ziggs at mid lane, a possible ADC for Marky could be I'm just gonna throw a suggestion here. Corky. We did see him pick up his ADC in the regular season, and looking back into the regular season, a lot of seasons in one sentence. He only ever used Kai'Sa. We do not see much Kai'Sa now, though, so maybe he could just fall back to Corky if ever Varus got secured by Omega. And I have to echo your thought. I agree that the first pick Varus for Omega is an obvious ADC, but it was so worth it. On top of that, you have a Riven, you have a Janna to just protect Varus, whatever may happen. And the Fiora did not work well in the early game because Hyde was able to keep Horizon at bay. But like I told you, the moment the late game enters, Horizon is just gonna cause havoc on the map, and he did. On top of that, Horizon, this duo. Arise also became a threat for RQ, was able to burst Helios down and stop him from snowballing. I think he was able to take Zed down in the Dragon lane. But yeah, it's just gonna fall back to RQ could have gotten a better mid laner, and they could have ended the game earlier.
Yeah, but this game is kind of refreshing. We all know that Southeast Asia region is known for aggression. Somehow, in this first 2 games, we're seeing that the teams are going for a late game centric game. The lane, they really now focus on the early on the laning phase and try to poke things out before going for a full blown clash. And I love that. I love that maturity of the Southeast Asian teams. You saw that Varus pokes before really going and assessing everything before going for a clash, not going on to a 50-50 clash. I love this from both teams right now.
Yeah, and you can just feel how careful they are in game number 2, which in the end worked well for Omega Esports. So really looking forward to seeing what kind of adjustments will RQ do. Is it something in their draft? Is it something in their execution? A lot of our questions will be answered once we hop into game number 3. But again, we just witnessed 2 games. Guys, do not forget to tweet your thoughts. Do you like Yarik's new jacket? Did you like the Zed pickup for RQ here? Tweet it, and of course, use the hashtag #DominateTheRiff and hashtag #CIconT8.
Comment on Yuko's red lips, right? And anyways, Yuko, talking about the game, Arise did play in this game number 2. Are you expecting the same lineup for Team Omega for game number 3?
Honestly, yes. If they keep their pace up, as long as they're able to extend the game and, just survive the power spike for RQ, they're gonna be okay.
Yes, definitely. The early parts of this tournament, during the group stages, JLC did say that one of their weaknesses really was not having a solid tank for the team. But if you just avoid team fights, really, you don't really need too many tanks in this game. And it showed it here in this game. They had a rough early game, went in for dives on the Baron lane, or got burned because of those plays. But they were still able to recover. What more if they execute properly on the early parts of the game? This would have been an easy ride for them.
That is true. And the fact that the pickup lineup worked well for Omega, possibly we're going to be seeing another pickoff draft for game number 3. And we only ever saw impressive on this Riven. I wonder what other champions does he have in his pocket. I mean, it's day number 1, so I'm pretty sure some of the players out there, they do not want to show us their surprise piece or their cheese pick.
True. Yeah, but I love this Riven. He's very strong in this. The versatility of Riven in terms of mobility really is very helpful. You know that Camille will not ever get the light in this tournament. Maybe in some games, but most of the time she will not be available. Riven is one of those champions, aside from Lee Sin, that can really go over obstacles, and impressive. He wants to go for steal plays, especially if the team is down. Riven is one of the best champions really to do that. There's the Jarvan 4, but I think Riven has a better mobility kit compared to Jarvan 4.
Oh, that I have to argue with, because if you can recall, the moment he was able to take the Elder Dragon, he just jumped his way out of there. Like,
right.
Okay, I got the treasure, and they're out. Much like Robin Hood.
Right, definitely. So yeah, again, being impressive once again, showing us his what do you call that, composure, the concentration on looking at the situation, looking at the Baron HP, going in and pressing the smite at the perfect time before any opponent could. That's impressive nonetheless.
Yeah, staying true to his IGN, impressive is definitely impressive with those steals, and he was able to just keep his cool in situations that is supposed to be very pressuring. I would know. I tried to play as jungler. I feel like I'm gonna cry at some point because of the pressure that the team puts on you.
Yeah, definitely. You have to look at the lanes while you're clearing your jungle. You are the equalizer, so to say, of the game. Whenever a lane is suffering, you have to do your best to really recover that. Because if not, everyone's just gonna blame you in rank. Sad life.
Is that based on experience? I kind of felt something there, but yeah, it does happen in our regular ranking. Yeah, again, this is the draft in order for game number 2. We talked about it. Renection, it was pretty okay, but the fact that you have impressive that just keeps on visiting your lane alongside the Fiora, you're definitely gonna be stressed for a long while.
Yes, definitely. I love how Arisen played the Fiora, even though Arisen was already on the losing side in the early parts of the game. He never kept the pressure off on the Baron lane. You rarely see Renekton joining team fights on the mid, on the bottom, because he is stuck defending the split push, and I love that from Arisen right there.
And let's see if Omega will do another split push play in our next game. For the bans, both teams did not change anything from game 1 up until game 2, so I'm gonna expect something similar for game number 3. But this could be a game of who gets to lock in Varus first. So another adjustment I guess that RQ could do is, if they really, really want to get their hands on this Varus, they have to let go of maybe Rengar or Gragas. But I think that's a risk they did not want to take.
I would say just ban the Fiora to really remove the split push potential of whichever team, especially if you're RQ. You saw how good Omega is playing with that split push lineup. you already deleted the Camille. Remove the Fiora from the fray. They only have the Renekton as an option, maybe the Darius, but those are not very strong split pushers because of mobility issues. So I would say that's a good. That will be a good adjustment. RQ banned Rengar. They can swap it out with a Fiora ban. That is an adjustment I can think of.
You know what? My partner had 100% win rate with his predictions so far. So I'm just gonna let him have it. But again, we are now tied 1-1. This is still the first series. Do not forget to share the live stream. Invite your friends. Why? Because this is the Icon Series PH playoffs. And first series, we have versus game number 3. Just goes to show how close the skills and the mechanics our teams have. And they just were able to adjust with the recent patch. I mean, one day adjustment in the patch. That's crazy.
Yes, definitely. And then this is the game that will answer the question, who will proceed in the winner's bracket and who will go down into the loser's bracket and fight their slot in a best of 1. That's a position you don't really want to be in. So if I was Omega, if I was RRQ, this is the time to show their air game, and that's what I love about Game 3s.
Don't worry, Game 3s love you too. But yeah, it's just, personally though, if we're going to talk about best of 3s and then Game 3, the team who was able to win game number 2, they have the momentum because now they were able to even things out. They just need one more good push, one more good draft to be able to win the game in a reverse.
Yes, definitely. That line right there was just ringing in my head. Oh, Game 3s love you. Hopefully someone loves you back too, Yuko, in the future.
Shout out to the art is attacking me. Can I have a new caster, please? Just kidding. While we wait for game number 3, of course, let's see. Maybe we're gonna be seeing another ribbon pick more impressive. Varus could go over to time lapse or Marquee. Diana could make her way back into the mid lane. Maybe Oriana is a possibility as well. Helios, though, I need to constantly say this. Helios was the first player to use Fiora in the mid lane here in the Philippines. So that is another champion they could possibly put in the mid lane. Mobility is very good. If Helios wants to, he can even get Fizz because a rise in game number 2 as Fizz was a huge threat.
True, definitely. And here we go. Champion selection screen brought to you by Globe Riot Go. It's just that on the first 2 games, I'm really surprised. Interestingly enough, Varus is getting priority here for both teams. I wasn't expecting that. I was expecting a Corki or a Kaisa even, but Varus seeing the light on the meta right now is something fresh for everyone right now. But there you go. The bans are already in. TF. And then Renekton is not going to be available for this game. RQ goes for the same bans. Let's see who their third ban is. I'm expecting a Fiora ban right here, but let's see how this one will play.
These is going to be banned. So let's see. Could be a Rengar, could be a Fiora. It's still going to be a Rengar. But I guess another possibility is RQ could just incorporate Fiora into their lineup. Varus is open. No long range ADC for RQ, and let's see how will they answer to this.
I think Omega's thinking, yeah, I think we see your hand already. Your Varus is gonna be the key for this game. We're just gonna be removing that. So the ball is in the hands of RQ right now. How they're gonna be responding? They will get Riven this time, taking that away from Impressive. I love how this draft is playing right now. Nami is gonna be available, will be hovered over. And I guess this one is a good Corki game for RQ if they pick this one up.
Whoa. I did not expect the first pick Riven for RQ side. They took that for Impressive, which opens Kazik. The Chazik will not be visible for game number 3. And I guess Omega, they kind of sense the fact that RQ could pick up Fizz and they just locked him in for themselves. Galio making his way into day 1 as well as Pantheon.
Double global presence for RRQ. This is something new. And that's what we're going to be watching for in the fights in this game number 3. Let's see how Omega Esports is going to respond with this picks. Fiora once again, there it is.
You're going to log that in. I mean, again, Horizon, very, very good with this Fiora. Duels, flanks, you name it, he got it. And the last pick for Omega Esports side
Misfortune.
is gonna be a Janna, and yeah, Misfortune for RQ.
I'm not really a fan of Misfortune right now, but in the hands of RQ, let's see if they can turn me into a believer. Let's see. That's going to be. I'm not sure what the plan is right here. How are they going to set it up for this Misfortune?
Yeah. Misfortune's early game is almost non-existent. That's something I would like to say. But in the late game, it makes sense with a tidal wave. Tidal wave and then bullet time. It's gonna be a problem for Omega because again, the tidal wave also gives you some expose. Problem though is the bullet time can be easily cancelled. So they need to protect Marky at all costs, which is probably why they picked up the Galio. You're gonna have Hero's Entrance to protect your ADC, and the Hyde will just tank or maybe even Chaz in the back lines. But again, with all that said and done, with the drafts already locked in, let's just go into game number 3.
Yes, and this is the wormhole that will take us into the Rift. Ladies and gentlemen, game time. This is game number 3. Omega Esports still on the blue side. RQ on the red. No early game shenanigans right here. Kha'Zix is going to start on the red buff. And so is Olaf. It's Chaz on the Pantheon. That is going to be the jungler for RQ.
Yeah. Small adjustment here there. Pantheon will be the jungler, and it will be a Baron Lane Riven. Pantheon has very strong early game. So that's something they could utilize. The stun should almost always connect onto Arise to stop Fizz from snowballing and maybe just focus the CDs even on Arise.
Yes, definitely tops at the top side, but I think this is a Riven lane right here. Riven is very strong on the Baron lane right now. Going up against Fiora, there's going to be a fight right here. Chaz will be forced to use the flash right there, and that's a little win for Mega Esports. That is the Pantheon that will be playing safe in the early parts of the game.
Yeah, this is just them being able to utilize the early game, but looks like first blood going over to Omega. Arisen is mad.
Yes, that is Fiora. I just talked about it. Hyde should have the upper hand right here, but you never underestimate the Fiora in the hands of Arisen. And Arisen, that will be good news for him. This will put a dent onto the laning phase of Hyde for sure.
Definitely, you have the Aquapris is not connecting, and you have some pokes here and there from the side of Misfortune. The RQ Jagdalene duo is forced to play this out conservatively. I guess it's opening for Impressive to constantly gank this lane.
Yes,
Would we see
definitely.
it?
Let's see. Now, I don't think they're gonna be able to catch this, or if a tornado will connect for Mega Esports, that is gonna be very challenging. Oh, maybe. There it is. Bubble is not Bubble, but the tornado is gonna be onto Marky. Marky forced a flash right here. Impressive goes in, but RQ will sniff that one out, and they're gonna be okay.
He does come in with the lead, but apparently RQ's Jagdalene duo was way too close for the turret, and you have Impressive not wanting to take the rest. Rise though will take some damage from Galio, but he's gonna be A-okay.
Right. I love how RQ is planning for this game. I think they're gonna go for a clash team fight and taunt with Helios, and then here it is, point click stun. That's one of the powers. Really, that's one of the best things of a Pantheon, especially onto a Fizz. But the no follow up happened right there, so Fizz will be okay. At the top side, Arisen is already half HP down, but he is still aggressive in this lane.
Yeah, he is roughly one level above Hyde, and this is what you'd want to do if you're up against a Riven. Make sure she does not snowball, and if possible, take her down, which Arisen was able to do. Mid lane though.
Alright, Arise though, pretty even trades right here, but things are gonna get spicy in the next 30 seconds of the game. Infernal Drake or Rift Herald, which are you gonna take, Yuko?
It's gonna be an Infernal Drake, so I would have to prio the dragon, but looks like you have a prio on Helios.
Yeah, but RQ, we saw them in the early stages of this tournament. They always go for Rift Herald, so that could be something. But then again, you're looking at a Varus with a Infernal Drake buff. You don't want that in later parts of the game. So I guess they're gonna go for this Infernal Drake. Also, that's gonna be spawning next 2 seconds. Let's see what the setup is gonna be.
yeah, Arif Hell is also up, but it looks like Omega they're in the position to take two objectives. I mean, that's the lead that they have. It's a 1K, roughly 1K goal lead. The only team that has a kill in this game, number 3. Horizon will be able to spot out that ward and then go back to his lane. Maybe get a item first and then go back to his lane.
He just already went for TP, so I guess it's already ready for a fight right here. Because Riven is gonna go for a reset. So that's an opening for Horizon right here. On the bottom, there is gonna be a fight. Tidal Wave is gonna be cast right here, but that is the ultimate that's gonna whiff on the side of Marky, and he is gonna be punished big time for it. 2-0 Omega Esports.
Yeah, this is what I said. Bullet time can hurt a lot, but it's very much easy to cancel. At some point, you can only even use the Howling to cancel it. And Omega was able to layer their skills perfectly and get that kill onto Marquee. Now they could make their way into the Dragon Pit, but as in Hex already having first dibs on the Dragon.
And here comes Marky 2 to join the fight. Half HP on the Infernal Drake. Omega knows about this because there's a big ward. Everyone's standing on one. And impressive. Another steal right there. The Youth Thief of the Night once again with a thumbs up. Omega Esports with a big steal right there.
This is the best possible early game Omega Esports could have. You have the Phantom Thief being able to get the Infernal Drake, by the way. You have one kill on Misfortune. Now you have Impressive jumping in.
John the Waters is going to be connecting. Chad's already very low. Will be defended by everyone, but he is still going to go down. Marky's next on the menu, and he will be taking down. Everyone on RRQ right now should be at the edges of their seats, as it is going to be a 4-0 run by Omega Esports.
Yeah, this could possibly be a clean early game for Omega. Hyde was forced to just stay under there as well. Grand Chance already being used by Horizon, and the more minutes that poured in, the more advantage Omega Esports has. This kind of rotation from Impressive fits Kha'Zix a lot because you're this assassin jungle that can just visit the dragon lane, take Misfortune down, get in with those kills, and you also have Arise being left unchecked. I mean, if you're going to be up against a Galio, you have no other choice but to play it safely because you do not want a Fizz to take you down. And so Arise overall has Rabadon 6 minutes in. He's having the greatest time of his life.
Bottom lane, another hunt is in the form right here, and Helios is going to be the victim. Let's see if ever they are going to be able to do so, as it is not completed. It's good right here on the bottom lane by RQ.
Yep, it was a pretty good defense from RQ side. Indeed, they're still holding on to the early game. If you're gonna look at the draft, it's pretty much all about that scale, all about that mid to late game. Problem here though is Omega, they want to end the game by the mid game.
Yes, definitely. And that's going to be very big for them if ever they win this one. RQ goes for a Death Bush setup right here. They know that Omega Esports might want to go for the Rift Herald, so they're setting it up. But Omega Esports wise enough to not go for the bait.
Yeah, looks like that is going to be 3 members for RQ at the mid lane side, but they decided to not push their chances. Horizon will be able to split push into the Baron lane, but here comes the stuns from High.
There it is. No need for the Rift Herald, as Omega Esports will just brute force their way in to get the first turret. Even the Rift Herald is going to be taken right here as a bonus. Omega Esports taking everything right now from RQ. Oh, they're gonna go for the hunt right there, but Varus Ultimate Timelapse will whiff that one, so Omega Esports will disengage. Wise decision.
I told you, Omega Esports, with the lead that they have, they could just get the dragon and then the repelled, and they did. Now you have Timelapse is putting hard in this mid lane. You have the piercing arrow being sent out. No actual commitment from RQ just yet. This is 8 minutes in. And as I can see, if we're going to look at the macro, RQ is just dancing to Omega Esports' music. And that's something you do not want, especially when you have a lineup that is supposed to control the tempo.
Yes, definitely. But let's see, RQ, it's still 8 minutes in this game. There is still so many parts of the game that you can look to get back into this game. Maybe look for a setup right here for a pick-off and get on it from there. But Omega Esports right now is playing flawlessly at this point. Good rotation. Arisen is already having the time of his life on this Baron lane right here. Varus is not being left at all the time, almost all the time. Stronger is going to be beside him. So it's going to be very hard for RRQ. Let's see if they can find an opening as the Cloud Drake is already up.
Yeah, and even though the Drake is already up, Omega will Horizon will be able to steal that buff from Chaz. And more snowball potential for this Fiora. Now you have Rift being someone at the mid lane. Woo, that damage from Fiora though.
That is why you don't want a Fiora to really balloon up in this game. Look at Hyde. His Croc skin is not going to be enough to save him from those pokes. And there it is. Cloud Dragon taken by Omega Esports for free. That's 2 dragons already, 1 turret and 4-0. This is already very good for Omega Esports in this early half of the game.
A 6k gold lead in favor of Omega Esports to beat. Now Baron Nashor is up. RQ of course would want to get their hands on this. I have not seen a good Grand Skyfall from Pantheon, by the way. I was expecting good early game, maybe stuns, assault from the jungle to the mid lane, but we did not see that.
Yes, definitely. Mega Esports just not giving that up for RQ. They know what's up. They know what RQ's plan is going to be. They're just not giving that opening up in this early game. Especially that you are a Fizz, you are gonna have a good time evading the Pantheon rotation, as there is going to be a rotation here on the bottom Hyde. Look at that. He is taking a lot of damage right here, and that is Hyde taken down right away. Better top lane, Arise is what I'm talking about. The Fizz has so many skills that can save him from rotations, and he's not going to go down. RQ did want to get a trade-off, but they failed.
That is one slippery fish, even though RQ also has a fish on their side. That is maybe Arise being able to survive the gang that RQ is trying to pull. He also already has Zhonya's, so he'll be able to survive the next possible team fight. Now Omega, Arise and Impressive, they're just able to get their hands or get their control into this dragon lane.
Yeah, I have a feeling that RQ gave the key to Omega Esports, really. Hold that thought. I'm going to go back to that one later on, as this is the Skyfall that you were looking for, but it's not going to be on point once again from the side of RRQ, and Omega Esports just gets out of there.
Yep, no casualties for Omega, and you still have Arise alone at the Baron lane side, since you'll be able to get that turret up top. You have Helios his way, but it's going to be a tad bit too late. Fizz just hurt so much. Also very slippery. Baron still not being taken by any of these teams, and Omega being able to steal the buff yet again from Chaz and just stopping the possible snowball from Chaz.
True, definitely. And Omega Esports is sitting on a 9k gold. Look at that damage right there, very impressive. Chaz has no choice but to run away. He will get out, but Omega Esports still takes the mid turret as their reward.
Let's see what is gonna happen next though. RQ, again, it looks like they're just dancing to the music being played by Omega Esports. I was about to say they could wait for their champions to scale, but it's gonna be very difficult because the lead that we have right now is 10k. They also, Omega Esports also had 3 turret takedowns and 2 dragons. RQ, they have no kills. They're down on 10k gold, and they have not even secured a single turret.
Do you smell a perfect game right here, Yuko?
Actually, it's a possibility with how Omega is right now. And, well, of course, RQ, they're a strong team. They were able to get the number 1. They just need to get their footing.
Yeah, going back to my point earlier, I feel like RRQ gave the solution of the puzzle that Omega Esports had. They thought it was going to be the tank that's going to be the key for their win, but when they showed Varus, RQ showed Varus in game number 1, Omega might have said, oh, Varus, let's try that one and go for our original lineup. And they're winning right now, and they're winning perfectly against RRQ. This is big. Tidal Wave. It's going to be summoned right here. It's not going to connect. Chaz is already very low. He's going to run. Here comes Helios, but will not catch anyone. Everyone on Omega Esports will just back the cha-cha dance Omega Esports wants to really do in this game.
This is a 4 versus 5. And RRQ, they're having a difficult time.
Let's see. Oh, that is bad for Impressive going down right now. Omega Esports, Arisen though at the top, split pushing. This is for a Cloud Drake. Your inhibitor turret is gonna go down because of a Cloud Drake. That's a big trade right there. RQ, they're already summon driven up there, but the Dragon's not gonna be taken. They're not gonna lose anyone, but Omega Esports still stopped the push right there from RQ.
Earlies again, they were able to stop it indeed, but the chase from Stronger and Timelapse is not gonna stop. Now he does get taken down though, and that is going to be a kill going over to Timelapse. Wow, the grasp that Omega Esports has in this game is very, very strong. Stronger than Stronger. But yeah, RQ did not want to risk having an open base or a whole place onto their base for Arisen. So they decided to cancel the Dragon contest. At the very least, Omega Esports did not push through with their Dragon take. And we're still waiting for Miss Fortune to go online. Marky, he can be well protected in the backlines because you have Galio, you have Pantheon, you have the Aegis Vault, and you also have the Shield Vault to just stun single champions that will try to go or at least penetrate your backline. But again, the skill that Omega Esports has this time around is just too much. And it's difficult to catch Arise and Arise.
Yes, definitely. The Marquee Misfortune, I feel, is still not online at this point. I'm not really sure if she's going to be able to do so, especially that Kha'Zix is already scary at this point. Timelapse can always poke out that position of Marquee, and even Impressive can go dive in. Oh, hold that thought. There's going to be another Death Bush right here. Tidal Wave, too much wombo, too much combo from the side of RRQ, and they're going to have an opening onto this Baron, but here comes Omega, and they don't want to give this up just like that. They're gonna go for the chase. RQ will not want to fight
again,
and the dance is on, and RQ will back away. But at the very least, the bottom turret is gonna go down in favor of Omega Esports. The split push is too much for RQ right now, and Omega Esports is already starting their dibs on this Baron. Tornado is not going to be connecting. Fiora is going to be shut down. MF with that ultimate, but it is going to be stopped just like that. Omega Esports takes the Baron.
And on top of that, in the 2v1 that Arisen had in the Dragon lane, he was able to take down Chaz. He was not able to take down Hyde, but was able to force a flash and the barrier out of a Riven. Like possible fight that Omega Esports could take. We might be seeing a very vulnerable Riven.
Yes, definitely. We've seen that in the early parts. This was a vulnerable Riven from the start of this game. It is very scary to go up 1v1 against that Fiora at this point of the game. But at the very least, RRQ got 3 on the board already, so it's not a perfect game for Omega Esports. I feel like Omega Esports at the later parts of the game got a little bit relaxed, but those skills should wake them up once again to really put their focus onto their win. Bottom inhibitor is already down, half HP on the mid and the top turrets. This is tough for RQ.
If you heard me whisper the 5k gold lead, that's because I compared Arisen to Hyde. Riven, if you're 5k gold behind, it's not something you'd want. And I also checked the ADCs for both teams. It was a 3k gold lead in favor of Timelapse. So the time that Omega had in the early game, just farm, get a few kills here and there, it's paying off right now at 18 minutes.
And especially the dragons that they took. That's 3 dragons. Cloud Drake, Infernal Drake, most of all, the most important one. Omega is already in the base right now. Just like that, Chaz goes down without being able to do anything in this fight. The root is going to be connecting right here, forcing Market to use the stasis as the Charm the Waters is already channeling on him. Nexus very much exposed on 2 lanes. Everyone from Omega is going to be sliding at the top. I don't think Reguncon can do anything to defend this top turret as it goes down. Nexus is next, and I think this is it. Game number 3, taken by Omega Esports.
What a reverse sweep from Omega. That was a much more beautiful game number 3. And look how happy they are. They start day 1 in their playoffs with 2-1 up against RRQ. That actually was supposed to take it down right after we saw game number 1. And that that was an upset that did not make me upset because that is how you open the playoffs here in the Philippines. Game number 3 again, going over to Omega. And that was the power, that was the steamroll that I was looking for in game number 1.
Well, just when you thought this is going to be an easy win for RRQ, Omega Esports just evolved right in front of us. In game 1, it's still the Omega Esports that we think is still looking for their way in this tournament. But I can't really stop thinking that it is RRQ who gave them the answer in the form of Varus and Omega Esports just evolved in front of me. Impressive game for Omega Esports. Impressive comeback.
Impressive wink from play from Omega there. Yeah, the Varus pick apparently made its way into our playoffs. So let's see if we're going to be seeing more teams with that champion. But I cannot highlight this. Horizon on this Fiora.
Right.
Give this guy the first blood. He is going to be a major headache in the late game. And during I think this was the 8 or 9 minute mark, literally anyone could not survive the damage of Fiora.
Right.
I was waiting for one good Heroes entrance from Helios, the 3-4 champion even, just for the knockup, and then connect it with a tidal wave, and then the bullet time. But that was a combo we did not see because, again, Omega Esports, they were able to pull off this kickoff competition.
Yes, definitely. Love this from Omega right now. Rex Dragumcon really went in for a lineup that is team fight heavy. They won a wombo, they won a combo, but Omega Esports played into their win condition, did not give a team fight onto the side of RRQ, and they won this convincingly. There it is, master of the match. It's gonna be Horizon with the KD of 3, field participation of 38%, but the pressure on the side lanes were real from this guy. Well-deserved master of the match tag right here.
Definitely. And if you can remember in his previous team, he would use Fiora, he would use Camille, and it was a headache for whoever he will be up against. Now that we get to see this kind of Horizon back into the league, it's very refreshing to see. Now he is wearing a new jersey, and it looks like this team apparently already fit his playstyle. But yeah, what a beautiful way to start the day for our day number 1. Again, it was a 2-1 in favor of Omega. Reverse sweep. Apparently, it is not going to be a repeat because this time around, the King of Kings will have to assert their dominance in the lower bracket.
Yes, definitely. It is a tough position to be in. You don't really want to be in the lower bracket at this early part of the playoffs, but it is what it is. But RQ will most probably be able to pull that one under this bracket already, considering their run. Then again, no more undefeated title for RQ. Omega Esports, one of the most unlikely teams to take that away from them, showing up right now this afternoon. Well played by Omega Esports. I'm very much impressed.
Very well played indeed. And even I'm very impressed. I'm really looking forward to see what more does Omega Esports have in their pockets, and what more will RRQ show us now that they have to crawl their way up again.
Yes, definitely. RRQ, what do you think about their how are they going to be recovering from that loss right there, Yuko?
They need to recuperate, maybe even make a draft that could cater to a pick-off composition and just avoid giving first bloods to Horizon.
Yes, definitely. I think they have a good plan with the Varus pick. It's just that when Varus was taken away from them, really took away from much of wind on their sails, and they weren't able to really sail off because of that. They wanted a team fight. Omega Esports did not give it to them. Omega Esports won with their win condition, with a split push all around the map. And yeah, Omega Esports got this W. Very big win for them. That should be a confidence booster for this team moving forward in the playoffs.
That has been the thoughts of our Yorkcasters. Rather, it is going to be me, Yuko, alongside Leoric. Let's turn back to the panel to see what are their reactions from that series number 1.
Thanks so much, casters. The king is down. The king of kings, rather. RRQ get their first loss here in the playoffs. Omega Esports takes the series 2-1. It is redemption for Omega Esports, and they take home 75,000 Globe Cup points. Let's jump into our series highlights because this is quite a series to unpack. And while it's still fresh off of the top of our heads, can we ask, misfortune? What was the plan here? This really baffled me because RRQ, they usually come in with a plan, but this ship did not sail, you know?
I love that they went for the forgotten skin, right? But it feels like that they have forgotten Corki. Yeah, they have forgotten some of their champions that are even better options than Misfortune. Remember, when we talk about Misfortune, one of the glaring and most obvious weakness of this champion is mobility. No way to escape any threat from the opponent. And there was a time though that Misfortune was meta, but I feel like it's long forgotten. It's been months since we last saw Misfortune.
Misfortune to unfortunate circumstances. You can see that they drafted a Rengar and a Fiora, and there's a huge potential that they're going to jump onto that carry. So I'm not really sure what's going to happen, but Autolus, help me out, break this down on game 1.
Yeah, game 1, RRQ just showed their, this is the RRQ that we know from the group stages, them dominating the early objectives, the first objectives. Again, just a reminder for everyone, Chaz has been so good in securing the first dragons, the first heralds for their team. And Timelapse is on Oriana. And this is kind of expected, right? Because Arise is not playing, they need some AP. JLC was the one playing in the mid for game number 1. On game number 2, though, they have decided it's time for us to unpack Arise. And this was the big turnaround.
Yeah, and with the assassin being a throwdown to Arise, he is fairly comfortable executing anyone. He was able to look for the right targets at game 2. I believe it was fairly favoring RRQ, but this Baron play, or before that Baron play, it caused a lot of losses from RRQ, and then from there on, it was Omega who's pulling the trigger. They were able to really look for the right targets and just clean it up. As well as game 3, with having this Kha'Zix, he is really comfortable, impressive on roaming around, looking for the right targets. Even though the Taste Their Fear has been nerfed, we are expecting a Kha'Zix, but it was really impressive Kha'Zix we saw.
Yes, and let's talk about actually that Globe Key player clash for that, Kha'Zix. I actually still said his name. Chaz, and impressive. My goodness, these two were really dictating the pace of the series. It was a show match between these two junglers, actually, and impressive. Really the key to the comeback of Omega Esports, beginning with game 2. And Chaz was just so aggressive, almost tunnel vision, and what it did was split Omega in game 1. Unfortunately, it didn't carry over to game 3 and to game 2 and 3.
Right, on game number 1, impressive. We saw the Chaz that we were expecting, right? He was getting the objectives. On game number 2, even, right? 3 dragons to start it off. However, right, at the perfect moment, Impressive was able to do his due diligence of split pushing and stealing the all-important Elder Dragon, right? And we talked about, Chaz is good in securing first objectives, but when it comes to the big guns, big objectives, Phantom Thief. There's a reason why we call him that.
Yes, the Phantom Thief was back.
Yeah, I mean, they got robbed in broad daylight. That's
daylight
how bad
robbery.
it is.
Yeah, daylight robbery indeed. And that means RRQ goes over to the lower bracket. They better prepare for that. They will be going over into our lower bracket matches, which will be a best of 1. For Omega Esports, though, they will proceed into the upper bracket, and we will catch up with them, of course, once we proceed with those in day 2. For now, though, let's get on over to our second match of the day. This is Team Secret versus Lakan Esports. Now, if you had asked me about this matchup in the height of summer, I wouldn't have thought twice. I wouldn't, and I don't think I'm alone here. Team Secret, they haven't been in their best shape lately, and they know this. When we chatted with James in one of the post-game interviews, he knew this too. But it's been 3-4 weeks since then, and everybody is wondering. The big question is, are we going to see Team Secret back at their prime again for this series? What do you guys think?
I mean, at this point, we saw Omega completed the heist, and Team Secret might be also in their own playoffs mode. Yes, it somehow changes the beliefs when we saw them on week 1, lost to GXR, but somehow understandable as James isn't there. And this time, they were able to rack those wins, and they stood up. They got 5-1, Tatsuri, double pentakill, and everyone is back on track. Although I am a bit worried onto Azar, as this is not really the same exact solo kill player. So there's a few tweaks that we need to do, but Team Secret overall is still the kings of the North.
Yeah, that's Suri. Let's go. Solo highlight will be the mid laner for Team Secret for 2 splits consecutive in a row. Tatsuri has led the league in kills, the bloodthirst. Suri will find the smallest of openings to create the advantage Team Secret needs to push them to the next round. You can see his numbers on the screen right now. Will our Pentaman be enough to get Team Secret over the top? We'll see. We'll see.
Well, see, indeed, it might boil down to Mr. Pentakill over here, and we know what Tatsuri is capable of. But they will be up against Lakan Esports. And again, if you had asked me in the height of summer, of course, this would be Team Secret hands down. But going over to Lakan Esports, this is a bit of a refresher. These guys were in the summer season, actually, as the Execration squad. So they do have the experience, and we peg them as one of the hungriest teams, actually, here in the Rift, with their players showing a lot of individual improvement. So whereas Team Secret had a slump, it's actually been upward for Lakan Esports. And the question is that actually enough to keep them in the upper bracket, especially up against Team Secret?
This will be still a tall task for them, and this will measure the full capability of what they have improved from summer season. And yes, they are hungry, and it reflects a lot. Yes, a bit of a shaky onto their 3-3 standings at the group stage, but you can see how flashy they are. You still got Ison on his killer instinct out of nowhere, detonates Ari, and now Tante with a setup. Everyone is really online, and even though Boy J or Chianis is playing, they understand each other. They still got the synergy as what Lakan is bringing it to them. And of course, let's not forget the heart of the team, which is Arjun.
Love the glow up, love the glow up. Feels like they have new pictures ready for playoffs. And one person that is, a very familiar face for everyone, the Dene here. His tails will be in full test against Tatsuri. His precision on his skill shots have been a very consistent identity for him and Lakan Esports. You can see his numbers, right? 67% win rate on that Twisted Fate. Ziggs and Gragas is on 100%. But make no mistake, his most picked champion is his Ari. This numbers has to rise up, right? Exponentially to go against the best mid laner that we have in the split right now in Tatsuri.
Oh, yes, indeed. And another key player clash, actually, that we have to keep our eyes on is our Globe key player clash between James and Arjuk. Now, this entire, match will come down to this particular matchup because it's, Team Secret revolves around James. We know how Team Secret is like when he's at the helm, and we know what happens when he's not at the helm. So this is Arjuk's time. This is Lakan Esports' time to step up to this challenge. How well do you think this guy, Arjuk, is going to step up to the General James himself?
We saw General James roaming around, and the first tower is being taken down is up for Team Secret. That was 12, and for Lakan, that was only for 6. So it means we are seeing the efforts of the rotations that Team Secret bring in. And of course, Arjuk, the core, the shot caller of Lakan. This will prove a lot that he can stand on par with James. But with James' experience, that this will be a Pentatsuri or Arine battle on the mid lane also.
All right. So anyway, again, for Team Secret, we have been very critical of their performance during the group stages. And it's because of their very slow early game. And James had 3 weeks to fix this. And looking at the numbers right now, we are actually looking at very identical numbers, right? I feel like James and Arjuk is very evenly matched when it comes to skills. And you said it best, right? When it comes to shot calling, this both gentlemen will have to steer the wheel for Lakan and Team Secret, respectively, to really get to the next round. We saw what happened to RRQ. We predicted RRQ to advance. Well, not today. Not today. Dash Omega 2021.
Oh my gosh. Yes, indeed. And it just goes to show anything can happen here in the playoffs. And with that, I'm going to have to say, I mentioned that I had something to say in defense of Team Secret, and that it's been 3 weeks. It's been 3 weeks. We've been super critical of Team Secret in the group stages just because we hold them to a higher standard, especially coming from the Summer Super Cup. It's been 3 weeks. I think they've learned from the mistakes. I mean, they better have learned from the mistakes and fixed everything within 3 weeks. So I think the Team Secret that we're going to see today is going to be back in top form. Of course, with all of the adjustments that have happened in the Rift, Team Secret will adapt accordingly. I think this is Team Secret. I think this is going to be a 2-0. I don't feel safe anymore with my predictions, gentlemen. What about you guys?
You have it correct this time. I believe it's going to be a 2-0. It's not just them that is a bit questionable. Remember, Lakan was off of a loss against Mirmo Esports, one of the teams that we know is full of surprises. And when it comes to surprise and when it comes to reading the meta, Team Secret still has the advantage. 2-0 for TS.
Yeah, I mean, yes, Team Secret isn't really there yet, but if they're going up against Lakan, this is a big wall to break for them. And setting the pace with both of the supports that we are talking about, this is the general himself. And Ham Easy will not take it easy against Lakan, and this will be a 2-0 to Team Secret.
Okay. History still prevailing over here on the side of Team Secret. I just have to point out also, now they're wearing similar colors, Lakan and Team Secret. I just saw when they had that head-to-head.
Black and white, let's go.
They're both in black and white right now. Let us know your thoughts about this potential matchup. Head on over to Twitter and use 2 simple hashtags, #DominateTheRift and #SeeIconSeries to have your tweets featured on over here in our panel segment. Become our little guest fourth panelist for a few minutes. I believe we have 2 tweets to bring up over here. And you can also check out the PPGL community Discord server where we are hanging out with a few friends. And I hope you guys join us over there as we watch the games together. Now we have 2 tweets, I believe, to bring up over here. So let's see if we can pull them up on your screens right now. We have Derorol. Oh wow, this is gonna be really tricky. Del Ro Lol. Damn. Omega. Okay, that's abbreviation. Give their next level play. Grabe nga yun. Congrats sa advance sa second round ng playoffs. GG's to RRQ. They did their best, but Omega did their best here. Yeah, I do agree with you, Del. We call you Del. The R and the L's are kinda. I didn't realize it would be that much of a tongue twister. But yes, indeed, they really did give their best here, and I'm really happy to see actually Omega Esports back in top form over here. We still do have them as one of the top teams here in the fall season. So yeah, and it's gonna be really interesting too to see how RRQ will climb their way back out of the lower bracket. Now we have a second tweet coming right up before we begin our second match of the day. Let's bring up our second panelist, Mr. Wildrift. Nice to see you back.
Hi.
What is online classes when there is an exciting tournament happening right now? Just kidding. Attend your online classes, kids.
Yeah.
I am lucky. I have no class right now. I can take a rest for a moment with these amazing casters. Okay, I'm relieved. I thought for a while I was gonna say no. Go finish your studies, my dude. Actually, head on over to the PPGL community Discord server and maybe we can help you out or something. I don't know, some way. Did you know Atlus was a teacher? So
yeah.
I mean, just saying. Anyway,
okay.
Not just
head on over to the Discord server, and maybe we'll help you out, and and get into the tournament as well, get into the matches. So why not both? Win-win. It is the second match of the day, ladies and gentlemen. Is Team Secret back and better than ever, or will Lakan Esports prove to be the better team this time? Let's find out. Casters, over to you guys.
Minions have spawned.
Will James lead his team to victory? Or will the new kids on the block take down the veterans? This could be series number 2, Team Secret versus Lakan Esports. We'll be your casters. I'm Yuko alongside Ms. Yorick. So Yorick, right off the bat, I will pressure you. What are your predictions for this series?
On papers, I would say Team Secret, but yeah, my heart will always love an underdog story. We all love that Cinderella story run. So I have Lakan Esports right here. They have been turning up in this tournament. I've seen them work hard in community tournaments. I will give them a chance right here. But going up against Team Secret, this is one team that you don't want to joke around with. So if ever Lakan Esports will have a good run in this tournament, they will have to beat Team Secret to get everyone's respect, right?
Definitely, it could be a tall order, but it's not impossible for Lakan Esports. Again, they have quite the games in our regular season, and Team Secret, the panelists mentioned it, they were a tad bit shaky, and it looks like they were not in their element. But like what Mika said, Team Secret has 3 weeks. And in those 3 weeks, hopefully they will be able to give us something new. Because again, the general is back at war.
Yeah, but yeah, if there's something that Omega Esports taught us in game number 1, it's a different ball game when it comes to playoffs. So you don't really you can't really judge everything basing on the group stages. So yeah, Team Secret, they are a beast, and we should be expecting that here in playoffs because everyone is a different kind of beast in these stages.
Everyone is a beast, and that I have to agree with, not just the champions. Yeah, is there any specific lane or goals that you're looking forward to in this match?
I really want to see Team Secret has those numbers. So yeah, Team Secret, I want to see Asar step up. Once again in the Baron lane, Trevor and Chianese will be a very good matchup. We've seen that in the previous games. It is the jungler who will dictate the pace. So it will be. I would say it is going to be a battle between Trevor and Chianese right here. As we go into the Riot Go champion selection screen, Katarina is still out, and that's Tatsuri's respect showing.
No Pentatsuri for game number 1, I guess, and they also banned out Senna. Team Secret, they're just gonna ban the usual Camille, Olaf, maybe even the Gragas if they want to, unless they want to leave that open. But no, they're gonna use a Darius they're gonna have a last ban Darius. Gragas is open, Varus is open, if there's anything I can recall from series number 1. But Lakan Esports would want to get their hands on Distalio, which will go over to Arjo.
Yes, and I love the Senna ban right here. If there's a team that you will expect to play cheese, it is Team Secret. They have very deep champion pool, and with Senna enabling so many champions, it will just make it deeper. So why not just ban Senna right here? Galio is going to be the flex pick right here for Lakan Esports. I like this so far. They're not showing off their plan just yet in the early parts of the pick phase. Team Secret, though, they're going to go for Riven and the Renekton right here. So most probably a jungle Riven, kind of a flex pick right here for Team Secret too.
Yeah, now that we did see a Renekton, will most likely go over to the Baron lane unless Team Secret wants to pull up something crazy. It is going to be a jungle Riven. Corki, we've been looking for this champion. Lakan Esports will put that champion, this ADC, into the board for game number 1, and they paired it off with a Kha'Zix pick. Very strong picks from Lakan Esports so far.
Yes, I guess this is gonna be the Galio supporting that Corki. Corki, one of the premier ADRs of this game right now, because the patches with the new items, they just tailor fit this guy right here. So Corki is gonna be trouble for Team Secret, but they will have the Varus. Varus seeing the light in the meta. It's gonna be paired up with the Nami. And then to top it all off, Orianna is the last pick. And there it is. Kennen will be available with the buffs. Kennen will be trouble. Let's see how he will affect the games right here.
I call this. The buff on Kennen, we could possibly see him in the playoffs. It's going to be the first time pick. Again, the buff made this happen. The Thundering Strike base damage was buffed, and another few buffs in the patch notes, but I'm not gonna focus on that. But now you have we'll go over to Conte. Team Secret, this is the lineup that we usually see them. Well-rounded draft even. Still gonna heavily rely on Chewy for the late game. Tatsuri Trevor will most likely be in charge of the early up until the late game. But this Oriana might have a difficult time because we all know how good Dedenne is with this
Right.
carry.
Yes, definitely. And right here, we're seeing it off the bat with the lineup right now. It is Team Secret going up for a more of a slow-paced game as Lakan Esports is going to go for a wombo combo heavy lineup. We saw that in the earlier series. It is the slow-paced game that's been winning. Maybe there's a different story here in this series number 2, but there it is. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Wild Rift. Lakan on the blue side, Team Secret on the red.
Yes, and you have the usual folks here and there at the mid lane. Again, this is just Dedenne trying to assert dominance for the side of Lakan. You also have Trevor having the start at the upper part of the map to secure his buff. Boy J though, already at near the Dragon lane side. It's just standard laning, basically. But I'm actually, you mentioned that Azar needs to step up. I wonder how Renekton will perform up against a newly buffed Ken.
Yeah, I haven't seen it yet. I haven't tried it for myself. How Kennen is strong. Earlier, when Kennen was released, he was just a monster of a Pikachu right here. But let's see if he can still punish everyone on the lanes with this buffs that he have. Azar, very experienced on this Renekton. Well, this is going to be very interesting.
Yeah. One of the things that I kind of don't like about Kennen is he has very, very slow wave clear. And you can see that. So seeing that Renekton will be up against this Kennen, this Crocodile will have the advantage in the early part of the game. Azar needs to utilize this. Speaking of utilization, you have the shield being utilized onto Trevor that is going to jump in. And the stun is going to come through. Boy Joy forced to use Flash just to stay out of that.
Yes, definitely. That was too close for comfort right there for Boy J, but Boy J will be able to escape with a sliver of his HP. They just wanted to wave clear here on the mid just to get the Rift Scuttlers. And because of that punish onto Boy J, looks like Team Secret will get double Scuttler right here. They haven't taken the bottom just yet, but there it is. Trevor is already making a beeline towards that Rift Scuttler, and that's a big win for Team Secret in the early game.
Yeah, and I like this early game aggression of Trevor. Again, if you are Riven, you'd want to do this. You'd want to be able to go online quickly. And in the hands of a very talented player like Trevor, he can make things happen. But of course, Lakan Esports, their strength is in their team fight, which is most likely why they're trying to not get caught out by Team Secret here. They just want to play defensively and not get caught off guard.
Yes, definitely. Because especially in the later parts of the game, remember we saw how Varus is already very strong in the lineup. So if you give out advantage to Team Secret, that Varus Q is just gonna poke everyone and chunk everyone down. And before you know it, Lakan Esports will already be losing this game. So right now they're doing well on not giving that space onto the side of Team Secret. There's gonna be a Boy J rotation here at the top, but Azar, is he gonna fall for the bait?
I think he might not, but if he does, it's gonna be a 1v3. You also have Dedenne in the bush, in the dry bush there. There's not gonna be good for the Crocodile, but everyone is still
Wave is coming in.
Trevor is near the mid lane. Let's see if he's gonna go up. This is gonna be Lakan jumping in on the turret. Trevor at the back lines. Let's see if they're gonna commit. No skills being put out yet. You do have Dominus available for this Renekton, but it looks like Lakan, they decided to not give it a go. That was time wasted in the Baron lane.
Yes, definitely. It was a good setup right there. Lakan's wave was already crashing in onto Azar. But Azar, very patient. He sensed everyone is around. Waited for Trebor to really rotate at the top side. And even Azar positioned himself at the further part of the turret. So he is very safe from that Ari dive in and charm. So well played by Team Secret. Wasted time from Lakan. We're now looking at around a 300 gold lead in favor of Team Secret because of that. That's a little bit, but Rift Herald is already up, and it is an Infernal Drake. And I guess Infernal Drake will be the flavor of this game, but Lakan is marching already onto the Rift Herald.
When we talk about power, Infernal Drake, definitely Infernal Drake that is in the lead for our pro teams. But Lakan already fixed their eyes on this Herald. Looks like Team Secret, they will try to go the contest, and that is even a steal from Trevor. You have the Wave being sent out. Constantly gonna come through. You have the Exhaust used onto Riven, but there's no after commit to Lakan. They saw that Trevor stole the Rift Herald. They're not gonna take their chances. Piercing R is gonna connect onto the Dene as well. You have a fresh wave of minions. Goodness me! Shockwave connecting onto Ari, and the Dene says goodbye. First blood going over Team Secret, and possibly the first dragon. The missile barrage being sent out by Icing at the side. The Dene is still pretty much down. On Esports, let's see if they can actually take a steal on this dragon. It looks like it is going to be a no. Arjuk did try to get vision, but it's not going to do.
Yeah, big checks right here for Team Secret. It is Trevor who just says, thanks for the hard work, Lakan Esports, taking down the Rift Herald to a point where I can steal it from you. That was it. From that point on, they were chunked down once again in the team fight, and they even took down the Dedenne on the mid, erased by Tatsuri right there. Team Secret now up 2k in this fight. 5 minutes and 30 seconds in. That is trouble for Lakan Esports. They will have to look for a way to get back into this early game.
Let's see what will spell trouble for Lakan as the 6-minute mark jumps in. Azar will just focus on clearing out the wave. The Shuriken, Thundering Shuriken, has been sent out, but no actual commitments from Kennen. I mean, this champion needs some time to ramp up, and Lakan, this time around, I'm pretty confident that they can try and go with the fight. You have the Slicing Maelstrom. Solid initiate for Tante. If he gets 2 or 3 members on Team Secret, that is going to be enough. Missile Barrage will come through from Aisin as well, and maybe even the Charm for the Dene. So they just need to have a very good setup, catch Team Secret off guard, and then snowball in the game. It's not yet too late for the men in blue.
Yes, definitely. But yeah, Team Secret right now, you saw that in the earlier fights. They are positioned well. They don't really want to go for full team fights. Ham is sending out tidal waves. Shu is sending out Qs. And it's going to be very hard for Lakan to set up a fight right here, especially the Team Secret knows that they're going to lose a team fight if ever a full-on fight will happen. They just are going to be looking for a snowball right here. Look at Arjuk's HP.
Very, very low. He has no other choice but to recall. You also have Ari with the recalls, and that is going to be a free turret for Team Secret at the Baron lane side. Maybe even the Dragon, but maybe Icing can still defend this. There is no wave yet for Chewy and James, but they are still consistently pressuring the bot lane duo for Lakan.
Yeah, you saw that dominance right there for Varus on the bottom lane. The fight hasn't even started yet, and Arjuk is already not in the condition to fight, forced to go back home. That is going to be the story of the game later on. Lakan Esports will have to look for a solution of this Varus pick right here, and there's fight.
They don't have the wave coming through. The toss are going to connect as well. Connecting onto one. You have another exhaust being used onto Riven, but Trevor is going to be A-okay. That is going to be the shockwave connecting onto one. Rift being taken down. Storm not connecting onto anyone. Team Secret at most was able to put a significant amount of damage onto the turret, but that's they're gonna go all in. Arjuk is gonna dash out. That is gonna be Trevor focusing his eyes onto Barjay. Flash in, jump in, he gets charmed, and that is gonna be the first kill going over to Lakan.
Yeah, Lakan was able to even that out. Trevor going down as he went for a very greedy dash in. So yeah, Lakan Esports, I'll take that right there. That was Arjuk going down. That's support for a jungler. That's a win for Lakan Esports. But then again, they lost another turret right here. So that's 2 turrets going to the economy of Team Secret in this game. And we're looking at a 4k, almost 5k gold lead for Team Secret plus the Infernal Drake. Lakan Esports, we are already at the 8-minute mark of the game. You have to press for pressure at this point. And that's what they're doing. They're looking for a pickoff right here. Good gang up. Are they going to be able to go for this setup? Trevor is going to be spotted right here. Go ahead.
Ooh, that's good. They tried to go with face check there, but he does get caught out. That is with the flash being used. Slows are gonna connect as well, and it will be the kill going over to Lakan. Roots are connecting, but Kaba jump in, flash in. Arjuk does get through. Now you have the twisted arrow connecting onto Borjay. Won't be enough. The Isen being able to just Valkyrie his way in. Another kill going over to Lakan, and it's like slowly but surely the power spike or them ramping up damage is seen by their opponent.
Yeah, that's already 3-2 in favor of Lakan. So Lakan is already up in this score, but their mid-third is taking a pounding right there. But that's what I need from Lakan. I want to see those kinds more, but there's a setup.
Here you go, 3 champion setup, and the other members of Lakan jump in from Arjuk as well. 2 ultimates being used, but it's going to be worth it because Trevor got taken out. Lakan now, they're rotating over to the Mountain Drake. could be non-contested, but Team Secret, they need to steal this. They want to
Oh.
the lead that they have. Is with a kill going over to Bears, but you have eyes to the back lines. That is another kill going over to this connection. Ebby Flow being used, but blue team still being able to get the Mountain Drake.
Tatsuri with a monster shockwave right there raises 3 champions onto the side of Lakan Esports. At the very least, Lakan Esports got the Mountain Drake for them, but a little bit point of that fight, it was really bad. Because of that, Team Secret is now up 6k. Just when you thought Lakan was starting to chip in that lead, they are now down and it's bigger this time. At the very least, Tante is now starting to join the fights. We saw that earlier. They were able to take down Trevor once again on the mid with the Tante initiation. But yeah, Tante will be rotating over to the team fights. This is going to be interesting. Lakan will need more of those setups at this point.
Yes. And this one I said earlier, Lakan Esports, the strength is in their numbers, and Isen, very good Valkyrie on this Corki, connecting onto the Gatling gun, just dish out so much damage, and it looks like they keep on focusing on the Trevor. Here comes the taunt. Will he be able to get out of that? He does use flash. The missile is gonna hit, but Trevor is gonna be okay. You have Chewy. Now you have Tatsuri at the sides, the ball being thrown out by Tatsuri. And this is the signal for Lakan to fall back.
Yeah, what I love for sure from Lakan Esports is how they're setting up these ganks. They are they're very tactical in their warding and their clearing. And whenever they set that up, they always take advantage of it. It's something to clear wards and put wards in the area, but it is level up whenever you clear that and create a play out of those wards, because that is a much more efficient play from Lakan Esports. And they did that once again. They got another kill on form on Chewy this time, and they're gonna go for the top turret, and that should go down. No defense right here, but Team Secret is pinging onto the mid, so they're just gonna punish and go for a trade here. But Boy J is already in the area. Team Secret will just back away.
That's good, but here at the jungle lane, though, the ATB slicing that is coming through from Azar was enough to push Tante back, and then down to the last 4 bars of his health, and will just default back to clearing out the waves. Initially, I thought the Baron lane turret take and allowing your mid lane turret to be taken down was a bad call by Lakan, but you have Boy J on this very mobile Kha'Zix was able to defend the turret, so I have no qualms about that.
Yes, definitely. So far so good for Lakan, but it is just that Team Secret has really the priority right now. They're still up 5k in this goal, and they still can pressure on to the Lakan Esports side. You saw that earlier. It is Azar going for the split push. Tante really not able to join team fights in the mid part of the map because of that pressure Azar is doing. Now Azar is in the Baron lane. Once again, this should be a good gravity for Team Secret. This will force Team up. Hold that thought. It's gonna be a fight.
The wave isn't connect onto one, but I don't think Team Secret will follow up. You have the orb being thrown out by Tatsuri. No chakra is being sent out. So you have 2 ultimates. Just 1 ultimate being used for the Dene, and you have the Missile Barrage being sent out by Corki. And Lakan, they're down 2 turrets compared from Team Secret. They're also down by 5k. But if you're going to look at the kill count, it's still pretty much dead even.
This is beautiful from Team Secret right now. They're poising up to really go for a team fight, but before you know it, they're not right there. And Azar was already onto the split push on the top side. If you're Team Secret again, the win condition right here is your split push. You can't really win. I think there's no way to win a 5v5 full on more than a 5v4, because that was a 5-man Lakan ball right there on the mid. So Team Secret going for the taunts, going for the baits, and they're not committing on the team fights, which I love right now from Team Secret. Now, Dragon is available. It's the Ocean Drake. Team Secret is starting it. Lakan is already in the area. This is a 5v5, so this is interesting.
Jumping from Borja, let's see if he'll be able to get actually now we're totally connecting on the 2. That is to be a jump in from Arju. I see in the back line. It will be the red team being able to still get the Ocean Drake. Azar the front line. Will he be able to get one? No, he does get it down. The bubble will not connect. But it was a Trevor jumping in, flashes in, and is to be the roots. The stuns connecting on to 3. Team Secret now on the chase, but Lakan Esports will just fall back.
Yes, this is a 1-for-1 right now, but Team Secret taking the dragon right there, so that is a win for them. Azar did go down right here, but so did Dante. So, a pretty even trade right there, 1-for-1. Team Secret will get out with the Ocean Drake. I'll be happy with that. So, Team Secret right now, they're gonna go for the
You're very
chase.
low. Goodness me, Tatsuri. See, I told you, the burst from Oriana. Imagine being hit in the head with a skin, with a orb, a cute metal orb. That's gonna hurt a lot, which is why then they got taken down there. But yes, Team Secret, even though there were some pickups, some moments in Lakan Esports did shine, overall, their macro is still on point. And this is
Right.
the reason why, despite their, how should I say it, their inconsistencies, the panels still favor them.
Yes, definitely. I don't know what happened right there. I thought Lakan was already on their way out. I guess they got greedy because of the creep wave crashing in. So they still went in for to clear that wave, and they lost Dedenne because of that. Team Secret with a very good punish on the greed of Lakan Esports right there. Right now, Baron is being set up by both teams. Lakan do not want to give this up. They've already given 2 dragons, and 2 of the important dragons in this game, Ocean Drake, Infernal Drake, onto side of Team Secret. If you give the Baron, that means more turns are going to go down, and that's just going to further the lead that Team Secret has right now. Team Secret is sitting on a 7k gold lead and a fight.
Tatsuri, goodness me, but James will be the one that got taken out there. Boy J down to the last bar of his health, and it will be a trade that Lakan Esports would gladly take. Now they're going to back away. You have Conte versus Azar. Azar playing this one out safely. We'll just focus on getting the goal lead up against the Baron laner that he is up against. And now Team Secret jumping back to default because their general is down. The one that
Yes.
has Tidal Wave is no longer available.
Yes, definitely. But again, Lakan Esports with this ward setups, with this death bush setup, they're very good at this. They need more of that though later, especially this part of the game. 7-7 on the board, but they're down 6k. Team Secret still in a comfortable lead right here. Let's see what Team Secret is setting up. The split push is still on, courtesy of Azar. Tonte still not able to join the fights right now, but so far so good with the defense of Lakan. Team Secret with a very good map control at this point. At the very least, they're recovering the map control, but here is the Baron start right here from Team Secret, and Lakan Esports do not want to give this up. It's a fight.
You asked me what do they want? So they're gonna set them up. Gonna set up on this Baron Charm is gonna connect onto that Will enough. You have the roots coming through from Chewy. Arjuk isolated. Shockwave connects onto none. 4J being boxed in. Ariana saying goodbye now. It will see Chewy at the back line. So be able to do clean up. Conte is gonna be boxing as well. Got this one from Ice, and he does flash in. Double kill going over to 40, but here comes Dedenne. The orb is too much. Azar focused onto Boy J. It will be a 2v2. A shutdown on Ice, and they still want to go with a chase. It was a 3-3 in favor of no one.
Yeah, but at the very least, Lakan Esports was able to defend and deter that Baron take right there. Well played by Lakan Esports. At a certain point, I thought it was their fight already, but kudos to Team Secret evening things out. This will end in a 3-3, but that was kind of risky for Team Secret. You are in the lead at this point of the game. You don't really want to take those risky plays. You are in a good position for a setup for a pickup. You can always fake out a Baron. That's gonna be a possibility. Right now, there's the Elder Drake right there. You can go for pickups first before taking this big objectives. And if ever Team Secret will go for those high risk, high rewards play once again, this is gonna be a very shaky game for them. Let's see how they're gonna be doing moving forward.
Azar gets defeated by the Dedenne.
no.
The charms connecting. Well, he survived. He does pop in dominance, but he was able to survive out of there. Here comes Trevor for the cleanup, but that is the Boy J jumping right onto Renekton, and the orb hits this. Not Kha'Zix. This Kha'Zix, and Kha'Zix does get taken down. It will be a 1-1. Still a pretty dead even game for these two teams. A lot can still happen, but what's happening right now is Trevor having first dibs on this Dragon. Lakan at the side, though. Bubble is going to connect. Arjuk at the side. He still has heroes entered. Aizen using the Gatling gun, but it's just going to be a waiting game for Lakan Esports. The question is, will they be able to go with the steal now that Boy J is still down?
Yes, that's the jungler right there down on Lakan Esports. The Team Secret know about it. They still have time. They are gonna go slowly poke down this dragon, and it is a fight.
Taunt's connecting, slicing Maelstrom connecting, even the Charm didn't connect onto her, but he was able to pop that Zonya's piercing arrow hurts a lot. That story being
Dragon.
able to take down Ken, and Dragon is up. Tidal Wave coming through. Team Secret gets the Elder Cloud Dragon. Flashing for Tatsuri. A double kill for Oriana, killing 3 even for this champion. And Team Secret will be able to get the better trade of that bargain.
Team Secret using pressure into their advantage. It was pressure on the Lakan Esports side because they don't have Boy J available to go for a steal. So Lakan had to really go in. Tonte did go in with an attempt with a slicing Maelstrom, but was negated by Team Secret. They were prepared for that. That's what I'm telling everyone about. Team Secret, they don't really want a full-on fight. They want you to miss your skills before they want to engage. And now they have the Baron available, and they're gonna go in for the push. Let's see what kind of damage they can do as Lakan Esports is forced to defend their base.
An obnoxious amount of damage because look at Azar just melting down that thread. That Charm is gonna connect, but Tatsuri is very much tanky. He survived that one, and Team Secret will be happy to at least be able to put a hole onto the base of Lakan, and they're gonna go with the recall.
Yeah, that was Hamis and Chewy missing their ultimate. So it is going to be a very bad fight for them if they still take this on, knowing that Aizen, knowing that Boy J, a majority of the side of Lakan Esports have their ults up, especially Tonte. That is going to be very bad for Team Secret. So well played right here for Team Secret. Good call on resetting. Even if they have the Baron buff, they are not going to be forcing the fight at this point on, as they still have full control of this game. 11-13, Team Secret, and they're up 9k in this game. They already have 3 dragons in their pockets, and the most important one, the Elder Drake. This is their game. No need to rush things.
You talked about leads and takedowns, and need I tell you, third takedowns, Lakan Esports only has 2, whereas Team Secret actually got 6. So the map control from Team Secret is still there, which is why this time around, 21-minute mark, by the way, Lakan Esports is now struggling. You have a lot of minions to deal with, and you have a base that is pretty much open, and opponents that is knocking onto the other lanes of your map.
Fight.
So here comes Trevor, focusing onto Arjuk. He does get knocked out, and that's going over to Riven. Azar popping in with a dominance, but Team Secret, they want to focus on the third Tatsuri, be able to use that shockwave. Azar does with the slice and dice, but it's not going to be enough. Now Team Secret is just holding their ground into the base. They are focused on the Nexus wave. Is going to be a lot. A jumping from Boy Joy, slicing Maelstrom, but still, Team Secret emerges victorious.
Yes, well played right here for Team Secret. Again, this is what I'm saying. I'm seeing a new form of Southeast Asia teams. It's not fight on, fight on. It is patience, and I love it this time. With the Bears picks, I love the patience of the good teams already. Team Secret, one of the teams that really go in for a team fight. This time, they went in for the dance, and there's just too much sauce this time. They go for fakes, for clashes. They will want to make everyone miss onto the side of Lakan. And if they do that, they are going to go for the engage. And we saw that at the later parts, the top part, when their skills missed. They don't want to go engage. That is the patience. That is the development of Team Secret right now, and I'm loving every bit of it. Here are the score. MVP is going to be Tatsuri on that Oriana, 6-6. Not a very high number kills of this game, but then again, very convincing from Team Secret.
All down to the fact that they had the objective game in sight, and this Team Secret that we did know. Again, Lakan Esports, they were able to get the pick off the Trevor, Tatsuri, but they forgot about Chewy, who is holding a Varus, by the way. Champion of the day, if I'm allowed to put the title on Varus. But yeah, Tatsuri, Mr. Consistency. This is a title I gave this player. Ever since Summer State Day number 1, you can just see how well he holds his mid lane. And the Dene, arguably one of the best mid laners here in the league. Tatsuri still being able to keep this player in check. As of the match is going to be again Tatsuri, KDA 6.00, kill participation 86%, Shockwave, Initiate. The moment that connects Team Secret, it's go time. He also has a barrier to sustain himself. and also has Flash to get himself out of sticky situation.
Definitely. Shockwave from Tatsuri. Very, very big impact in the team fights. But then again, I love this performance of Tatsuri. The Katarina was denied from him, but then again, I don't think Katarina was the plan right here. I usually see Tatsuri go for the Katarina whenever they're on a game 3, but this time, the patience. I love the form of Team Secret. They went for the Oriana, they went for the plays with the Varus, and that was just flawless from them. Move over, Lucian. You had your time to shine. Varus right now, 4-0 on all our games and 100% win rate. That's crazy for a Varus.
Yep, good streak as well. And yeah, this is going to be the draft history for game number 1. Katarina ban is a wasted ban in my opinion. Senna and Rengar ban, this makes much more sense. You just want to ban out a possible champion for James or for Chewy. We'll never know. And for the side of Team Secret, they banned Camille, which will again not see the light of day for this day number 1. Olaf as well, they do not want to give the Olaf or unkillable comp for Lakan Esports. And I was actually surprised with the Darius ban, but I guess the fact that Azar was on this Renekton, you do not want to be apprehended by the Darius, so it still makes sense in the end.
Yes, I love the Olaf ban right here. I think they banned Olaf because they had plans to get on the Varus. Olaf is one of the champions that can really go onto Varus, especially in the early parts of the game. You don't want that when Varus is still very squishy. So yeah, good ban right here by Team Secret. But the question is, how will Lakan adjust to game number 2? I guess get Varus for them. I don't think the Galio is that priority of a pick right now. I think Varus is very crucial in this game in this tournament.
Yeah, and if ever they will not get their hands on this Varus, Aizen on this court is still pretty fine. He was able to get a double kill in game number 1, was able to just cut through the fight with his Valkyrie, but he just lacked the sustain and the fall off from Lakan. I do agree, Galio does not deserve the first pick this time around. Could put it over to maybe second or third rotation pick, and they will still be able to get Galio. But Arjul with the taunts, with the dash in, very, very good. Really knows how to utilize this champion. And for Kha'Zix, YJ, he was very, very good. It just so happened that when it comes to the team fights, he would just get isolated by Team Secret. He was able to get a kill on Tatsuri though, but that's what you want as a Kha'Zix. Focus on Oriana, but how will you do that when you have Chain of Corruption and Tidal Wave in front of you?
Yeah, and that's the reason why I'm not a fan of the Kennen pick right here. I think that's one adjustment Lakan can do. Kennen, yes, the setup is there, but the cooldown really of Kennen's ult, slicing the Maelstrom, is too much for me still, right? And if everyone sees you going in, Varus can always do the Chain of Corruption onto you, and you're already out of the fight. Yeah, we saw that Kennen tried to go for ults in that game. The only big ult he was able to really do was at the last part when in the Nexus when everyone was grouped up. But if you see a Varus, don't expect for your enemy to really group up in this kind of game. So Kennen was not really a very good pick at that one.
True. Maybe Tante can just go back to his usual champions. Maybe Akali, maybe even Riven, Darius, if he wants to. But yeah, a few tweaks in the draft, definitely. But overall, I think it is just Lakan Esports falling behind in their macro compared to Team Secret. Team Secret, what do you think are the things they should do to be able to secure game number 2?
I love this form from them. It is a safe pick right here. Varus really opens up a lot for your team. They did not go for a wombo combo team, but they have played around this Varus right here. So Oriana is there if ever Renekton really has to get in and go for it for the fight. Even Riven for the damage part. Nami to protect the Varus in case someone gets beside Varus. So playing around the Varus is good. You don't really have to force things out. And I guess Varus really is just that dominant in the early game. Even against a Corki, we saw that earlier. Yeah. The DR lane is being owned by Varus. I love the Varus pick. If they can get the Varus once again, I would say that's I can't. What is the solution for a Varus? If I were to ask you, Yuko.
Take down Chewy's wife. Just kidding. One of the things that you should do is have a poke support alongside you and another long-range ADC. Because if you're gonna compare the Gatling gun to the piercing arrow wins. So I'm not saying we could see a Lucian, but maybe a Kaisa for Isen just so he can reposition himself with the killer instinct. I think the Rain has quite the range as well, and once Blind Seeker connects, he could catch up to Chewie.
Yeah, true. The chase possibility of Kaisa with the killer instinct is something, especially if they are able to initiate really on Chewie. Kaisa can always go in and do the cleanups, especially that they have the Kazakhs available. So that will be something against. But at this point, they didn't know that Team Secret was going for a virus right here. So they went for a Corki. Maybe they can get the virus from themselves. Let's see how Lakan is going to play that out.
Another possibility, I mean, again, looking back at series number 1, when Omega got the Varus pick, they were able to win game 2 and then game 3. Will it be another show up here for Lakan Esports again? Tall order, but it's not impossible. They made it this far into the playoffs, and I just cannot wait to see what more does these players have in store for us all. Tatsuri on this Oriana, just basically give any champion. That's all about that burst and that damage. Tatsuri, he's gonna be okay. Even when he uses Galio, he's very strong.
Yes, definitely. I'm not gonna be surprised if we're gonna see a virus ban this time. Lakan banned Senna and Katarina. Rengar. Is it okay to trade Rengar for a virus in the ban? I would say yes.
Honestly, yes. Because here's the thing. I don't think I've ever seen Trevor on Rengar. So at least that's what Team Secret makes us, at least that's what Team Secret shows us. Yeah, I mean, again, mind games still pretty into the playoffs. But yeah, I did not see Trevor on this Rengar, so maybe it's not in his champion pool. So maybe it's okay to let Rengar go.
Yes, definitely. The team, Lakan, only has 1 minute to really adjust, as the counter is stating right now. So, yes, that's going to be something. Varus could be banned right here, or you can pick Varus for yourselves if you're still on the blue side, or ban him. I'm not really sure. I haven't seen Lakan play the Varus though, so it is going to be very interesting. Take out the cannon right there. Still, I don't think this is the right time to experiment with the cannon, especially on the playoffs. There's so many Baron laners available at that point of the game. Cannon is not. I'm not really sure if Cannon is still part of the meta right now. He needs more buff. Cannon ultimate is good. It's just that his laning phase has really fallen off. He cannot really punish lanes, especially going up against a Renekton. That is going to be a hard task, so Cannon cannot really shine.
Yeah, quite a slow start for that champion. But basically, the rotations for Baron laners in this meta is Renekton, Fiora, Riven, Darius, Garen. That's it. You have 5 champions in the table. Imagine banning out 3. Just imagine, the struggle is going to be there. But now we're going to hop into the champion select brought to us by Riot Go for game number 2. Again, Team Secret versus Lakan Esports. Team Secret now at the blue side, and they're 1 game up. First ban is Nagay Galio.
All right, we're banning Galio. Lakan Esports, we talked about the bans. Still ban Katarina. That's still good. Your second ban is still Asena. Most probably, Darius is going to be the response of Team Secret right here. So they're targeting the Baron lane once again. So Camille is not going to be available. Renekton will be banned. Let's see. Rengar. So Varus is still available. Let's see if they're going to be prioritizing this. Team Secret, no. They're going to go prioritize a Riven. So, Lakan Esports, the ball is in their hands. Are they going to make... Alright, Wukong for the jungler.
Yes, they could even pick up. I was about to say Varus, but okay. Apparently, it seems like Lakan Esports cannot run the Varus competition. They're gonna stick to Corki, and it's okay. Again, in number 1, Ison was very good on this Corki. Rakan logged in. Are we gonna be seeing Isaiah? And looks like we will be. The Lovers duo making their debut, making their debut in our playoffs day number 1.
Yes, and I love this right now. Even if there's no Varus, Tatsuri, no, not Tatsuri, but Shaya still has a monster wave clear and poke still. So yeah, it is still the same gameplay right here, but this time Rakan is gonna be helping the bird. So yeah, there it is. Ziggs is gonna be picked right here, and Boy J will go for the Jarvan 4.
Okay, I wonder which champion will go where for Lakan. You have Wukong. You also have J4. Maybe it's gonna be a Wukong jungle. And is this gonna be a okay? I thought it's gonna be a Lee Sin Baron lane, maybe, but it looks like it's gonna be a Baron lane Riven. Unless Team Secret wants to pull something off from their summer season draft.
True. All right, so Boy J is gonna go for Jarvan 4. I think the plan right here is Jarvan 4 goes for initiation. Wukong can Wukong and Jarvan 4. Jarvan 4 Baron laner. All right, I see.
Yeah, J4
Right.
usually is the one in the Baron lane.
Yes.
Should be up against Lee Sin, Riven again. The crash is still there. It will be up against a Riven. Tatsuri will still be using this Orianna. Dedenne now on the sticks. Lakan, they aim to finish the game as early as possible. If you can recall into game number
Right.
1, should they have closed the game out earlier, they could have won. No Tante on Wukong. Wow.
All right, I see. That's going to be very interesting. But Source Team Secret, you have the Lee Sin. You know that Lee Sin tend to fall off in the later parts of the game. So we're looking at Team Secret who really want to take over game number 1, especially that they already have a very strong DR lane. I guess Lee Sin is going to be balancing things out on the Baron lane. That's something that we want to, we are going to be expecting in this game as we warp into the Rift.
Like the lovers, take our hands, and then let's dive into the rift. This is game number 2, Team Secret versus Lakan. Azar will just get a bit of a EXP there, the usual early game start here, and he will just go back to his lane. That's Fury using now a different skin on this Orianna. That's the only difference in the mid lane now, aside from the side swap. But you have J4 as well as Wukong to get the buff, and Fury being able to push the Dene back.
Yeah, they say that if you have a better skin, you play better. Let's see if Tatsuri will have a better impact in this game. It did have a very good impact in game number 1. Good sidestep right here by James. Good trades, but pretty even on the DR lane so far.
Yeah, and now if you're gonna look at the Dragon lane side, it will be James and Chewy being able to poke or push Corki and Braum back. This is the first time we're gonna be seeing a Braum into the playoffs. I'm not sure how well he will perform, given that the meta kind of favors Enchanter support. That is with the kite connecting. You have the shield being brought up by Arjuk. Unbreakable already down. Feather still on the ground. Be careful for the recall because you might get rooted. Gatlingan is to be used by Isen, but no one actually comes.
Yes, definitely. Still love pokes here on the bottom side. Yeah, Lakan Esports does have to go aggressive here on the bottom lane because the early power spike of a Braum is something that you want to take advantage of. But Team Secret negating that properly right now. But somehow still 0-0 on the board. Rift Scuttlers though, 1 already on the Team Secret on the bottom lane. Lakan is gonna go for the top side. Azar is here in the area going for the pincer play right here, but it's gonna be an escape for Lakan Esports. Ham is still going in. That's not gonna be a very good position, so they're gonna be going back out.
Azar was able to cancel the recall from the Dene, which just delayed the possible snowball from Diggs, and Borgi was forced to use Flag and Jug just to get out of there. But if we're gonna look at the stats, Trevor usually gets his hand on the Rift Scuttler consistently. Sometimes he even gets through. So now on a Lee Sin, he still gets to have this very powerful start. Tante being able to use his clone. Azar still doesn't have his ultimate. He's connected on to 1, and that's the first ball going over to Lakan Esports. Here comes Trevor with the possible revenge still, but will not fully commit.
Lakan Esports takes 1 on the board, and as they take the first blood of the game. That's a good setup right there with the Jarvan 4 being able to finish things up. Cataclysm nowhere to go for Azar as he goes down already. 0-1, and it's 400, but here's a fight on the bottom side.
Woohoo! Grand entrance connecting on the 2, but there is no follow-up just yet, given that Chewy needs some more time to ramp up on damage. What it should do though is Isen just forcing back. You know what? I don't think so. He is just gonna hold his gun into the front line. Gatling gun already down as well. Was able to throw out a few missiles here and there, but still is gonna come through for James. No one is gonna get rooted. There is a war from the support in that bush, so anytime J4 or Wukong could visit.
Yes, slight advantage for Lakan Esports right here after getting the first blood, but let's see if they can use that onto the objectives. It is going to be Infernal Drake once again. Spicy stuff coming up. And the Rift Herald that spawns in the next 12 seconds of the game. I would say Infernal Drake for this one, for both teams, right?
Yeah, that is true. Oh, now, if we're gonna talk about items, we already have the Roa being picked up by the Tenny, but that is gonna be the Battle of the Taunts here. And the CCs for Azar and even J4. Trevor did show himself right in time for the first Dragon and the Rift Herald to be up. Azar will be able to stun this Wukong, but it's like one use the Wukong clearing out the wave yet again. J4 at the side, he does have Cataclysm, but I believe he is gonna save that in the next possible Rift Herald or Dragon fight.
Yeah, I love this pick right here. Wukong onto the Baron lane. We thought it was going to be Jarvan Force going to be playing on the Baron lane. But yeah, Riven going up against the Wukong. Riven, has a wombo combo, but Wukong can always go for the mischief. Rift Herald being started right here by Lakan Esports. Team Secret is nowhere in sight. I guess they're going to be giving this for free as they march over to the Infernal Drake pit. But I guess Lakan Esports can still go for the first turret right here, and they're just gonna do so. This is bad for Team Secret. There it is. Rift Herald should come up. It should be dropped right here. Not yet, as Lakan is gonna clear this one up. Infernal Drake already taken by Team Secret.
Yeah, Team Secret was very much far from the Baron lane, so they decided to not summon the Rift Herald there. But the feathers was just too much for a little Corky to bear. Arda's flash and barrier used, and he just went back to his creator. On top of that, Team Secret will be able to get their second turret, well, the first turret rather, for the game, but first blood turret going over to Lakan.
Yes, that is going to help them a lot onto the side of Lakan Esports, getting the first turret gold right there. They're now marching on to the mid. Rift Herald is being summoned right here. Lakan Esports, they want to make this a quick game, and they have a very good case to do so. Right here, Rift Herald is going to go for the charge. It's a fight.
Explosive Mines would also have the quickness being used by Lakan. Katas is being sent out as well. Now you have the Cataclysm coming through for this ISN, but Team Secret, they decided to just fall back, take down the Herald, and defend the turret. Lakan, they decided to not press their chances, press their luck, and just rotate it over to the Dragon lane side.
Yeah, they didn't like their odds right there, so they just back away. And that's a good decision right there. You don't really have to force things right now, as there is going to be spicy things in the Dragon lane, but Chewy will ult out. It's going to be okay. Lakan Esports, I love the aggression at this point of the game. They're grouping up onto the mid. That mid turret is very juicy at this point, and they want to take this down. They try to brute force their way in, but their wave has just been cleared, so they back away.
See though, 6 minutes into the game, looks like Team Secret, they're running this 3 champion hunting group. Mazar just placed his R into the Baron lane to check if ever J4 will use Cataclysm on him again. We did see that. The first blood that went over to Lakan. Dante is hiding into the bush, but I don't think he wants to pick a fight with him just yet. Triforce already available for Lee Sin, but compared to J4, Boy J, he is comparing this Lee Sin to J4. J4 is 1k full lead.
Yes, definitely. Jarvan 4 going for tanky items right here. Sunfire Aegis are already available. Azar is with Trevor in the area. Tonte will have to be careful right here. He does have the mischief and can always use the ultimate to get back away. So Tonte should be okay right here. If there is not going to be a perfect setup on the side of Team Secret. Mid-turret taking a pounding right here from the waves, but that's going to be cleared right away. I feel like there's just one, the mid-turret is just one satchel charge away from going down. But Lakan Esports opt for a rotation right there, and I love that aggression. Let's see if they're going to be catching with someone here, and they are going to do so, and there's a fight.
Hammers jumping in, was going to connect onto the knockup. You have the Cataclysm being used, but there is no follow-up from Lakan Esports. One ultimate already down, but Hammers already used his skill. Katsuri still has Shockwave. Let's see if he'll be able to send it out. Boy, do jumping in, Planet Jug, Mega Inferno Bomb. Now you have Arjo and behind me, and that is fight is going to connect onto one. Slows coming through. It will be the satchel charge finished off in favor of Lakan.
Yes, Lakan Esports using their strength right now as a team. Their composition really is very strong when it comes to siege. You have the Braum to shield things out, but there's a fight at top side.
Sounds currently on the Tauntay. He will just come in with a cyclone, but will it be enough? Looks like it won't be because the turret is gonna get taken down. Knocked up. Fast now you have Tauntay being stunned, being boxed in. Flag and drag for Boy J. Here comes the Dene. Here comes Arjuk. But Winter Spike is not gonna connect. Trevor, Azar will be able to make it out of there alive.
Boy, Team Secret was lucky right there that Boy J didn't have the Cataclysm available because that was a sure pickup right there. Especially that Ziggs was part of the train that where they were trying to set up. But then again, Team Secret gets away with a turret at the top side, so that will even things out. In fact, they're already up in this gold with around 500, so that's not a lot at 9 minutes in. There is a setup right here by Team Secret, but they're sitting on a ward right here, so this is very good for Lakan Esports. Are they going to be punishing this? They're going to go for it as the dragon is being taken, and it's a fight, Nico.
Bomb being thrown out, but able to get Ocean Drake. Here comes the knockup coming in from James, but Aizen buttering his way in. James does get taken down. Now you have the orb taken by Boy J. Boy J is super healthy. Wukong is pushed in the mid lane, but that is going to be the end of that skirmish. Team Secret being able to get that dragon gives up the life of their general. Here comes Chewy with the fighters. Here comes the knockup. You have the onto one. Arjuk being taken down by the side. You have the cycle coming in. Azar being able to isolate Dante, and now Lakan is going to fall back. That has been used. Valkyrie out. Jump in for Azar. You have the stun on two, but it's not going to be enough.
Good response right here, but Team Secret, they already lost Hamas earlier in the fight, but Lakan stayed in the area, thought that they could get some more, but
They're
some more fight!
Yup, Azar jumping in yet again is out there and stuns connecting on to two. He does not care. RJ was able to flash out, but Azar with the shield just right on time. Lakan being able to finish up the kill onto Boy J, and it's going to be a 2-0 in the favor of Team Secret.
Azar, my man, too much sauce right there. Hits a two-man stun, takes one down, almost takes another champion down. But he was already under the turret. He had to back away. But then again, Team Secret was here. Hamas for the cleanup. And they take 2-0 in that mid part of the map. And that is a win by Team Secret. And because of that, look at the gold. If you're Team Secret, you should be happy looking at a 4K gold lead.
I actually want to see how many gold lead does each player have up against their opponents, right? On Q, thank you so much, production. So Azar has a 1k gold lead compared to Tante, which is why we saw the damage that he had in the early game. Oriana just finished picking up the Rabadon. So it's go time for Team Secret. I did mention earlier, Boy J had 1k gold lead compared to Trevor, but now Lee Sin, he's fine. He's now the one in the lead. Starts connecting again on to Tante. Woohoo!
Right.
Looks like he's just forced to jump his way out of there. Run, monkey, run! But you're still being chased by Azar.
Yeah, Azar is just having the game of his life right now. I'm sure he is enjoying the fight at this point of the game as Team Secret goes for the mid, and that is a gunner. Team Secret destroys mid turret, even things out on the mid lane. They're now up 3-2 on the third count. Yep. But the most important thing is that they have two important dragons in their hand. And that's going to pay dividends, especially we're now at the doorstep of the late part of the game. Chewy is just going to take the red buff right here. I think they're going to be setting up for a kill later on. That should be the plan right here to open up the Baron for them.
Yeah, it's go time for Sai and Drakon, honestly.
Right.
I'm expecting Chewy to be safe at the back lines this time around, but you know who is not safe? Dante. Because he is consistently harassed by Azar. Wherever he goes, whatever lane swap Lakan Esports will have, Azar will just follow them, and he just picked up the Solari Charge Blade. But the other members of Team Secret looks like they're setting up for this Baron, unless they want to get a pickup.
Yeah, this is our split push really is taking its toll onto Lakan Esports. Lakan Esports went for a Wukong because they really want to go for a wombo combo lineup. But that Wukong, because of the gravity of Azar's pressure, has to respond onto that bottom lane or whichever lane Azar really pushes, and that negates the ability of Wukong really to do a lot of good setups. And that's good by Team Secret. Now they're setting up for a steal right here, maybe for a pick-off for the Baron. They're just going to start with the red buff, and I think this is going to be spicy.
I mean, they could get the buff and then get a kill, but it looks like Team Secret, nah, we're good with the buff. I'm just going to say goodbye now. Azar, very, very low though. Being chased by the Dene, does flash, and you have the shield being used. He does use flash as well, and he's okay. He is pretty much immortal at this point, and now Team Secret will rotate over to the Dragons.
Azar just says, let me have this dance onto Lakan Esports. That was 2 champions going after him. But again, too much sauce from this boy, and Azar is going to be okay. There is pressure building up onto the mid part of the map. Headed towards the bottom because the Mountain Drake is available, and I think it's a fight.
Ooh, looks like Trevor predicted that Flag and Jag was able to dash his way out of there. Explosive Minefield has been laid out by the Dene as well. And now Lakan, they're struggling to look for a target in Team Secret because Team Secret, you don't know what they're gonna do. Are they gonna go with a pickoff? Are they gonna disengage? James though, despite connecting, but it's okay. It's just the support.
Yes, and Lakan Esports will just have to back away. This is what's been happening in all of the games that we've been casting. Really, you really think it's Lakan Esports? Their build up right now, their team composition is really for team fights. Team Secret just doesn't go for team fight. Speaking of team fight, there's a fight.
Boy J biting too much, way more than he could chew. It is with a charm connecting, and he gets taken down, gets annihilated from the map. 4v5 if ever Lakan tries to pull a fight, but they won't. Instead, in exchange for their safety, they're gonna let Team Secret have first dibs on this Baron. They're alert to the side though. They say hello, that is the Hamed who's dealing a lot of damage. But then he no longer has Mega Inferno Bomb. He does have the mind, but I don't think it's gonna be enough. We focus on the Baron. Here comes the knockout after knockout. The second being sent out as well. Azar being isolated, the blue team still being able to get that Baron. Now you have Dante being chased down. You have the shield being sent out by Arjuk. No one dies with Lakan, but the Baron still goes over.
Love that call from Team Secret. It looks kind of risky, but looking at the death timers earlier, Boy J did go down. So there is no jungler on the side of Lakan Esports to really contest that Baron take right there. And Team Secret just gladly took it away from Lakan Esports. Kind of forced right there, but they still come up. Not really a big fan of that call, but still they were able to pull it off. Now they have the Baron buff available. They're just clearing they're just taking the buffs to really set them up for this push. Let's see what kind of damage they can do. It's like an Esports, they will try their best to push away the waves, and they're gonna go back home for the defense.
You're not gonna connect. James is just in charge of getting vision, and I actually want to see if he prioritize the third skill, or did he focus on the second? Because if he prioritized the third skill, it just goes to show that he wants to focus on sustaining Chewy, sustaining the his team with the shields. But yeah, jumping back into the mid lane, Azar is alone into the Baron lane side, but we have the 3 other champions holding the mid lane. James at the front line. Tactical charge not gonna connect. Tatsuri still has the shockwave, by the way. And you have this 1-3-1 setup with Trevor at the Dragon lane side. What happened there? Azar still was able to flash his way out of there. He still has Ignite. Hamas in the back line. And it looks like Team Secret will be able to get that win. Mega Inferno Bomb being used as well. Catholic is connected onto nothing. That's already the back line. Play Caller will be used. But Lakan Esports just use 2 or 3 of their important ultimates to nothing.
Yeah, Azar at the top lane, 2v1, taking one down, and just gets out. Mama, there goes that man again. Azar setting up the pace for Team Secret right now, and they're in a position to take this turret, and they're gonna go for the fight.
And behind me, jump in, grand entrance, follow-up is there as well, but Lakan Esports, they are forced to just step back, get them up to your left, and oh no, having ADC down in the last few minutes of the fight is not gonna spell well. Team Secret now focus on the Nexus. You do not have Glacial Fissure for Arjuk, and this is gonna be the first 2-0 of the day. Going over.
Clean sweep right here and clean plays from Team Secret. Well-deserved win. Our friends from Lakan Esports put up a fight. They tried their best, but in the end, they fell short. Team Secret with a statement win in this second series. Well played. And we will be going. Those are the faces of our winners right here. I guess they're very happy at this point. They will get more points in their hands. It is a game to win for them. And series is already won. They are going to be moving forward as Lakan is going to go down onto the loser's bracket, fighting it out with, not really sure who's their opponent is going to be, but they are going up against a best of 1 series.
Let's say that after the victory screen, when we saw the players of Team Secret, they were smiling. James looked satisfied, but Chewy looked so confused. He looked so confused. But yeah, overall, this is the Team Secret that we were familiar with way back in the summer season. And this is the slow burn kind of play style I would use time and time again. It was an 8-3 post game, very low kill count, but I like the adjustment that Lakan Esports did. Why? Because they decided to lay low on the early game ganks, early game fight, and it did work well for them. Problem was they allowed Chewy to snowball. That Chewy can just go wherever he wants, and the 1v1 in the last few parts of the match just became the death rotation or death plan up against Lakan. They were not able to stop Team Secret from coming onto their base. But overall, it was a beautiful series.
Yeah, 8-3. This is not a very high kill count game right here. Yeah, I think this is the teams of Southeast Asia maturing, especially in the Philippine teams, right? Maturing. You usually see these kinds of games in League of Legends on the Korea server, where they are really going for laning phase. They're lane centric. They always want to go for a very tactical team fight. So not so much team fights happening, and so far so good. All the wins that we saw right now is using this slow-paced game, slow but sure win. And I love that here in the playoffs.
Yeah, it pretty much just seals the late game, and it prevents any other missed positions, misplays during the early up until mid game. Match of the match though is going to be Azar on this Riven TD of 5.00. Still participation 63%, and as you can see, that build all about that damage, which we did see when he was split pushing in the Baron lane in the in the late game of game number 2. He was able to get one kill. He was able to get the shields in, protect himself, keep himself from dying, even though he was just all alone.
Yeah, basically he was the highlight of the game. We saw how many parts of that game where he just 2v1 Lakan, and he still won the fights. Well played right there. Again, well deserved tag right there for Azar. I would say that was well deserved. Getting those skills, setting up the pace, the momentum for Team Secret. Well played.
Yep. Can I just say that we only have 2 series. We only ever shown 2 series for day 1, and it was a roller coaster of emotions, of drafts, of analysis, of games, and this is what the playoffs is all about. And with that, we have been your casters for the first 2 series. I'm Yuko alongside Miss Yorick. Do not forget to follow us on our socials. But for now, we're going to be hopping into a very short break. So sit back, relax, and wait for the panel to come back.
Sekreto ng mga gwapong Master Gamer? Para fresh all day, bring your clay game with Master. New Master All-in-One Clay Wash. Fights germs, controls oil up to 12 hours, and helps prevent pimples. New Master All-in-One Clay Wash. Sekreto ng mga gwapo.
Play League of Legends Wild Rift anywhere with Glow Prepaid's Riot Go 80 for data and premium bundles. Enjoy exclusive items you can unlock. See ya!
Yo, Mark 9. They really don't think we can keep doing this. They don't think we can keep making hits about cameras. But I'm the cameraman. But I'm the cameraman. Stay creamy.
Yeah, I started on a 50 mil lens. Now I'm about to bag 50 mil yen. I can shoot all day, I got stamina. Turtleneck on with my camera, yeah. Stay creamy, man, that's what they say. Shoes laced up and I came to play. Yeah, I'm first team, I'm a superstar. They call me Cream, like Abdul-Jabbar. Yeah, you had to face it, let's get back to basics. I'ma take the shot like it's a vaccination. I don't have the patience, I'ma shoot right now. Yeah, we undefeated and you gon' lose right now. Like click, 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 swish. I can switch it up anytime like this. I'm a videographer and I'm on the verse. So when I shoot my shot, I don't miss.
Team Secret is back. That is a 2-0 against Lakan Esports. Lakan's journey will continue in the lower bracket, and Team Secret will stay in the upper bracket with 75,000 Globe Cup points. You know, guys, one of the only times we see General James smile is when Team Secret wins. And those are two back-to-back wins indeed. And we got to see him smile on camera. Yay, he is happy. It takes a lot for the General to smile. Let's jump into our series highlights because there was a lot of interesting moments in that matchup. We saw glimpses of the Team Secret of old once again. But it appears that they're still playing safe over here. It appears that they didn't exactly want to show. I had a feeling that they didn't want to show all of their cards just yet in the first day of the playoffs. What do you guys think?
I agree, right? When we talk about Team Secret, I feel like they have, a lot of pages on to their playbook, and this is one of the pivotal fights in where Azar just went in and feasted on everyone, right? And that's the canon. Don't be surprised. In patch 2.4b, he was buffed, and I feel like more teams will come out and pick this champion because it's really, really a game-breaking champion, right? The slicing maelstrom is so pivotal, I guess. But this is actually a misplay from Ison. Again, Ison, you live and die by the Ison if you are a Lakan Esports fan. He will have a very good performance, but all of a sudden he will just be mispositioned at the wrong place and at the wrong time. And I feel like that's the thing that Lakan Esports has to fix, especially in the lower bracket.
Yeah, and it was also the same as how they played on Game 2. It was not really as a fast-paced Team Secret that we know, but they are securing their gold advantage in a good way. They got the objectives right. They have this macro rotations, which is on par with Lakan. So this is a smooth flight without the turbulence and a good execution of Team Secret. This is what we saw at the group stage of summer season, and no questions asked. They are really on a good shape right now moving into playoffs.
And just to wrap up this discussion on Team Secret, they're really owning this slow-paced style of Wild Rift. How do you guys think this will hold up against more aggressive teams, like for example, Fennel Adversity? If they go head-to-head, do you think Team Secret will be able to, draw out the game? What do you guys think?
Well, again, when we talk about Team Secret, we have to remember a lot of historic moments during the Summer Super Cup and where they were able to extend, games against EVOS, against the best of the best. And when we are talking about late game shot calling, I feel like they have General Hamez, they have Trevor, they have veterans all over. And if it comes to a point that it will be slowed down, Team Secret, if it comes to a point that it will be accelerated against Fennel Adversity, I feel like Team Secret still has the discipline to, stave off any fast push attempt or fast objective take from these teams.
Yeah, and there's a reason why Fennel Adversity, it's somehow the same as how the Team Secret moves. You got the aggression, but in terms of Team Secret, they are slowing down because of, first, the power spike. Second, the objective. Third, the macro rotations. That's where they're going to pull the trigger. They are not antsy about the kills, the KDA. It will eventually come into them with the item being secured, especially with Tatsuri's play.
Yeah, and we just brought up Fennel Adversity's very aggressive play. We're actually gonna see that in action right now as we jump into our third match. That is a wrap on Team Secret versus Lakan Esports. We move on over to our third match of the day, which is Fennel Adversity versus Bren Esports. I gotta say, guys, these matches are so interesting. Fennel Adversity, we have what we've called the most improved team coming right up. And I think what's amazing about Fennel Adversity is that their improvement has been so consistent. Previously, we had, for example, Omega Esports Team Secret. We talked about how they've been shaky. Fennel Adversity, their improvement was steady and always trending upwards. It's the making of an excellent team, but they're going to be put up against a real test today, going up against the boys in black and yellow. What are your thoughts on this?
Well, Fennel Adversity, we dub them as the most improved team for the reason that everyone is online. Everyone is doing their own job. And remember, this is also power. We saw the changes in their playstyle wherein the resources being channeled to power instead of Danny, but Danny would be the insurance play. We also saw how Doming rotates proactively, Rafe protecting everyone in his own play, and of course, how can we forget the shockwave coming in from Shoriana?
There you go, shockwave. Indeed, and that is basically the point and where I would like to emphasize on, because our solo player highlight is the mid laner for Fennel Adversity. The show is on for FLA. The origin of our favorite term here in the panel, shockwave, is our solo highlight for FLA. The other half of the Umali brothers had a masterful showing with 1,367 damage per minute. That's number one for all mid laners here in the Philippines. Shockwaving his way into playoff relevance. This is FLA Shaw.
Yes, indeed. And the Shaw is about to begin because they will be up against Bren Esports. Now, Bren Esports, this is the team that I feel like has had the most expectations because of the name, because they're already known worldwide, even as far up as Germany. They've got an empire. In the Rift, though, they have yet to make like the same impact. But today is their chance. What do you guys think? Bren Esports versus the most improved team so far here. How is this going to go down?
They are the one of the successful orgs here in the Philippines, and backing up with that well-oiled infrastructure. Yes, the empire is there, but they have yet to crown themselves or create their own legacy here at Wild Rift, and they are not in content. Of course, they are not the strangers here at Wild Rift, as they are the ones also being known as to some community tournaments, and as well as their impeccable performance. Hayes Consi and MJan surprising us with their own pick, and of course the Jet on that Garen man, and Rebenga, the legendary man himself.
All right, and this is match made in heaven, right? Rebenga, the most known player in League of Legends PH history, and Bren, one of the most successful orgs in Philippines in recent history. And when we talk about Philippine Wild Rift, no way Rebenga is left off anyone's book. That's why he's our solo player highlight. Memes aside, his performance, the tangibles are very evident with the numbers. But more to that, he's been the primary shot caller for the black and yellow squad for the most part, right? Adding another page to his already rich competitive history. This is Bren Rebenga.
Yes, and Rebenga, of course, has made such an impact in the League of Legends scene, and now he is making his mark here into Wild Rift. So it's going to be very interesting how they match up against, it's such a well-established team, Bren Esports, how they match up against Fennel adversity that have already, they have been improving constantly, but they don't quite have the same impact as, say, a name like Bren Esports. It appears, though, that history might take shape indeed today in day one of the playoffs. And we also have our Globe key player clash over here between Rafi and MJan. It's your favorite, Osiris, right here. Flashback time. Now, a little bit of flashback time in the group stages. I would say Bren Esports was a little hit or miss. We were waiting for that spark to come in, and that happened when MJan suddenly brought out the surprise Blitzcrank. They made everybody's heads start immediately. And Rafi, he's been a consistently good player, much like the rest of Fennel adversity. But Bren have these surprise tricks up their sleeve. Suddenly, can Rafi manage what surprises Bren, specifically MJan, might have today? What do you guys think?
This is the difference of the play style that they are bringing in. MJan, he is well equipped in terms of the pickup style because, of course, Blitzcrank. But Rafi, Autolus is going to say this. The other half of the O'Malley brothers is mostly playing on a conservative champion, and his rotation and whenever that he wanted to protect someone, he is really successful, having that KDA of 7.46 and kill participation 90%. You know that Rafi is around, but MJan might be lurking in the shadows, so ready to grab those kills.
I love the term, Mika. You said head turner, and then Rafi, MJan, right? Both of them. Best of the head turners that we have here. And MJan, for me, is the biggest X factor in this tournament alone. His performance will dictate as to how Bren will really perform in this playoffs group stages. Again, Thresh is already out in the open. So maybe it's no longer a need for him to bring out the Blitzcrank, rather go for the more conventional Thresh. Exciting to see how this Glowkey player clash will match up.
Maybe. I mean, when we were surprised with the Blitzcrank pick, I would think Bren Esports is going to surprise us once again when we get into this series. Let us know what surprises you think Bren Esports has up their sleeves. Head on over to Twitter and use two simple hashtags, hashtag Dominate the Rift and hashtag SISPH, and you can see your tweets featured on over here. I think the casters have also been reading out some tweets, and you can just head on over and have your tweets be featured over here in the panel segment as well. Now I have to ask you guys, what's your prediction for this series? For me, I've been sitting on this for a while, and I think it's gonna be a 2-1 in favor of Fennel Adversity.
Wow.
This is two parts. This is two parts to this. Fennel Adversity, yes, they've been an incredibly improved team. I love their play style, which has been super aggressive. So I think that like first day, right off the bat, they're gonna make such an explosive impact. Bren Esports though are going into the lower bracket, and we know that they're kings of the lower bracket run.
Right, I'm surprised that you went for, you went against Bren Esports. No, Mika Fabs going against Bren Esports. But anyway,
Quiet, don't rub it in.
Yeah, Fennel Adversity for me as well lacks in star quality when it comes to names, but make no mistake, they are here to introduce themselves to everyone. FLA all the way 2-0.
Well, it has been also the same story coming in from Bren. They know how to play as the underdogs, and Jan, I'm still waiting for that Mad Life Jan for this tournament. So maybe a Trash is a really good choice, but my choice, of course, this will be a panel adversity, I must say, as I'm going also to Fennel Adversity, and I'm respecting both sides. It's just that Fennel is really in a good shape, and this is not a big question for us right now.
It's panel adversity over here for the predictions for this third series. I believe we have one tweet coming on up, and we're gonna see if this tweet adds to the panel adversity bandwagon, I would say. But of course, if you have other opinions as well, you can also head on over to the PPGL community Discord server and discuss what you think with us in the flesh, or as in the flesh as we possibly can during these pandemic times. So to say, let's bring up that tweet right now. I believe we have one tweet before we head on over into our third match. Shark Cathy, so nice to see you again. Grabe, ang ganda ng unang 2-0 ngayong playoffs. Congrats, Team Secret. Keep it up all the way papuntang championship. I like that at the end. Thank you so much, Shark Cathy. And yes, indeed, Team Secret did take the first 2-0 of the day. It's nice to see Team Secret back in that win streak, of course. And now we are going to see if Fennel Adversity and Bren Esports can possibly start their own win streak over here in the playoffs. Who knows? But of course, we're going to find out if Fennel can triumph over all adversities with their second chance at the Icon Series Championship, or will Bren's empire expand to conquer the Rift? It is Fennel Adversity versus Bren Esports. Casters, over to you guys.
Minions have spawned.
Here we are, and welcome everyone to Bren Esports vs Fennel Adversity, third series of the playoffs. I'm Infinity, and together with me is Riku, joined for the cast today. And these two teams were known to be aggressive, with Fennel Adversity having controlled aggression, while Bren Esports heavily relying on early aggression. Today, we'll determine on who will come out on top between both teams.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see how this is going to pan out, because just as you mentioned, Infinity, it's going to be controlled aggression versus early hyper aggression. So with Fennel Adversity, they like to be aggressive in the early game, but once they get the lead, they want to be careful with their lead and make sure that they can end the game cleanly. As for Bren Esports, we've seen them lock it in once they've gotten that early lead, especially when we look towards the mid and jungle lanes. They sort of push through with it and non-stop attack. So I am curious to see how this will pan out.
Well, I'm curious as well. I mean, early game will be the play of the game for Bren Esports later on. We'll see if it can come through. But when you're looking at Fennel Adversity, I want to put a quick point on Shaw. It's hard to miss on how he performed on their group stages, having this massive of a performance. So what do you think about Shaw as a player?
I mean, the panelists have managed to talk about Shaw. I mean, this guy is so crazy. His play style is basically very assassin leaning, but once he picks up an Orianna, he can also play that like an assassin. So I feel like that is very scary, and he can manage his lane very, very well.
Yeah, and I actually do agree. I mean, we've seen how he became sort of the assassin champions. We'll see and determine if he can replicate such the same performance up against Bren Esports as we jump in immediately with complete bans for this series.
Yeah, so far, Fennel Adversity do not want to see the Senna plus the Nasus or the Singed or any melees over there. And Twisted Fate, a target ban onto Haze, meaning Twisted Fate plus Kha'Zix or Rengar combo is not going to be available. Lee Sin as well, very good pair with top laners to Jeff. For Bren, in the meantime, going to remove not Rabenga, but Rengar. And removing the Lakan means that the Xayah Rakan lovers duo will not be available.
Yeah, I mean, this has been a huge performing champion for Rafi, so betting it away is a huge understandable feat that Bren Esports wants to do. Remove Rafi onto the table, make it a harder position for Danny to now be able to maneuver into the Rift, with Power now picking up on Ziggs though.
Yeah, that means Shaw is going to be on Ziggs duty. A lot of wave clear, but 3 items onwards, he is going to be scary. Bren, on the other hand, has that Xin Zhao, has that Renekton. So we are going to look into that 1-3-1. We've seen how Rabenga uses Xin Zhao, extremely aggressive. Really would love to get that early lead, especially visits to the dual lane. But this time around, because of that Renekton pick, we're going to be expecting Jeff getting a lot of visits as well. Now, the Nami Varus, of course, to compensate for the Varus's lack of mobility, you want to lock in that Nami as well. Chain of Corruptions, just to get that pick potential. But speaking of pick, a Blitzcrank now appearing before our eyes. Mjan here. I'm excited to see this, push through.
I love this. This has been a very, very unique champion to even come through. I mean, recently in patch 2.4a, if I'm not mistaken, Blitzcrank has been buffed up. We'll see if its buff can come into fruition when it comes to the dominance into the dual lane, with Kai'Sa being the ADC of Blitzcrank. Now for Fennel Adversity though, the final lock-ins has been set, with Kha'Zix and Riven actually being locked in to complete the composition for Fennel Adversity.
Yeah, there it is. The Riven pick that we've seen time and time again can immediately try to explode early, perhaps, as we're going to be seeing Renekton versus Riven lane. So most likely the junglers will come into play. The Kha'Zix here as well. We'll get to see whether or not we'll see a replication of what we saw earlier into the day with series number 1, I believe. So I love these picks. You've got Shaw here on the Assassin, actually on the Akali this time around. So he's not on the Orianna. He's going to be actually an assassin. So I'm excited to see how Shaw will perform on this Akali pick, especially there are no threats. There's no Galio, there's no Braum, there's no easy stun. So Shaw can potentially reign free.
Well, here we are. We're jumping into the Rift very soon. Bren Esports versus Fennel Adversity, game number 1. Here we are. It's Bren versus Fennel Adversity. I mean, you talked about Shaw a while ago. It has been a very, very dominant mid laner. But we're looking into the game. It's Ziggs.
It's Ziggs. Is going to be towards Shaw, so we're going to be expecting a lot of wave clear. It's going to be a little bit difficult when we look at the air quote 1v1 scenario, even though it's non-existent against the Akali. If Haze is under the Shroud, Shaw can just immediately go with the minefields, and it's going to be very painful for Haze. But look at the top lane matchup. Level 3 is going to be very crucial for Jeth and Power, so it will depend how they can try to play around. But so far, who lost, it is Power, as the Honey Fruit has been already popped. I believe Jeth will also pop the Honey Fruit as well. So we'll see now what the play is going to be, because whoever pulls the trigger is most likely going to win. When Jeth comes in though, Power can immediately respond with a stun as well.
Yeah, I mean, these two Baron laners have huge power spikes on level 3 and level 5. When you're looking at Power, he has that capability to spam out his skill and a lot of CCs as well for a knock-up and a stun. And Jet has this as well. So it's really going to be a tied matchup for the top lane so far. But here into the Rift Scuttler. Now Rabenga trying to go for the steal onto the Rift Scuttler. Someone jumps in. It's Nami trying to get that vision down. But Fennel Adversity taking the Rift Scuttler for themselves.
Oh, that is a huge win for Bren Esports. Rafi with no flash, no heal. That is going to be a very scary lane. Vulnerable Nami, or vulnerable lane in general. And Mjan can find another opportunity to find that hook again in the lane.
Yeah, but that was worth it. I mean, Bren Esports was able to put Rafi's HP in a very, very low situation because of the hook coming in from MGen. So I love to see that happen once again. I mean, MGen was known in the past to use this Blitzcrank, maybe not in the full season Icon series, but his nitpicky champion that has come through prior to the Icon series has been that Blitzcrank Kaisa.
Nope. Yeah, the Blitzcrank Kaisa mid lane though. Oh dear, it's too close. It's too close. Hayes already dropping an ignite. Shaw has no mana. He has no flash as well. So if ever Rebenga decides to take a second visit, I believe Shaw's life could potentially be in danger. So he has no choice but to play a bit more passively now and not harass as much towards Hayes.
Yeah, and this is interesting because Rebenga with the Sinjao, typically with the Sinjao as your jungler, level 3 you have that visits in. But we have seen how Bren Esports has played the Sinjao, being patient for level 5 to be able to go for some ganks, to be able to go for some plays. So I think we're seeing it once again. I think Bren Esports wants that safe borderline up against Fennel Adversity, considering that Fennel Adversity was known to have this controlled aggression and Bren to be aggressive in this early game. And I think we can see that come into fruition at Mountain Dragon at Rift Herald at 4 minutes.
Yeah, for sure. Bren will try to take a pick, possibly visit a topside. After this red buff, we will expect Rebenga to take a trail down to Power, considering that Power a little bit extended there. But the thing is, there has been a ward that has spotted Rebenga's path. So this is perfect timing for Power to go home, buy some items, and will force Rebenga to just gank elsewhere. So this is very, very smart coming from Fennel Adversity.
Yeah, and this information is going to be so key because now you're looking at Doming hovering onto the left side border or left side quadrant of their very own jungle, because you have to consider that Sinjao came from the top side and you have to just have that presence from Doming to be able to respond onto some of those key ganks. But right now, Rift Herald being started by Fennel Adversity with a ward actually being noticed by Bren Esports, while Bren actually going for the Mountain Dragon.
And this is free, or gonna be a trade rather, between these two teams at First Blood.
Yeah, they were able to actually get the hook onto Rafi, and that translated into the First Blood kill for Bren Esports, and they're securing the Mountain Drake in trade for the Rift Herald.
Yeah, that is hold that thought though. We could see a dive at the top lane.
Yeah, Doming is ready. Rift Herald is now going to be spawned down. Power prioritizing onto the turret. Renekton going to be stunned down. But it's so difficult without any minions. But here into the bot side of the map, Rebenga will fall. He is overextending onto the turret. Here onto the top side, Mega Inferno Bomb zones away Jet. Rift Herald, good utilization, but would probably not be able to get that tower down. With bot side once again, Consi will be killed. And that will be a 2-for-0 trade-off for Fennel Adversity.
Yeah, they were very extended. They wanted to get a kill onto Rafi there, I'm pretty sure. And they saw Danny's life extremely low. But when you're sandwiched between these towers, Danny and Rafi as a Nami and Varus combo can really easily punish you with the slows that they have, with the bubbles that they have. And, you know, you are up against a Sinzao. So basically, you are expecting it to be very linear. They just charge in, bubble yourself, you get an easy pick-off onto that Sinzao. So I feel like Bren Esports, this is the playstyle we were talking about, that hyper-aggression early.
Shaw gets a turret, but it's 1 HP. Nami goes for the quick response. Could move Fennel Adversity, Tidal Wave to just secure his life. But here onto the bot side, we have Fennel Adversity now actually diving in. And Bren doing the same with the counter engage. But Rebenga falling down behind. They don't want to do the same mistake on going under the turret.
This is Bren wanting to push through with the Sinzao pick. Not push through, rather, but keep going with the aggression.
Yeah, Blitzcrank goes for the ultimate, silences Riven. Delaying him for the fight, but Hook will connect. Power. He doesn't want to go for the hyper aggression because Hayes is there. It's a 3-man roam for Bren. No kills will be done.
Are going to be a little bit risky if they want to overstay. Power is there to guard this tower, as we see a little bit of that swap, I believe, as Varus is at top side.
Readying for the hook. But they're just seeing each other. They don't want to hyper aggress each other because when you're at this state of the game, it's just so difficult.
Yeah, it's very difficult considering how the lanes have been air quotes scattered. We get to see Consi trying to find opportunities topside to see if they can do a dive because Danny was the one that swapped and Power as it is at bot. So I really like this coming from Fennel Adversity. Makes Bren sort of dance to the tune that Fennel has been playing. So far, it has been Fennel in the lead, 1k gold. But Bren, look at them. They want this tower dive. They want this tower dive.
How did he get the hook down Gen? What was that? And now the Ignite will burn him away. Gen will go in for the stun. That will be the secure kill for Bren Esports as they take it down at the cost of a flash.
That is crazy. That Gen took a chance to the tri-brush, then gets rewarded. Power is 11 seconds till he goes up, but Bren Esports is able to equalize the map score and get that tower down at bot side. And so far, the biggest question is, where are these kills going? So far, it has been MGen always involved in these with the picks, and as well as Rebenga and Jeth. So we know that the Renekton can possibly spin out of control once given the opportunity. I'm just looking at MGen here.
Yeah. But anyway, everyone's safe. Everyone's fine. The hook is just going into air. They want to hook some air, some oxygen to live so far. But now Bren Esports, 4-man roam to the bot side, actually trades down, equalizes once again the current state of the game with 2 for 2 turrets.
That's really nicely done coming from Bren too. They've managed to acquire space for the next dragon.
Mid lane,
oh my
again,
word.
Inferno Bomb actually gets down onto the damage. Nami taking the secure kill from Jet. Good trade for Fennel Adversity.
Tidal Wave? Just to scare
Not
them away.
Now Fennel Adversity starting onto the Ocean Dragon. Bren Esports has to engage on this. 500 HP. Fennel will take down the Ocean Dragon. Rebenga will come through with the ultimate, knocking them back away. But MGen will die. Jet is no longer there. Bren actually wants to continue this. But we have Doming will fall. Power will fall as well. Bren Esports. Good state. But Fennel gets the Ocean Drake. Huge advantage for Fennel.
They were able to get Power and Doming off of that. But yeah, you're right. Huge advantage here coming from Fennel Adversity. But at the same time, it has been Haze that could possibly be the biggest problem. We talked about Jeth, Renekton, once given the situation, rather, or the good conditions, Renekton can shine. But of course, cannot forget about the Akali. We talked about this, no threats. If the Chain of Corruptions is gone, if the bubble cooldown is gone, then basically this is free reign for Haze to go all in. A lot of these key ults that can possibly stop Haze in his tracks are gone. Just bait it out. It's going to be free reign for an Akali. Look at this position. A hook could possibly come in.
Goes in for E. Readied up for hook. Tidal Wave will go for the disengage. MGen is so low. Fennel Adversity actually going for the hook. Almost getting the kill down. MGen with 1 HP. He scowers back away.
Oh dear. The Power though.
Yeah, actually getting pinned down against 2-3 members from Bren Esports. Power will try to go for the counter engage though, but Bren will retreat back because Fennel Adversity is just near. No kills will be done.
Yeah, this is the scary part about Fennel Adversity. They have the power to get picks here and there. Chain of Corruptions, or Tidal Wave, or Bubble. And then Shaw will just funnel through all the bombs in the world to immediately kill you. And that is exactly what we saw with Jeth, and exactly what we saw earlier for MGen. It's just too close. So Bren could try to... Bren have to maneuver away from all these key ults that will lock them down. And once you're locked down, it's going to be an easy kill. So Fennel can rinse and repeat this, especially when we look into the Infernal Drake. And especially when the timers, when the game continues to progress, when Baron could possibly be in the line.
Yeah, that's a do-or-die objective currently to actually alleviate some of the disadvantage and advantage of these two teams, because currently it's just even for both these teams. 40k for Bren Esports, Fennel Adversity 40.8, and 1 dragon each, 2 turrets each. So Baron would be that deciding factor on who will gain the edge up against each other.
Yeah, it's really, really even at this point. And of course, it's all about MGen finding these hooks for them to get a pick. For Fennel, it's them finding the Chain of Corruptions, finding those bubbles.
Hook actually gets necked onto Shaw. Shaw will fall. Tidal Wave will not be able to go for the disengage. And Zhao, with the ultimate, goes for the knockback. But this is a 1-for-1. MGen will be traded for Shaw.
Really nicely done by Bren, but at the same time, their mode of engage is practically gone. There's no hook for them whatsoever, so Fennel Adversity can push forward without the threat of a hook.
Yeah, and this might be a turret for Fennel Adversity. Now for the 1v1 here on top side, we have Jet flashing back away. No flash. Power can now come through to try and go for the catch-up, but Bren Esports is just there to go for the quick response. So Power will retreat back into his territory.
Yeah, he's gonna go back, get that reset, make sure that they're ready for the Infernal Drake. They do want that bonus damage for sure on the team, but something to take note of. For Twin Shadows, they are very angry at Haze, and as well as Twin Shadows is a soft counter to Blitzcrank, just because you will be able to spot out where Blitzcrank could possibly camp and linger for a pick. Now, Infernal Drake has spawned. We'll see how Fennel acts on this as Bren is first there.
And look at the Twin Shadows actually going for the information, but it's slow as well. Tidal Wave, 4-man knockup. Bren still continuing onto the Infernal Dragon. 3k HP, Fennel Adversity, and now diving in. Chain of Corruption goes for the root down, and Bren will get the Infernal Dragon. And now, it's a 5v5. It's Power trying to go back in. Haze goes for the Stasis Enchant, but he cannot disengage, and he will fall. It was a 1-for-0.
Fennel are playing these fights so well. At that point, after MGen is able to get a pick, it was Raffi with a double bubble that slowed down Bren. And Consi was incredibly low. Look at this.
Jet tries to go for the defense. MGen now coming through with a hook as well. Tries to go for the prediction. The flash will be used. But still, Bren has not traded onto the kill.
That was too close, but the flash will save Raffi's life over here. Get Rebenga.
That's a 1v1. Rebenga tries to go for the defense, goes for the knockup, but he will be stunned. He's half HP, too much to handle when it comes to the damage of Power.
Yeah, 1 level advantage for Power here, so no one from Bren can deal with a split push coming from this Riven. So this is going to be very, very problematic, as usually Blitzcrank is there to get picks in across the map, but for Fennel, as they've been garnering more and more territory as they're pushing down these towers, it's going to be a very difficult time to utilize a Blitzcrank with nothing much to offer, especially when playing from behind. But still, for Bren, they have Haze that can basically burst people down on the side of Fennel.
1v1, Power versus Jet. Jet is just running around, goes for the...
Oh dear me.
Knockup, but he is going to be very low on HP, forces out the ultimate. Power will not be able to get the kill, but he gets the HP trade.
It's gonna be no summoner spells. Actually, no Jeth. Just used barrier and flash. So this is gonna be a problem. Rebenga
trying to go for the Rift Scuttler. But they've just given it away against Power because of disadvantage for Fennel Adversity. They cannot go for the 1v1 up against him.
Yeah, no one can deal with him. Rebenga, not even especially Jeth as well. And for Haze, gonna be very sad. Once you go in, you're just gonna get instantly stunned. If you want to hide in the Twilight Shroud, but this is how you go.
Bren Esports going for the 3-man roam. The hook will not connect. No follow through with the engage. Power will be safe.
Yeah, it's so hard. As Power continuously is going to put pressure on this lane, that means Fennel Adversity has a lot of space to work with for the Baron.
Goes in for the stun. Jet actually forces out the Sterox Gauge alongside with the Gargoyle Enchant to be safe. And now that's a good pickup for Fennel Adversity, but here we go. MGen coming in for the flank. Here we go. The hook will be there, but the stun actually goes for the disengage. Power just outmaneuvering Bren Esports.
Yeah, when you're at this point, your cooldowns are going to be very, very short, so you can just play around, dance around as a Riven. Now, this is
Rebenga going to the backside, goes for the flash away, goes for the knockup, Tidal Wave, disengage. Danny will be there, tries to go back as well, doming, extra damage in. Bren Esports will not come through because when you're looking to the bot side, Riven actually still going for the split push.
That's going to be a 1v1 situation over there, and if Jet loses, that's going to be an inhibitor tower gone, meaning Fennel Adversity can just push through with this Baron take. And for Fennel, they're very, very wary still in taking the Baron, because MGen can just punish you under the pit. But look at that, tower gone, Power doing a lot of work in this game.
Yeah, because they have to do something. They have to return Bren Esports in a 3-man defense onto the Baron taken by Fennel Adversity. While if they do that, it's going to be Fennel Adversity going completely onto the Baron buff. So they have to pay the price. They have to pay the cost of Fennel Adversity defending towards onto the Baron Nashor.
Exactly. So that's the reason why Bren is having a hard time struggling to keep utilizing this Blitzcrank pick, because again, their zones, their territory is very minuscule now as Fennel continues to control and get more towers down. And it's so easy when you have this Ziggs and as well as power being able to...
Oh, Bren Esports going for the 4v4. Fennel Adversity went for the tidal wave, goes for the knockup.
Killer Instinct.
Now we have Killer Instinct coming from Consi. Will be able to take down 2. Shaw will die. Danny will be erased.
Power.
Now they're fighting onto a 5v3. Can they do it? Can they do it? Fennel Adversity will not be able to, as Power will not get the trade. And Bren will get the numbers advantage to go for the Elder Dragon.
And exactly, so this is a fight that Fennel Adversity didn't want to take because they lacked power. They needed power to be there for them to be more successful. But look at this, Hayes is just going to continue alongside with Rabenga on this Air Drake, Elder take. And Bren is able to scare away Fennel Adversity's attempt on the Baron. So this is huge for Bren Esports. Is able to tip the scales. It doesn't change the fact, though, that bot lane is open, so Jeff should watch out for that. So I'm looking into teleport plays, like, right now.
Right, and TPs are now coming through from the dual lane, now trying to go in for the counterattack. Doming still trying to go for the jump in. Hook will connect. That's going to be the CC chain. Massive play. Mega in for the bomb will not go through, but Doming will fall. He will die, and Bren Esports will remove the jungler for Fennel Adversity.
And that's 40 seconds on the clock. That is a lot of time for Bren Esports to gain control of this Baron area. We'll see, though, after Bren Esports is able to get that reset now, while Jeff has a little bit of breathing space with a 4v5 in the current map at the moment to keep split pushing at the bottom portion of the map. Try to equalize the map score, especially they have no inhibitor tower
Nice,
at the moment. Look at Power. Gonna get sandwiched.
And Rabenga, that's gonna be the pincer attack. Power, what are you gonna do? This is gonna be the 1v3. Power will die. He will be eviscerated. Shaw will be able to take that 1-for-1 trade though. But we have Hayes now coming into the backside with final execution. 5-point strike. Removes Shaw down. It will be the 3-4-2. Bren Esports, they're moving so much up against Fennel.
There's a lot of bounties on the board here as Bren now being able to get, or not actually get the Baron, as they are lacking manpower. Jeff was busy split pushing, but again, it is still a win as they're able to equalize the map score. There's still the Baron left standing. It is now from what, 4K, 5K gold lead? It is now a 1K gold difference. And Fennel still while in the lead. Consi is now coming online as the Kaisa, and Hayes as well being a huge problem with so much burst and impact to give, especially when Shaw is going to be unguarded, especially Danny's going to be unguarded. These are very vulnerable targets that Hayes is going to be happy to dive on.
And that's also the reason why I think they picked up 4 Twin Shadows a while ago to be able to try and determine the location of Amjan, to try and determine onto the Assassin Champions for Bren Esports, because Shaw and Danny is not the most mobile champion we've known so far in the Rift. So having this Twin Shadows is going to be very important, but now they're switching things up. I think they're readying up Shaw, they're readying up Danny onto going for TPs or going in for something else. But Twin Shadows will once again come through as the items for Fennel, as Bren Esports is just too much when it comes to the assassination. Flash will be burned by Danny.
Exactly, and that's the reason why Bren Esports is not letting bot lane go. They're keeping Jeff there on a tight leash to make sure
Power will be pinned down. That's going to be another flank coming in for Brenga. Go for the knockup. Hayes will be there. Mega Inferno Bomb going for the damage out, but Hayes is so low. Tidal Wave will bring him to 1 HP, and now Domin gets a trade down. It's a 1-for-1. But Bren wants to go for more. Rafi's 1 HP. Jet uses up the ultimate. Hook will not be able to connect, but once again, gets another trade. Doming will fall. Bren Esports remove the jungle for Fennel Adversity.
Now look how much space that has equaled to Bren just speedily taking this Baron. And now they're really back in this game. It's so even. But with 3 dragons on the board for Bren, Fennel with 1.
Shaw, double flash for Bren, actually be able to take the kill down. Now it's 50 seconds without Shaw in this game. Bren still hovering down. Donnie will be able to get alive with the GA, but will be popped immediately by Bren Esports. They're going for more. Rafi will be next onto the list. He will die. It's Bren Esports going for the ace. And now, with the Baron buff, they're continuing onto the inhibitor turret to finish this game. 1 second for power to go for the defense. Doming at 5. Bren Esports now coming through. TPs are now coming up. They will be able to take down power. 1 HP, 500, and Bren will take game 1.
What a comeback of Bren Esports in that game. They were very patient while they had a couple of failed attempts onto the dual lane of Fennel Adversity. It was still Conzi that was able to pick up, get a lot of kills on the board, get ahead, get online, and no one was able to deal with Conzi on that Kaisa. And as well as the fact that Bren Esports was able to adjust to Power's constant split pushing and punish him in awkward positions.
Yeah, and just the split push amounted a lot for Fennel Adversity, but when you're looking at the composition for Bren Esports, they were able to come through with a bang. Actually just waiting for the late game to be able to impact so much onto the squishy targets for Fennel Adversity. What a huge comeback they've shown us. Now the question would be, can Fennel Adversity make this into game 3?
I think that is the biggest question. They looked really good. Again, we talked about this before the draft as well, but before we tackle that, I'd like to take a look at the stats because I believe Rafi got most of the kills. He was unstoppable at one point in the game, and that's the reason why we get to see a 5-2-5 score on Rafi as the Nami. But of course, Bren Esports, look at Conzi, he's the MVP, he's 8-2-4. Don't forget Hayes as well, with massive Akali plays, just being very patient, waiting for basically Chain of Corruptions and Tidal Wave and Bubble cooldowns to go off on Fennel Adversity side. And Hayes just basically went all in, is able to burst people down. And again, this composition is very squishy. Again, there's no threats to Hayes' life unless everybody builds Twin Shadows, I suppose, after what we saw earlier. I mean, of course, it is there as well to spot out where MGen is going to be camping, especially when we take a look at the first 15 minutes of the game. But it has been very crucial. And Bren Esports, very patient, unfazed at all to the early results, early lead that Fennel Adversity had.
And here's just the thing. When you're picking up Varus, you need to have a very solid frontliner. But when you're looking at Fennel Adversity's case, the only frontliner that they have is Riven to be able to frontline, tank in, and get all the aggros up against Bren Esports. And you're considering a lot of backline axes in the form of Hayes, Conzi, Revenga, Jet. Pretty much every single one of Bren Esports' composition can have that backline axis, and I think this was the downfall for Fennel Adversity, especially the mid-game, late-game, despite having this early-game advantage up against Bren.
Yeah, Fennel Adversity at first did a good job with our 4-1. There was no one that could deal with power, but eventually Bren started to invest more resources, managed to catch power off guard, and this basically ruined the formation in the map that we saw with Fennel Adversity. Okay, you go 4-1, we're gonna push towers, we have a Ziggs, we can basically pick someone off if we can with the bubble. If Rafi did a very good job in this game. His bubbles are very spot on, but unfortunately Bren was a ticking time bomb, and Fennel Adversity couldn't really exactly end it in time despite with their lead. We talked about this before as well, before the draft started, where Fennel Adversity, they will play aggressively in the early game, but once they get the lead, they'll play a little bit more mellow, a little bit more tame. And I feel like that Bren Esports just basically took advantage of that and were able to get Conzi ahead.
Yeah, and it was showcased in the mid-game, wherein they have this huge advantage, but they were afraid for Bren Esports, and they were really hindering and they were limiting themselves into trying to get those objectives as an all-in type of situation. And you just have to let power go for the split push instead. Yes, they've gotten an inhibitor turret out of that, but Bren Esports after were able to go for some kills because Shaw was left open, Donnie was left open. We have to remember that power is the only one who can tank for the team. But we'll see on how the winning team for Game 1 has the MVP. It's going to be Consi as the master of the match.
Yeah, no questions here. I mean, Kansi was very chill in the early game for sure, just trying to ramp up as the Kaisa. But once he came online, no one could deal with him. He was godlike at one point in the game, and it was just textbook Kaisa style, I suppose. He was fearless as well with aggressive killer instincts, even with a team behind him. He just was very confident in this pick. So I'm sure Fennel Adversity should watch out for Consi in the next game.
Yeah, I think they have already read through Fennel Adversity. You know what? Pick up Rakan. You can't. We're banning away Rakan. You have to force out a different scenario, and their scenario is going to be Nami and Varus, but they lack onto the tanking composition, and I think if they're going for the same duo, we might expect more of a tanky composition to come through for the second rotation and third for Fennel Adversity.
Yeah, I feel like if Fennel Adversity would like to go through the 5v5 route, then perhaps they can pick up a Jarvan 4. Perhaps for Domeng, I believe, has played the J4. But most of the time, it's usually just all these squishies, all these early game focused assassins or champions as well. We're talking about the Lee Sin, perhaps even maybe even the Xin Zhao. So for Fennel Adversity, I feel like they're going to lean a lot towards this formula where they have Shaw on something that can impact the map or have control over the map, or maybe something that can tag along with him, like an Ahri, perhaps a strong level 3 as well. Xin Zhao Ahri is a very strong combo, I believe. So I'm excited to see what the draft is going to be looking like at game number 2.
Yeah, and I think it was a constant for Shaw for Fennel Adversity, like picking up Ahri and Orianna. I think this is relatively the first time, if not a constant time, that Shaw has been picking through this Ziggs mid lane, through this long range mid lane, because what we typically have seen on his game style is that assassin mid laner to be able to maneuver into those team fights and miss up onto those CCs coming in from the enemy team. But this was a totally different story coming down for Fennel Adversity. I think they were planning to go for the poking composition, given that they have locked in onto a Varus and a Nami for their lineup. So I think this could change things up. Maybe for Fennel Adversity, if they want to reflect a similar composition, maybe change Kha'Zix on a tanky jungler. Maybe a Jarvan 4 coming up for them actually has the potential to lock in onto Renekton, to lock in onto Xin Zhao and some of the familiar champions for Bren Esports.
Yeah, you're right. If Domeng is able to lock in that J4, I feel like this could be an opportunity for Shaw to pick up the Orianna. We talked about this before when we looked at the stats. The Ziggs, I believe, is 100% win rate for Shaw, but now that is not 100% now. But we mentioned how his playstyle is very assassin leaning, and it doesn't matter if he's on an Orianna. He is still able to shine and manage his own and do solo kills early game. By the way, so maybe we get to see that for Fennel Adversity. I feel like that's one of their biggest strengths. And if you lock in the Jarvan 4, there is your ball delivery system. If the Rengar is not banned, though, we get to possibly see the cat ball combination. Thrill of the hunt, then pass the ball and let the cat deliver the shockwave to the rest of Bren Esports. There is 2 ways to go about it for sure. Either Jarvan 4 or Rengar, but it will definitely depend if Bren wants to unleash that, because Rabenga is also a very, very good Rengar player. So perhaps, depending on the side switching, side selection, a Rengar could possibly be open.
Yeah. However, I think this is the consensus. I think Bren Esports doesn't want to actually release Rengar and Rakan coming into the next games. Maybe leave Rengar open, potentially, if they are left onto the blue side selection. It's a question. It's a matter of what you want to prioritize, what you want to play along when it comes to your composition and the enemy team's composition. It's a matter of playing the mind games, playing a chess in this draft composition. Are you letting the king come through with a very big pickup in the first rotation, which can lead to a lot of counter engage, as we saw coming in for Fennel Adversity, first locking into Ziggs, rather Bren going for the counter onto those big backline axes with Renekton and Sinjao. So now in game 2 is now the question, are we going to see a different side selection, different bans, and the order of how we see these champions being locked in for both these teams?
Yeah, I really love how you brought that up. It's Xin Zhao and then Renekton, really strong top jungle duo as well. But of course, when we look at Rebenga, usually he's always going to keep visiting dual lane. It doesn't matter if the dual lane is aiming for late game scaling. He's just going to try to constantly pressure that lane, and that's exactly what we saw. And I'm not going to be surprised if we're going to see it again, especially when he is on a Xin Zhao. So perhaps we will see more of that Blitzcrank just because it enables the roams. It's so good paired with an early game jungler just because you can potentially snowball the game with a lot of picks. But that didn't happen here. That it's more of them having to turtle the game out. Even though I mentioned this before, Blitzcrank, not a lot to offer once you're being shoved into your own base. So Bren Esports really played that so well. They were able to again punish power, not exactly punish, but commit more resources without losing too much in the map. So for me, Fennel adversity, I think Akali is going to be a huge pick. Galio, Braum is open, and as well as Kraga. So perhaps you could pick that early into the draft, especially when you're on red side, flex it around, and then you basically slow down the threat of a possible Akali pick into the draft. So that is something that I am keen on for the next draft on game number 2.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that as well. I mean, I think this is reflective to what Bren Esports was known for. Early aggression, very, very aggressive. Maybe not in this particular case, but they've shown us this great deal of having that power when it comes to their early game to try and match it up against Fennel Adversity, because throughout the game, the most that we've seen Fennel Adversity take the board or take the leaderboard when it comes to the gold was probably around 3k gold lead. So for Bren Esports is matching that up even in that game number 1. And I think that is how MGen has played that game, how Kaisa is complementary onto this Blitzcrank pick. I think Blitzcrank and Sinjao has been a very, very dominant early game champions that we see for Bren Esports. And I think having MGen rotate in other lanes to be able to impact on those scenarios are a huge value for Bren Esports to bring into game number 2. So as you stated, we might potentially even see this through coming once again for Bren, except if it's banned away by Fennel Adversity, as we see a respect ban onto Asena for Fennel Adversity.
And they don't want the Senna plus Nasus plus Singed or maybe Galio iteration. I think we've only seen that once ever in the fall season. So very understandable, because you don't want to deal with that. That means you have to expend more resources, try to dive it constantly. But their focus is mainly towards power, getting him ahead, and as well as Shaw, depending on what picks he will secure. Maybe back to the Ziggs, or perhaps maybe a little bit on the assassin side of things, because I feel like that's where Shaw shines a lot. And I don't know. You know what I'm looking forward to though, Infinity? I feel like this could be the time where if the Lee Sin is open, I want to see a Lee Sin Thresh happen. Lakan, an AD carry that can manage his own, like a Corki. You have good wave clear. You've got the Valkyrie for that safety. That means you can possibly have a Thresh on your team, roam around the map with a Lee Sin. I'm sure MGen has been feeling really good about his skill shots from the game earlier, so maybe instead of a Blitzcrank, we could possibly see a Thresh.
Might potentially be. I mean, Blitzcrank, Thresh, similar type of playstyle, but in a different type of setup, wherein Thresh is a all-in type of champion, just jumps in, goes for the ultimate, and even then, I think it also complements onto how Conti is playing into the dual lane. As now we'll see if it comes into fruition as we jump in to Bren Esports up against Fennel Adversity for Game 2 draft. Lakan immediately banned away.
Yeah, it's a switcheroo of sides now, and you're right. Rakan, they don't want to see that. Raffi has been a monster in that pick. And as well as you pair that up with a Zion Rakan as well, that means that's big, big respect. Fiora, though, is going to get banned over here. It's a target ban towards power mainly. For Fennel, MGen as well will get a respect ban. So there's going to be a lot open for the taking this time around. Twisted Fate will be the last ban. We'll see if that's going to be a Ziggs lock-in or perhaps a Rengar lock-in, because remember, Rengar is now open for the taking, and we could possibly see the Cat Ball or the Jarvan 4 combo this time around.
A release in is going to be open for Bren Esports as well, but as you stated, Rengar will be the priority here for Bren. Now, Fennel Varsity taking the next step. I mean, they were able to ban away the Blitzcrank because Bren banned away Lakan. So now Fennel has locked in onto Renekton and the Kaisa for Danny and Dame. Oh, Danny and Fennel Varsity overall.
Yeah, it's gonna be towards for Danny here, the Kaisa. They take away basically Consi's really... Whoa! Action! Action! Gonna be our first action here in the playoffs. So this is gonna be absolutely crazy as Bren locks it in. Fennel Adversity now getting a lot of picks on the board with the Lulu and as well as the Sin Zhao. And now we're thinking, okay, I'm just very excited. The draft is going by very fast.
Yeah, and I mean, the action wasn't able to have that very great run in the group stage, but maybe Bren Esports can change the path of action being locked in Pro League. Now, Fennel Varsity, though, locking onto the Orianna, we're gonna see the Assassin Shaw that has been titled onto him for the group stage.
I love it. This is gonna be a very explosive game number 2. Our first action, and it's going to be towards Consi. You take my Kaisa, I will bring something that you've never seen before. Well, we've seen it once before. And just as you mentioned Infinity, it didn't work out so well in the group stages. It could be a different story, as it is Bren now holding that action here. So very excited to see this one work out. You've got Rebenga back in this Rengar, Hayes as well. It's going to be double assassins on the board, and Consi will join them as well. Going rogue, that invisibility, I feel like there's going to be more twin shadows happening on the opposite side for Fennel Adversity.
Yeah, that 4 twin shadows came up, but we'll see. Definitely if Fennel Adversity will make it through into that 4 shadows. As now, it's going to be the do or die match for Fennel Adversity, and Bren needs one more to take the throne for Series 2. Now we're jumping into the Rift. It's game number 2 of the series.
It's so important as well. No one wants to drop into the lower bracket, the first lower bracket today, as it is just BO1. BO1s are very, very scary to be in, and I'm sure Bren Esports wants to stay on the safe side of things. Of course, Jeth now on Garen duty, so he is there to be your canceller, the silencer. Doming will come in, you'll get a silence. Power will come in, and they will get a silence as well. Most of the time, just disrupting the combo that we usually see in these champions. So we'll see how this is going to go, especially, again, the most exciting thing, Consi now going to be on that Akshan paired with a Braum. So this will be a tough lane for Danny and Rafi, as we see now Bren Esports duo has priority.
Especially when it comes to the early game. You have Braum with the stunts, with the CC potential, so I think Fennel Varsity just going in for a very, very slow pacing here into the dual lane is a good strategy up against his dominant dual lane. But so the question is going to be action. How can he play through his passive? Can he revive onto his teammates when it matters the most? Can he be able to impact when it comes to the damage category up against Fennel Adversity, up against Kaisa from Danny?
Yeah, that is the biggest question as well. Will he be able to do what you just mentioned, and as well as provide an extra head for that roaming? We're talking about Rebenga and as well as Hayes, but of course Hayes is busy having to face off Shaw. I feel like Shaw on an Orianna, I think it's his best pick. So Doming though.
Yeah, they're going for the 1v1. Doming went in for the jungle invade. Jez is coming through, but you have Power going for the response. So Garen will not be able to push through with Doming, but look at Rebenga.
Sneaking
going
in
for the flank. He's sneaking through. He has the sights onto Doming though, and Doming has sights onto him. So this is not going to be the best situation for Rebenga. He falls back.
Yeah, this is a really good call to port to a safer spot near the tower. Could have been first blood, but Rebenga wins the deal as Fennel wasn't able to secure the buff exchange, as we get to see Jeff prevent that from happening. So it's going to be a 1 buff start, sadly. Or rather, just a 1 buff start coming from Doming. It's going to slow him down a little bit. So now what we're looking forward to is the Ocean Drake in 1 minute, a few seconds or so, as well as the Rift Herald. Ocean, for sure, we'll see whether or not Bren wants to unlock the map right away as we see a gank.
Rebenga goes in, jumps in, but Power easily dashes away.
He's able to slice and dice out, popping the Dominus with it as well. So it's not too bad of a loss coming from Fennel. Better than, going without a flash here. So it's really patient. Power didn't need to do anything much but escape. But possibly Rebenga could take a second visit, but looking at his movement in the map, with priority from Bren's side of things, this means that Rebenga can try to see if they can roam a bit more with MJan over here, especially mid lane.
Yeah, I think they're going in for the 1v1 over Hayes. So difficult to go for a melee versus range champion, but 1 HP for Shaw. Mid lane, what could happen here is going to be a very interesting situation as they're not going to be able to take the first blood.
It's crazy how Shaw held on to that flash. He held on. He knows that he needs that flash in the next fight. So the next fight could possibly be in the Rift Herald. We get to see Shaw reset, but Bren, or Fennel Adversity rather, already starting the Rift Herald.
Yeah, and Jet is here to go for the contest, 4.5k HP. Fennel Adversity, if you want to take this, you need to jump back in. But Daming is gonna jump into another location. Instead of the Baron split, they went in for the bush instead.
This is a bit difficult for Fennel, I suppose. They didn't have much vision, and they needed Shaw in that fight for that setup for the Shockwave. But look at this, though. Fennel now turning their attention towards the Dragon. Bren Esports is there for the response.
It's a 4v4. Fennel starting onto the Ocean Dragon. Bren Esports wants to go for engage. Domin goes in for the ultimate, goes for the counter attack with a wild growth, actually getting that sustainability. First blood for Fennel Adversity, getting that down. It's now 2-for-1. Ashen went in for the ultimate, getting the trade down to Domeng. Now too much damage coming through, and that will be the 2-for-2.
Danny got a lot out of that. He got 2 kills as well, on top of first blood, I believe. So Bren Esports is able to even out the score as Hayes was able to get a couple of kills in that skirmish. Ocean Drake has been prevented though, but look at Power.
They're going for the 4-man roam into the mid lane. Power gonna get pinned down. Thrill of the Hunt actually puts him down. Ignite. Bull burning away, but a flash actually gets the kill down. What? 1-for-1 coming for Fennel Adversity as now they're trying to respond onto Bren Esports' initiation. And Danny, with so much damage with Acadian Rain, pushes back Bren Esports.
Yeah, Power was able to survive a little bit more to bait out Bren, to overstay, see if they can land one last auto attack and secure the kill. At this point, though, the death timers are going to be relatively short, so Fennel Adversity, even without even the kill, went towards Rebenga. They're still not able to get as much free space to get this Ocean Drake.
Yeah, and Fennel, though, starting once again onto the Ocean Dragon. Bren Esports just hovering around. Rebenga will be there. 2k HP. Fennel not pushing through because of the risks involved. Fighting up against Bren Esports, but what they want is to go for the engage, though, as now Rebenga jumps through. Power.
That was too risky. That's always the most dangerous way to go back to the lane. Taking, again, the dangerous way around, including Domeng, but they do have a little bit of vision, I suppose.
Jet, though. The zones away the enemy team. Power will be there as well. Rebenga jumps through, up against Braum. But they go back.
They want to stay. Yeah, they want to stay and make sure that, considering that they have the Scuttler advantage. But look at the top lane. It has been pushing slowly. So we might see a second charge here. Look at Fennel, though. They're hesitating a little bit.
Because if they actually push her into the top side, Bren will take on to the Ocean Dragon. As now that's going to be stunned. Killer Instinct comes in. Jet is very low, but will not be able to get the kill. Shockwave will go for the 2-man knock-up. Hayes will come back in to go in for the final execution, but He will not do so as he will get killed by Fennel Adversity. 2-4-0 for Fennel.
It's another double kill for the carries for Fennel Adversity, and that is something that you do not want. Bren Esports fought without Consi there, so they were lacking that AD carry. They were lacking Akshan to be involved in that fight, as Bren was busy with a split push, but this is going to be a Fennel comeuppance. Gonna be used there, but will not get the kill onto Doming.
Yeah, and I think having this situation, Fennel Adversity is now on an even footing up against Bren Esports. Yes, they've lost onto 2 turrets already, but with the Ocean Dragon, with their kill onto Hayes, with MGen as well, they were able to bring this back. Now, top lane, it's now going to be the 2v1. Damnation Justice will bring that power. Good kill for Bren.
Really nicely done by Bren. They're trying to equalize again what just happened. They lost to Dragon. They lost the fight, especially the kills went over in favor of Shaw and Danny from earlier. So this is going to be something that they want to make sure that they can answer. Especially, they do. They have Consi over here as the Akshan. Currently already has the Bork intact. It's the heroic swing. Hayes, I feel like Hayes would be a huge problem for Fennel Adversity here. So we'll see if they can manage to get picks here and there with roams, especially with MGen involved. They will need the stuns into the Bola Strike and just pour in all the damage in the world. Mid lane still pretty much open for the taking, as Shaw will be there as the gatekeeper. Just tons of wave clear from the Orianna. So Bren has to take a pick before moving into anything else.
But just considering the amount of sustainability coming in from Rafi and just attacking opposite from Power and Doming, it's going to be hard. It's going to be difficult, but as you stated, this is the important situation that Bren Esports needs to be able to take the advantage down up against Fennel Adversity. Now here we see how Jet pushes bot, but you have Power just being so present in the map, being able to defend pretty much right now. They're just waiting for the Baron to come up at 25 seconds, and this is where everything will start when it comes to the value taken per kill in this game.
Yeah, Bren Esports can start to ward near the Baron area, see if they can get a pick, use their 1-3-1, and then if they do, they will be able to try and secure that for themselves. But something that Bren Esports has to consider, there's a Kaisa over there at the opposite side of the spectrum. Danny's going to be that late game monster, as shown by us, by Consi in the first game today in the series. And also as well, Shaw's shockwaves are going to be very impactful once the items pile in. So you're going to be seeing game-breaking shockwaves. It's going to be very painful. Wild Growth as well is going to cancel out any threats of the assassins on board.
Curl to Hunt actually jumps in, gets a kill down. Rafi will fall. Fennel Adversity now loses one member out of that.
Yeah, that's Taylor Instinct.
Yeah, flash in, Jet, low HP. And Danny will get the kill down. It's a 1-for-1.
Oh, Danny. The ult comeuppance.
Oh, that was close.
Too close. That is too close, as we get to see the clutch shield coming from Shaw over there. But that is a flash and a barrier gone for Danny. So this is the summoner spells. If ever Bren decides to pressure using this Baron buff, that means that's not going to be available. The safety will fall heavily on Rafi's positioning, whether or not he gets caught out first, whether or not he's the target and he uses Wild Growth on himself. So at this stage of the game, that ult coming from Lulu, coming from Rafi, is going to be very important to deny kills and bursts. Coming from Bren, especially, Hayes will continue to potentially go crazy on the damage board, as Witchbane now acquired on the side of Hayes at this point. But 18 seconds on the clock before the Infernal Drake is going to spawn. And of course, we're seeing the resets happen right now. Fennel, though, will be able to at least have a little bit of control over there, as they will not be late-ish to the reset. They are already hovering around, but they're getting zoned out by MGen.
Yeah, and look at the mid lane. It's Fennel Adversity and Bren Esports reunion, as Bren actually starts up onto the Baron. Having information for Power, he just stays down. It's going to be very difficult. Fennel needs to go for the counter engage. That's going to be flash and stun onto Rabenga. Shockwave will not connect. That was a huge ulti now down the drain for Fennel Adversity. Now TP is now coming through. Garen will now come into the fray. Glacial Fisher to go for the knock-up, but Fennel will take the Baron Nashor, and Bren Esports tries in to disengage, tries to remove that Baron buff, but Dama and Danny will live. This is now going to be 2 up against all. 2v3. Rebenga going back as Jet will fall. That will be the 3-4-3 even trades, but Fennel gets the Baron.
Yeah, Fennel Adversity says, thank you very much for the leash. Bren Esports was forced out of the Baron pit after already kicking in half HP of that buff. And Fennel Adversity was able to capitalize on that and get rewarded with that secure. They even will get the Infernal Drake as well as a big bonus. So this is a total win for Fennel, even though, let's just say, on the board, quite even in kills, quite even on gold. But Fennel getting all the buffs, getting all the control. We'll see how they can manage to siege this one.
If they could defend it, because now Fennel Adversity pushing into the mid lane. They've already secured onto the Infernal Dragon. They're going in for more objectives. Bren Esports trying to defend this. You have Haze going into the backside. Power actually very low on HP. Shockwave will go in for the 2-man knock-up. Fennel Adversity trying in, but Bren Esports actually gets eviscerated by Fennel Adversity. Make it one more as Rebenga tries to creep back away, but Fennel puts him down. He is now 6 feet underground. Consi will be the only one left to defend the base. Fennel now rushing through into the inhibitor turret. They're going in. They're going in. There's 20 seconds on the clock for Bren Esports to be alive for his teammates. Consi tries to go for the defense. Fennel Adversity just tries to push this in, tries to finish the game, and Doming into the backside goes for the last hit. Fennel Adversity takes this at game 3.
What a victory from Fennel, taking it to game number 3. I'm sure they're gonna be happy about that one. That is a beautiful performance coming from Danny over here on the Kai'Sa. Is able to get prime positioning the early game with that double kill onto Danny, the double kill onto Shaw, the fight after, and it basically just spiraled out of control, and no one from Bren Esports is able to deal with that.
Yeah, it's a Fennel Adversity being able to try and really just go back to it. Bren Esports got their lead with how much they do, but Fennel was able to get that Baron because Bren leashed it down, and I think Bren was overconfident in trying to get that down, but considering the amount of gold disadvantage was very low in that situation of the game, it was too risky. So I think Fennel Adversity really just pushed this through, took the opportunity, took this into game 3.
Yeah, gotta love the adjustments that Fennel did. They adjusted in the bans as well. They let the Rengar through and decided to remove the Blitzcrank as it has been a threat. I believe it has been picked twice so far in the entirety of the fall season. The same goes for Akshan, which unfortunately still is standing in a very sad 0% win rate, but it's just been picked twice. So with Bren now back to the drawing board, as it is very scary to drop into that lower bracket. Looking at the stats, Danny has been very scary in this game. 7-1-6, again, just waiting for the Kai'Sa to ramp up. But the double kill, the double kill in the early game just really sent Danny flying in a good way, by the way. So Bren Esports, on the other hand, there were so many fights that Consi wasn't around. He wanted to try and split push to clear the map, but Fennel Adversity just kept initiating the fights where Bren Esports aren't just ready yet.
Yeah, and I think that is the best situation, right? Sneak into enemy territory when they're asleep. And I think the master of the match, the one who leads the pack, is going to be Danny on the Kai'Sa once again.
Look at that, 100% kill participation. He is everywhere. Every single time he was able to join his team, create this huge impact with those kills in the first fight in the Dragon Pit. And of course, his solo kill up against Jeth as well, which enabled more space for the team to lock in that Baron for themselves and scare out Bren Esports and win the game. And so far, it has been the tale of the 80 carries for this series. Question is, will it still be the same? Will Kai'Sa still be the game-changing pick?
Yeah, it's up to the next draft phase. I mean, there is an opening for Bren Esports to once again go for the red side selection, and Fennel being forced to go for the blue side. That is an option today. And we'll determine if that would be the case, as Kaisa is actually one of the picks here for both teams, for Fennel and Bren Esports. Although the adjustments coming in from that game too was phenomenal. And we see how Danny has played that out alongside with his support, Rafi, Lulu, Wild Growth constantly being provided for his team.
Yeah, Danny was able to shine in this game for sure. So the biggest question is, how will the draft go later? Will we see Danny back again in this Kaisa? Or we could possibly see a Corki Kaisa matchup? Or if we go further back, a Draven Lux against a Kaisa lane, perhaps, maybe?
Lux Kaisa is also available if ever, but not specifically a counter onto Kaisa, but rather just simply getting that very strong stronghold in the early game to be able to clear some waves down. So as you stated, there is an option for a Lux to come through to get a counter or to supplement Kaisa in the next game. As we actually look at the draft history for game number 2 with Bren Esports, banning out Lakan, Fiora, Camille, Fennel, Blitzcrank, Senna, and Twisted Fate did huge adjustments for this specific game.
Yeah, Bren was able to try to remove and see, the Fiora, and as well as this Camille, just try to remove some of the flex and as well as ammunition for Power to use for his 4-1 split push. For Fennel Adversity, you're right. It's really nice to see this adjustment. They removed the Blitzcrank. They don't want to deal with it. And now for Bren Esports, bringing up the Akshan as well. I am more perplexed that the Riven did not appear in the draft. So it's perhaps they wanted to get the Garen, made sure that they have it, so they have that canceller again up against Renekton and as well as Xin Zhao. So with that as well, to make sure in case that an Akali would get picked in the draft early, coming from the side of Fennel Adversity. So that is most likely what the reason was, to put Jeth on a champion that is able to neutralize certain picks. And of course, I really like this Lulu pick. It just cancels out any potential threats of burst coming from the Rengar, coming from possibly even Akshan as well. So this is Fennel Adversity adjusting super well into the draft.
Yeah. And I think action is really strong. When you look at it on a bigger standpoint, you have the recent buff from patch 2.4b having crit damage onto the heroic swing and even having more crit chance onto his kill kit. But really, we just need to really just maneuver through and discover what complements it. And currently, we still don't know what really is a big impact onto this champion, who is the best support to be able to play around Action. Because if we look at it, Action is full of single targeted damage. When it comes to AoE, he lacks to it. When you're comparing it onto a Kaisa, a Kaiten Rain, huge AoE damage potential. And then when you're comparing it to other more champions, there is a lot to take in. As an ADC, you have Draven, you have Ezreal, as you stated a while ago. So I think these are just the selections. I think Ashen played that very well though, but still 0% win rate for group stage and the playoffs, and even Trash as well. Though I love to see a Trash come through once again in a proficient manner to be able to impact in a huge way.
Yeah, I really would love to see early game aggression coming from a Thresh, not during the laning phase, but most especially with roaming with your jungler. I feel like it's going to be very, very scary and very snowbally. Lee Sin, Thresh, again, I keep bringing it up. Xin Zhao, Thresh as well is going to be very strong. You've got the Hulk, then Audacious Charge, and it's just going to be an easy kill. And of course, when we look at the AD carries, I feel like, again, Corki will appear in the third game, as again Kaisa has been a very has been a priority for most of these teams, so Corki could follow suit, or maybe even the Draven if they feel a little bit braver. So those are my expectations on the next draft, and really nice to see Shaw again on this Orianna. I feel like it's his strongest pick so far based from what we've seen in the fall season, and I'm not going to be surprised if he does pick it again.
there is a chance that we see a Draven, as you stated, because I think it complements the early hyper-aggression for Bren Esports. If they continue in picking up Sinja, if they continue in picking up these early game power spike champions, definitely Draven can complement these type of game style. And I think Bren could have the potential to ban away Orianna if this is always the case, because when we look at Shaw, when he has Orianna, he's just the menace of a champion to deal with. When it comes to team fights, when it comes to individual plays on a 1v1 basis.
Yeah, I feel like as well. Especially, I mean, Lux has been falling out ever since the beginning of the fall season, or even the latter stages of the summer season. So Draven plus Janna could possibly be a pair that we might see, because again, Draven is very, very vulnerable as a champion. He deals a lot of damage early, but is very vulnerable. So that disengage is going to be very important for that Draven. So we'll see what will the draft is going to look like. Especially, I'm not going to be surprised if we're going to be seeing a lot of the surprise picks, usually that they want to keep into the later stages of the tournament, into the playoffs, because again, they don't want to drop to the dreaded BO1s today, because anything can happen in a BO1 rather, and we've seen that play a huge part before in the group stages of the fall season.
Yeah, I think the lower bracket is just too chaotic. It's a do or die matchup every single time, and you don't have any breathing room to be able to have that information. Oh, this team wants to go over this type of setup today in this specific group stage. So that's not going to be the case. So I think both these teams need to be at their very best and bring in their A game coming into game number 2. Because if they don't, it's going to be a lower bracket. It's a devastating bracket to fight against. It's like birthday party every single time, but in a negative way. You don't know what gifts are coming through, you don't know what's coming up, or even showing up to your party at this very case, coming down into the playoffs, coming into the Icon Series in this last stages for the Icon Series fall season in general. So really, it's going to be a very, very pressured game for Bren Esports and Fennel Adversity. It's a matchup between adaptability, flexibility, and also their mind games, and having to complement the pressure and also the drain of mentality coming into game number 3.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is the first day of the playoffs. This is going to be very insanely nerve-wracking, and these teams are fighting for those 2 slots to represent the region in the Wild Rift Sea Championship. So this is a huge and big deal. And as well as, of course, Bren Esports, they didn't get to qualify last time at the summer season. And now for the fall season, they've managed to, created a huge memorable performance back in the fall season, back in the group stages rather. And for Fennel Adversity, they unfortunately, got eliminated early in the tournament. They definitely do not want to experience the same thing that happened during the summer season. They got 0-2'd by Team Secret and then got knocked out by Omega Esports in the lower bracket of the BO1. So of course they want to change destiny. They want to change the past and create a different road for them towards, again, this whole entire journey here in the playoffs.
Yeah, the road to victory starts now, but they need to have that extra push, extra pressure, extra game plan coming into this game number 3, because once again, for the ones of you who are currently watching, lower bracket are all best of ones. So it is a do or die. It is going to be a very impact playstyle coming down to that bracket if anyone comes down and loses their upper bracket series today. Well, this is really going to be very exciting. I mean, the champions that are going to be chosen up. Currently, Bren Esports has a stark contrast between their very first game and their second game draft. Are they going to bring in that different element once again, that surprise element coming to game 3? Or are they going back into what works from game 1? As we jump into the champ select by Right Go.
You know what? Maybe it's the time. Hayes, bring up a Yasuo. I feel it. Gragas could possibly appear in this draft as well. Especially it has been open countless of times. Fennel Adversity now on your blue side. Gonna just ban out MJan's champion. And I feel like for Bren, they're gonna ban the same thing. They don't want Rafi's Lakan off the board, as we get to see actually something that we could possibly see as well, if we're not going to be seeing a Gragas Yasuo here, we might see an Olaf composition in this draft, as both these teams do have this history of playing that Olaf, most likely more on the Bren Esports side, rather. We'll see.
Look at that though. Rengar gonna be banned away by Bren Esports alongside Red Rakan, so we're going back to it. But Xin Zhao's gonna be open, and Fennel University immediately locking onto this champion, removing it away for Rebenga.
Yeah, Fennel Adversity can go for the Riven Sin Zhao combo once more. Look at Brendo. They're going to lock in this Mundo. And Kaisa Mundo, they are looking towards the late game. And the biggest question is, will they be able to survive? And whatever 3 picks they're going to pick last is going to supplement that approach. Fennel Adversity now locking on this Lulu and as well as Renekton. So it's not going to be a Riven Sin Zhao combo, but at the end of the day, Fennel locking in this Lulu just to counter out any burst coming in on whatever Bren is going to pick up.
Yeah, and it's extra sustainability coming down into it for the front lines for Fennel Adversity. But Bren Esports now locking onto the Nami alongside with Garen, coming through for both Consi and Jet.
Exactly. This is going to be very a very tanky team coming from Bren Esports. In the meantime, Fennel is now, we're going to be seeing Shaw's Ari pick up, and as well as the Corki. We talked about this earlier as well. The usual matchups, either most likely a Corki up against the Kaisa, who's able to manage things on their own, and the Kali to finish off the draft for Bren Esports. Hayes is going to try it for the 3rd time once more. First game, it was successful. Second, it wasn't. But with now how beefy they are, Fennel Adversity has narrowed down a few targets for the Charm for their level 3 spike. Renekton, Xin Zhao, and Ari in general have really strong level 5s and level 3s. And now that eventually at the later stages of the game with Consi and Mjon are going to be insanely tanky, their targets are going to narrow down to just Rebenga and Hayes and Jeff.
Yeah, this is going to be a difficult situation for Fennel Adversity into accessing the backlines, and for Bren, it's going to be a difficult situation onto this Lulu, Corki, Ari pick, as well as the Renekton and the Xin Zhao. Who's gonna take it down? Who's gonna win this game number 3? As this will be the last game of the series. It's gonna be the top 2nd seed for Group A versus the top seed for Group C for Game 3. Now here we are. Very standard situations for now. Bren Esports going for the dual lane into the bot side. Try and match it up against Corki and Lulu. Everyone is at their right place. No one's going for the early clear push into the mid lane. So it's a standard situation for both these teams.
Yeah, no funny business, especially when no Braum. It is going to be lanes just intact. And we've talked about this in the draft. Level 3 is going to be very strong for the Fennel Esports side. You've got you've got Shaw with a Charm. You got Doming as well with a full kit. Renekton, again, level 3. All your combos on board to get the stun in, to get sustain. They do have information, though, that Rebenga is going to be around. So now for Fennel, they're going to aim to have priority. And that means once they have priority, they are going to get visits, 1 or 2, on Rebenga's attempt to clear his jungle. So this is something that Bren should watch out for. And I'm not going to be surprised, as they do have a lot of vision, at least, to try and protect wherever Rebenga is going to be, as we see Doming and Shaw already tag teaming. Again, this is going to be very reliant on Shaw landing the Charm or Doming going in with the audacious charge, and then Shaw will follow after. We'll see what the plan is for Fennel.
Yeah, it's just expected for Fennel Adversity, having Doming, the good synergy when it comes to the mid lane to be able to impact at level 3. But they failed because Hayes is just too mobile alongside with that invisibility from the Shroud. But here into the top side, Jared will force out the flash though. Good trade for Fennel Adversity.
Yeah, the level 3 that we talked about before, and now they could possibly look into a dive.
They're jumping in. That's going to be stunned from Renekton. Call the Meek. First blood for Fennel Adversity.
That's really clean coming from Fennel. They're able to just get a flash coming from Doming, and that's going to be fine. And now we've already brought this up before. Bren Esports going to be aiming towards the mid to late game. Especially the late game is where they will shine. We'll see though if they're going to take a dive because Rebenga is now on this Mundo. He's not on a Xin Zhao, he's not on a Rengar. We're not going to be seeing the usual dives, but this could be a different story as Rebenga is slowly hovering over here in the duo lane. This is classic from Bren Esports, but so far, Rafi, Danny, going to be safe for now.
Yeah, especially at level 5. Very strong as Dr. Mundo pick can dive on their turrets, but as you stated, no one's gonna dive in all in so far as Bren Esports doesn't really have the best damage in this early game jungle. Fennel University has that lead so far, and I think Fennel University just have that information that leaves them back into safety. So for now, a stalemate situation, but I think this could change things up because currently we're 1 minute away for Cloud Dragon and Rift Herald to come up.
For Fennel Adversity, they would love to have this Air Drake for more of that roam potential for them. Again, Ari, Xin Zhao, Renekton is spelling potential tower dives, potential roams into the enemy jungle. But now, though, look at Amgen's bubbles.
It's a support versus ADC with so much damage coming through. Acropiston just doing some damage down to Danny. Consi just returned coming in from the base, so he bought some items down up against Fennel Adversity. Just the right time to recall because currently it's 15 seconds on the clock for both objectives to come up. And Fennel Adversity has to call out and recall to match it up. Fennel Adversity, 2-man roam top side, no kills, no all-ins.
No all-ins just yet. Bren Esports is going to get that Air Drake, wanting to deny that away from Fennel Adversity. Meanwhile, for Fennel, they're going to be happy about this one. Just open up the map so that Power will continue his 4-1, will enable the 4-1 rather from Fennel Adversity, as this will be a trade of objectives. Again, Bren, they are going to be waiting. They are not pressured to do anything at all at this point of the game, but for Fennel, the pressure is on them to take advantage of the space that they have and see if they can push Power out of control. Dameng and as well as Shaw as well on Sari.
Yeah, with the help of Rift Arrow though, that's gonna be the
dive.
First blood for Fennel Adversity. 100 HP. Yep, they're gonna take it down. Fennel Adversity. Tower for his blood gives them a 1.5k gold lead advantage, and have the dual lane information. Fennel Adversity has that knowledge, that dual lane roam top.
Yeah, gotta love the read coming from Bren Esports, and as well as the response coming from Fennel Adversity. They know that I do not want to risk diving a Garen whenever and with a support and AD carry around as well. But just as you mentioned, they do get first blood. Starax pickup now coming from Dameng. He will definitely be able to survive a bit more once he dives into the fights. Essence Reaver already completed for Danny, and as well as a Bork coming from the side of Power. It's going to be a really nice spike, and see whether or not Fennel is able to take advantage of the pickup. So far, no picks coming from Shaw, as well as Bren has been playing this very, very safe.
Yeah, and so far, very, very safe. They don't want to give more advantage to Fennel Adversity because in this current state of the game, they just have to be patient, to wait for the late game. Sinja will be in a deficit when it comes to the late game type of playstyle up against Dr. Mundo, so you just have to wait for the right opportunity to engage up against Fennel Adversity, and this might not be the right time 6 minutes into the matchup.
Yeah, for Bren, I think they have a lot of options to try and punish. Now though, a dive's gonna come.
Yeah, Fennel Adversity forcing out a fight. Hayes goes in, goes for the shroud with the final execution, but Charms will connect. The flash though will actually save his life, and Shaw will not be able to reach it down. That will be a lost kill for Fennel Adversity.
Yeah, that is crazy. Fennel Adversity consumed so much time in the bottom side and not going home with a kill at all as well. So this has been really well played by Hayes. Managed to buy some time for the dual lane of Bren to go and respond, clear the wave, and scare Fennel away. And Shaw wanted to get a kill there. He had 2 stacks of the Spirit Rush, but has already spotted Consi and Mgen coming in. So it was a good call for Fennel Adversity to just play reservedly and accept that, okay, we can't kill Hayes. Let's just go back to our respective lanes and clear the waves.
I mean, that was just the right outplay. I think Hayes had the information, so it was just outplaying the enemy team. But now here on top side, too much damage coming from Hayes, and Power from pretty much half HP is now down to 2/3. So too much to handle right now, as Fennel Varsity has tucked another turret down up against Bren.
Again, on the mid lane though, this is gonna be fine. They wanted to clear the waves and try to see if they can get a little bit of chip damage to the tower in the mid lane. And that's the thing, you know, Bren Esports, they can play conservatively this time around. This is a different Bren that we usually see, where Rebenga is on an early game champion. He's going to be on a Mundo, who's just going to scale insanely well into the late game, and this just coincides with such good picks such as Consi here on this Kaisa. It's going to be that big soak for the team. And for Hayes, of course, Akali. We've seen how Akali has performed throughout this series, especially on Hayes' side. Just a lot of bursts, just a lot of that, again, targeting that backline axis and escape, but Dragon now being started.
Yeah, Twin Shadows will give the information for Bren Esports though. 2k HP remain for the Ocean Dragon. Dr. Mundo will be set it up, but zoned away by Power. So Fennel Varsity took the Ocean Drake with ease, and now Bren Esports has to defend.
Charm?
But Shaw with Charm though, onto Garen, forces out the flash. Fennel just diving in, gets the turret down once again.
Really nicely done by Fennel Adversity. Again, they're very patient. You talked about this controlled aggression, and that is exactly what we've been seeing for the past 3 games. And they have been removing, slowly but surely, the towers of Bren Esports. The territory of Bren is slowly dwindling, as there is still 3 towers standing on the side of Fennel Adversity. And Fennel knows that they are gonna be running out of time when Conti scales, once Rebenga scales, once Hayes is able to one-shot burst combo basically anyone from the Fennel Adversity side, minus perhaps without the wild growth. And that is the reason why Fennel is pressured to keep moving forward, to keep making moves around the map. In 30 seconds though, Baron is going to spawn. Fennel Adversity looking at the items now. That double Proto Belt. So Proto Belt into the Charm, and Proto Belt into a stun for Renekton, for Power over here. So we'll see what Fennel Adversity decides to focus on, especially when Sparrans is up. They want to get that vision down to see if they can get a pick or two.
They had to set up the information, because lack of information is something that we have seen become a disaster for the past games and even for the past years. But 1v1 here, Hayes versus Power goes in for the stun. Now becomes a 3v1 as Bren Esports now goes in for the response. Tidal Wave will go in for the knockup, and Power will be pinned down. Get down, Fennel Varsity will fall, and Bren takes their first kill on the game.
Now for Fennel, I immediately assumed the thought would be Jet.
Now the Pixie will actually transform him, and Jet will die. That is a 1-for-1 Fennel Adversity was looking for.
Really nice collapse coming from Fennel here. Look at this though. The dual lane, MGen.
Yeah, Spirit Crush goes for the Proto Belt, tries to go for the Charm in, but MGen will be erased from the face of the earth. With a blink of an eye, he's gone, and now Fennel Adversity has that option to go for the push or to go for an objective in this state.
Yeah, really nicely done by Fennel. No Infernal Drake just yet, so they're going to be satisfied just taking this tower. Look at this!
Rebenga getting all the damage. He's still alive. Now Bren Esports might actually just jump in. Shuriken Flip will go in to jump into that fight. Kaisa with her instinct into the backside goes in for the flank, but he will get eviscerated, and Danny will get the kill. Bren Esports will lose 2 out of that.
The call was for Bren, use Rebenga as bait, force Fennel Adversity to overstay their welcome. But at the end, it was Fennel getting the best deal out of that. And the gold lead is slowly ballooning in Fennel Adversity's favor. And they have been getting a lot of control, opening the middle map, removing the inner tower in the mid lane, giving them more space to work with when it comes to the Dragon takes, and as well as the Baron, most importantly. Now that it's especially this Infernal Drake, of course, Fennel would want to get this on their side, especially that they are going to be relying on these early skirmishes. So far, it has been successful for this team.
Yeah, and getting that Infernal Dragon, I mean, it could exponentially increase when it comes to the damage output. Considering you have a lot of tanks for Bren Esports, Rebenga, tank, Jet, tank. You have Mgen to go for sustainability as well. So Infernal Dragon is going to be very valuable for Fennel Adversity. But here on top side of the map, Bren Esports going for the 2v1. Dr. Mundo gets done down. Renekton will get deleted. And Bren will get 1-4-0.
Yeah, Bren Esports just trying to catch up in the map. They want to remove that top side for them to gain more vision control over the jungle of Bren, or rather Fennel. Looks like Shaw is not going to be finding any targets, as Fennel will try to just deward, but they get that Infernal Drake, and now they are not starting the Baron. I thought it was going to be a start for Fennel, but they're going to hesitate a little bit. Most likely going to be more confident if they get a pick first before pursuing and committing 100% on the Baron buff.
Just a bit too risky for Fennel to continue onto the Baron Nashor. They have just seen 4 mana for Bren, so I think that is the reason why they scour back away to just clear out the wave, gain the information from the Baron spit. But still, Baron Nashor will be the end gaming objective at this state of the game. That changes things up. And Fennel has that 5k goal lead to be able to impact Bren Esports.
Yeah, they're now Fennel even sieging. He's gonna try to gain space, shove the wave, get priority in top and as well as mid lane to make sure that they have established vision control. What?
Flash?
Darming! Oh, Flash! That's so important in the upcoming Baron fight. And that is very unfortunate for Fennel Adversity.
Now, Bren Esports has the knowledge though. The Flash will be gone away for Fennel Adversity, and this might be a huge deal because now Bren has that advantage for Rebenga to be able to impact on these certain objectives, especially onto the Baron Nashor that is currently still alive in the game. Might be potential for Bren Esports to make a comeback with this huge deficit away for Fennel Adversity.
Yeah, we talked about this before. Bren Esports they have that late game scaling advantage. And for Fennel Adversity, we've seen this lead before as well in game number 1. As it was Fennel Adversity who got the early lead. But again, the controlled aggression. Wanting them to get and keep the lead and take care of it as much as they can. And see if they get a pick first before committing 100% on that Baron. They have the capability of doing so. You've got the Charm. You've got Doming as well on the Xin Zhao and Power on the Renekton. They have the damage. And the only targets that they have to worry about is going to be Hayes and Consi. So we'll see if they manage to get a pick, as Consi is just, or rather, Hayes is just lurking around. He's going to be safe for now.
But Kai'Sa was too low in that fight. Shaw was able to burst him down, and this will be a disadvantage for Bren Esports when it comes to the HP advantage. The Adversity, though, doesn't want to go for an all-in fight here up against Bren as they start the Baron Nashor. And Bren needs to go for the contest as Renekton zones away the enemy team. 4k HP for the Baron Nashor. Dr. Mundo onto the side. Tries to go for the contest. Charm will connect.
The Baron's so low.
And Bren Esports, they're going in. That's going to be the ultimate from Doming. Knockback. And Jet tries to go in. That's going to be a downfall for Hayes. Now this is a 4v5. Fennel Adversity will gain that edge, but Baron will go for the reset. So once again, huge efforts coming down onto the Baron if they want to take this down once again.
They're going in.
They're going in. Bren Esports still wants to go for the contest, but remember, Shaw's just onto the sidelines. Stalemate.
This is a tug of war here for Bren and Fennel Adversity. Fennel was stuck in the Baron pit. Bren was able to remove the mid lane as well. So this is a really good execution coming from Bren. Fennel, though, will not reset just yet. They wanted to... Look at this coming from Shaw.
Yeah.
Is he gonna flank? Gonna
Might
set up a
potentially
flank?
be. Look at here into the backside. Goes in for the Pro Belt. Charm will connect, but here we go. Bren Esports was able to bring him down immediately, and now they have the numbers advantage. Doming will fall 3v2 currently up against this fight. Jed will be traded down, and Fennel Adversity will try to go into the retreat. Kai'Sa with a Killer Instinct onto the backside. Danny very low. Power very low. Kai'Sa will fall. Bren Esports 2 for 2.
Bren was very hungry for the kill. They wanted more. And now Fennel Adversity is able to at least get an exchange kill. Look at that teleport, just going towards the mid lane to see if they can stop this dragon take, as that is 3 members alive on the side of Bren. Again, they needed Kaisa, they needed Consi on this Elder Drake, and Bren has paid for it dearly.
They're starting it up. They zoned away Bren Esports, but they want it for themselves. They're being selfish right now. 2 TPs are now coming up. Bren Esports is just around the corner. They're on the pitch. Power zoning them away. That's going to be stunned. Tidal Wave will go in, but Fennel Adversity will take the Elder Dragon. And Bren Esports will fail on the contest.
Yeah, it is a 4v5 situation. Jeff just came back from base, and Bren was not confident, as again, the numbers advantage was onto Fennel Adversity side. Now Fennel starting this Baron. Bren Esports quite far away. That's 2 members on towards the base. This is a free Baron for Fennel.
Yeah, and no information for Bren Esports to even capitalize. And now Fennel Adversity has taken 2 major objectives away from Bren Esports.
Fennel taking everything, just as you mentioned. Triple teleports. Now gonna get sold to exchange for more of that optimal option when they want to go for a 1-3-1 push. Perhaps would be the option that Fennel Adversity could possibly take. But so far it is the 4-1 that we're seeing. Fennel now though.
Top side, that's going to be Fennel Adversity taking the kill down onto MGen, and Power is still alive. Bren Esports will not be able to get the trade. That's about it, 1-0.
Yeah, because they have to defend this base, and Bren Esports overcommitted to Power, and now they unfortunately have to suffer the consequences. Fennel now is able to open up mid lane, and the second siege is coming through.
Yeah, and Fennel Adversity now pushing on top lane. They've opened up the mid lane. Bren Esports just roaming around. That's going to be a charm in to Dr. Mundo. He will get eviscerated. Now Fennel Adversity has taken 1 more kill. And another inhibitor turret away from Bren Esports. 11k Goldie coming in for Fennel Adversity. And Jet has no power to go in for the defend. And Fennel Adversity will take the game, will take the series down away for Bren Esports.
And they've managed to change their course of history. From the summer season, they got knocked down early to the lower bracket, but this time around, they stay alive and well in the upper bracket. And that is the reason why we get to see them very, very happy on the player cams. And now Bren is sent down into that lower bracket. And Fennel Adversity, what an amazing performance. Their controlled aggression has been rewarded.
We hoped for that close game. We had it. But it looks like Fennel Adversity has predicted very well. Fennel Adversity taking this home for game 3, and they're proceeding into the upper bracket. But before then, let's look at how they have won this game 3, especially when it comes to the statistics that we might see later on from both these teams.
Yeah, Fennel Adversity, again, this is a composition where they will shine early. They just knew their win conditions. They wanted to push with their lead even more and take care of that lead by, not being too aggressive. And the fact that Power can manage on his own without the help of the rest of the members. And Bren was forced to invest so many resources. It was 4 members on top of Power, and Power was still able to remove MGen after all that chaos and still basically get out alive. And then Fennel Adversity was rewarded with that middle lane tower. It basically all fell apart right after.
Yeah, it was the step-by-step that Fennel Adversity have done to peel down Bren Esports in that game number 3. How much they were playing very, very slow, how much they were playing very patiently in that game. They were able to capitalize onto Danny having a 6-0-1 standing. So much damage provided for his team. I think it was just an outscale when it comes to the jungle as well, as Rebenga was not able to affect other lanes when it comes to the early game.
Yeah, that is the thing. Rebenga is on this farm champion. He's going to be very relevant in the later stages of the game. So it is now Fennel Adversity just reigning supreme towards the early to mid game.
And speaking of the same player, Master of the match, it's gonna be Danny with a Corky for Fennel University.
Danny here, double master of the match, back to back here on the Kaisa from earlier and now on the Corky. Corky has been the one of the number one answers when it comes to Kaisa. As again, we talked about this before, can manage on their own. Not a lot of babysitting involved, and we've seen how after getting that Solari Charge Blade is able to be extra painful in these fights. His positioning was very prime, and that's the reason why we get to see him, earlier 100% kill participation, and now he is on this Corky. He's able to get prime positioning, very safe, and very, very scary on this Corky.
Yeah. I mean, it's an answer for Fennel University. They were on the corner from game number 1, but they immediately went in for the reverse sweep. And when you're looking at items, something interesting that I've seen is the Mortal Reminder. Third item might be the fourth because Infinity Edge was there, maybe a priority onto the Executioner's Calling, but simply the reason for this is they have that respect onto Dr. Mundo. They have that respect onto Rebenga as a champion to be able to scale in the late game, and they have to hinder that immediately. They have to block that immediately when it comes to scaling power in the mid game. So I think these are the adjustments that Fennel Adversity has done. The Tuxac, they have the better adaptability and flexibility coming down into it for game number 3. And I'm happy to see an action so far from game 2, and I'm happy to see this game 3 best of 3 series.
Yeah, it's been insanely close so far throughout the whole day in day number 1 of the playoffs, and I cannot wait to see what happens next.
Well, before then, it's gonna be a tight situation because later on we're gonna expect some of the big teams going to be playing out, which will be DR Esports versus UCFC. But before then, we're gonna step away for now on a 15-minute break, but don't go away because when we return, it's a panelist desk giving us more insight on what had happened in that 3 games for Bren and Fennel Adversity.
Sekreto ng mga gwapong Master Gamer? Para fresh all day, bring your clay game with Master. New Master All-in-One Clay Wash. Fights germs, controls oil up to 12 hours, and helps prevent pimples. New Master All-in-One Clay Wash. Sekreto ng mga gwapo.
Play League of Legends Wild Rift anywhere.
with Glow Prepaid's Riot Go 80 for data and premium bundles. Enjoy exclusive items you can unlock. See ya!
Yeah, I started on a 50 mil lens. Now I'm about to bag 50 mil yen. I can shoot all day, I got stamina. Turtleneck on with my camera, yeah. Stay creamy, man, that's what they say. Shoes laced up and I came to play. Yeah, I'm first team, I'm a superstar. They call me cream, like Abdul-Jabbar. Yeah, you have to face it, let's get back to basics. I'ma take the shot like it's a vaccination. I don't have the patience, I'ma shoot right now. Yeah, we undefeated and you gon' lose right now. Like click, 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 swish. I can switch it up anytime like this. I'm a videographer and I'm on the verse. So when I shoot my shot, I don't miss.
I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot.
Yeah, kid noon, I've been shooting my shot, ooh. The into it, I've been moving the rock, yeah. My shit's wet like I've been using a mop, ooh. You get there, yeah, I've been proving I'm wrong. I've been taking shots and now I'm starting to stutter. Vision getting blurry, I should check my shutter. I'm the cameraman, I need my camera madam. Shoot my shot like I'm Ansel Adams.
I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Develop film, not feelings. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings.
Yeah, I started on a 50 mil lens. Now I'm about to bag 50 mil yen. I can shoot all day, I got stamina. Turtleneck on with my camera, yeah. Stay creamy, man, that's what they say. Shoes laced up and I came to play. Yeah, I'm first team, I'm a superstar. They call me cream, like Abdul-Jabbar. Yeah, you had to face it, let's get back to basics. I'ma take the shot like it's a vaccination. I don't have the patience, I'ma shoot right now. Yeah, we undefeated and you gon' lose right now. Like click, 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 swish. I can switch it up anytime like this. I'm a videographer and I'm on the verse. So when I shoot my shot, I don't miss.
I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot.
Yeah, kid noon, I've been shooting my shot, ooh. The into it, I've been moving the rock, yeah. My shit's wet like I've been using a mop, ooh. You get there, yeah, I've been proving I'm wrong. I've been taking shots and now I'm starting to stutter. Vision getting blurry, I should check my shutter. I'm the cameraman, I need my camera madam. Shoot my shot like a Mansell Adams.
I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings.
But I'm the cameraman.
Yeah, I started on a 50 mil lens. Now I'm about to bag 50 mil yen. I can shoot all day, I got stamina. Turtleneck on with my camera, yeah. Stay creamy, man, that's what they say. Shoes laced up and I came to play. Yeah, I'm first team, I'm a superstar. They call me cream, like Abdul-Jabbar. Yeah, you had to face it, let's get back to basics. I'ma take the shot like it's a vaccination. I don't have the patience, I'ma shoot right now. Yeah, we undefeated and you gon' lose right now. Like click, 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 swish. I can switch it up.
And now you guys know it yourselves. The award for most improved team in the Icon series goes to Fennel Adversity with a 2-1 versus Bren Esports. They take the third match and 75,000 Globe Cup points. Let's jump into the series highlights because this is one of the closest matches that we've had so far. It was back and forth for several team fights, and it was often trades. It was like two would go down to the side of Fennel, two would go down to the side of Bren Esports. Bren Esports fights back, gets one, and then they lose one too. It was that close of a match. So, panelists, I'm eager to hear your thoughts on this.
All right, and this is game number 1 in where MGen was free to use the Blitzcrank. We highlighted Blitzcrank over and over, MGen being the biggest X factor for Bren Esports. And I mean, for the entirety of this tournament alone, if he's given free reins of this pick type of a champion, I feel like he can influence the map so well. Fennel University, though, on game number 1, I feel like they had so much control over everything, right? Power was on the side lane doing his thing, but Consi on this Kaisa. When it comes to late game, I feel like Kaisa is still the queen of the late game, right? Just one auto, Ikaithan Ring can just be too disastrous for everyone, especially for Fennel University. Good for them though, because on game number 2 and game number 3, they did not let MGen grab his hand on the Blitzcrank.
Yeah, I mean, they really did shut him down, and that's where we're going into the free kills from Bren. And after that, after taking away, they opted for an action. So I'm not really sure if it is really that good towards late game, for the reason that you are facing a Kaisa, which is the queen of late game, what Otto has told us. So in terms of dragging to going into the late game, you still got the edge. And that's where Fennel Adversity shine. If you're going to check the pacing from game 1 to game 2, it's fairly different. This is not the Fennel we saw at group stages who keep on pulling the trigger. They kind of slow down, but they put a really good scaling team comp that were able to maximize moving into late game. As for game 3, it was all around bloodbath. This is how the Fennel Adversity that we saw from group stage, pulling the triggers, looking for the kills, going for the small skirmishes, going for the objective trading. And at that point, we knew, and me and Otto was watching, I mean, even Mika, that this is the Fennel Adversity that we're looking for from game 1 and game 2, and this is the complete identity of them.
Why did you forget about me?
What, Mika?
Why'd you forget about me?
Oh, yeah. Osiris. Anyway.
Oh, no.
I just wanted to emphasize, or maybe touch base on one of the most controversial picks that we have so far here in the playoffs, and that's the Dr. Mundo. Dr. Mundo has been buffed in patch 2.4b, and on paper, it actually was effective to a point that it was absorbing a lot of damage. Remember, Corky isn't really, as consistent as Kaisa when shredding the tanks. He still relies on magic damage, and where, if you are a Mundo, you're going to absorb a lot of this, right? With Sadism, with the ultimate ready. During the Baron fight in game number 3, I felt like, Bren had the upper hand. Dr. Mundo was able to absorb a lot of damage. It just so happened that Ace was a bit too hasty with his decision and went in, was killed.
Yeah, before we end this, I wanted also to give a shout out to the coach of Fennel Adversity because it was a well-planned drafting. I really love how they set it up that everyone can really scale towards the late game. Everyone can go, they have the freedom to move around with their own Fennel Adversity style. So at this point, I love how they stepped up.
Yeah, definitely. Fennel Adversity looking oh so good over here. It's not over for Bren Esports just yet because they will continue their journey in the lower bracket. For Fennel Adversity though, congratulations to them. They are still looking oh so good. And looking oh so good as well are these two teams, DR Esports and UCFC Esports. Ladies and gents, this is bound to be an explosive match as well. Both of these teams have such fire in them, especially DR Esports. I mean, that dragon isn't there for no reason at all. DR Esports also has not dropped a series yet, although all throughout the group stages. Plus, they're a team of veterans, the kind of players that everybody was waiting for to enter the Icon series. I mean, panel, let me know your thoughts on DR Esports over here. This is going to be a really exciting match, especially since both teams are so aggressive.
Yeah, and of course, on the Baron lane, you can see Nadare, Jungle, Saya. Oh, I thought they are the dragons of Reka because how good they are in their own field. And this will be an absolute barn burner. I mean, both of them, you can see DR Esports as a dragon, but the mid lane on the other team is dragon as well. So of dragon against a dragon, and there's no big of a question because this will be a fight of a fire versus fire.
Did you know that John Cena is now one of the dragons? If you don't, then you are missing out on the meme. But I would like to emphasize on Mr. Ocean. Who's Mr. Ocean? Yes, it's Rox with his champion Ocean swimming through the group stages with 9 unique champion picks. Our solo highlight is Rox. He has played Wild Rift to a different level, and it's no surprise he's our most looked out support here this season. Number 1 in assists per game, and you're looking at the stats right now. Stats don't lie. The rest of the stats paints DR Esports group stage best. Just a reminder that 2021 is year of the Rocks.
Well, it's Year of the Rocks indeed, and it's going to be interesting to see what kind of champions he's going to pull out against UCFC Esports, especially since UCFC Esports, they seem to have inherited the Team Secret's creativity, but they take it up a notch with this brutal style of gameplay that has them steamrolling through every team that they come up against. So UCFC Esports, you know, they run quirky champions like Singe. I can't imagine what they've been up to while they were on break. What do you guys think? What kind of weird compositions are we going to see from UCFC Esports, and that they're ready to actually take to DR Esports?
Well, as for UCFC, I wanted them to see on... We are not seeing the Senna and Nasus yet. And it's fairly different that we are not even seeing a prioritization onto the Senna champion itself. So we are expecting that highly contested pick, of course, is Senna and Twisted Fate. But both of the Dragon laners can play on their own identity. Gospel can go Jin, Demon Kite can go Vayne. So I'm expecting that the UCFC might also show a different pick. But what I love most about this fight is Hero is going to play. The captain of the boat is going to jump in and go aboard to the ship because it's going to sail.
So we have ocean, we have ships, what next? Submarines. But we have Frenzy in the jungle, 2 words that we coined from the summer season, and it's still very relevant to this day. The first to bring out Rengar in Philippines competitive scene will be our primary focus. Looking at the numbers, he still has Graves, he still has Olaf. Never mind the Rengar, but I mean, Rengar is still up there, 100% in terms of win rate. Ace striker Renzi is now entering the Rift.
Oh my gosh, this player has been impressing us indeed ever since the summer season. And, you know, I can't wait to see how he's going to match up against DR Esports. But another interesting matchup, of course, that we have is our Globe key player clash. And that will be between Gospel and Demon Kite. Now, when you have 2 teams like these, when you have DR Esports and UCFC Esports, it's going to come down to who can hit harder. So it's going to come down to our key players in the Dragon lane, Gospel versus Demon Kite. How do you guys think this matchup is going to go down?
You can see that the KDA is fairly high for Gospel for the reason that, of course, they are completely undefeated. But respecting the damage per minute, you can see 1,223 for Demon Kite and a gold per minute, which is fairly high against Gospel. So you can see that everything is revolving around Demon Kite, putting himself back on the board, going ahead. And as we have ships, as we have oceans, both of these guys can go and make waves to surprise us with this game.
And I know that I talked to you about this IGN's fiasco, Gospel being the heaven sent, and Demon Kite being Anyway, 8.77 KDA for Gospel, Demon Kite with 4.1, but do not be mistaken, Demon Kite has been so flashy on his Vayne. Now the question is, with the nerf onto Solari Charge Blade, will we see him sticking with Vayne, or will he go for a different pick this time? Gospel, meanwhile, is out here proving almost everyone that Jin is still playable in the competitive scene.
Yeah, and again, Gospel, we chatted with him previously during the group stages, and they know that DR Esports, they have been having this wonderful chemistry, and they've been performing as a team that has been undefeated so far. UCFC, though, they do have that punch. They pack that punch. So I think actually, this has actually been my toughest match to predict. I have to admit, this has been my toughest match to predict. I think though I'm going to give it to DR Esports this time around. I think this is going to be a 2-0 in favor of DR Esports, and that means we're going to have a very interesting lower bracket too. But we'll get to that in just a bit. Atlus, Osiris, what about you guys? What are your predictions for this matchup?
Burning Ball, I still think that DR Esports has enough fire to really upend the football team that we have in UCFC. So I'm going straight for DR Esports 2-0.
As much as it seems that they are the Shaolin Soccers to really take down DR Esports, you are going to fight against the Dragons. But you gotta respect both teams. It feels like I'm going to watch a Leviathan against a Kraken, but DR Esports is really up there, fairly high, soaring high as being the Dragon to this game.
Sticking with the ocean.
That is it is.
Oh my god.
Yes,
Going into the ocean, and yes, we have ships sailing, and we have big sea monsters ready to sink those ships indeed. You guys can head over to Twitter and let us know which ship you think will sink and which will float up into the skies. What? Or which will remain afloat, rather. I don't know what timeline I'm on where ships do sail up into the air, but yes, you can head on over to Twitter and let me know. Use the hashtags #DominateTheRift and #SeeICanSeeriesPH, and you can see your tweets featured on over here. Some of the casters read out your tweets as well while we wait for the teams to get into the Rift. You can also head on over to the PPGL community Discord server, where myself, Atlus, and Osiris are hanging out, and we'll probably have some dinner together as well. In the meantime, though, this is DR Esports and UCFC Esports. This is our final matchup for the upper bracket before we head down to the lower bracket to find out which two teams will be going home today. Well, technically, they're all home today, but which teams will meet the end of their journey here at the Icon Series. Can the Dragon stay in the skies, or will UCFC Esports finally take DR Esports down? It is the final upper bracket match. Casters, let's jump into the Rift.
Minions have spawned.
Around. Welcome back, everyone, into the fourth series of the upper bracket here in the Icon Series fall season. I'm Infinity, and together with me is Riku, and now we're down for a treat because it's now going to be UCFC up against DR Esports, the top seed for Group D and the second seed for Group B.
Yeah, it's going to be the last match for the night, for the upper bracket at least, before we move over to the lower brackets after this match. It's going to be very exciting, just as the panelists have mentioned. This is going to be an uphill battle for UCFC. You know, DR Esports, while they didn't qualify for the summer season, they immediately won the hearts of everybody based from their performance in the fall season, and as well as their post-game skits. They're amazing, by the way. So as well as they finished 6-0, so they're undefeated series wise. So they're riding on that high, riding on that momentum, and that is what the panelists have questioned. Will UCFC just completely cut off that momentum and send them into that dreaded lower bracket of that BO1s tonight and go home after the end of this day number 1. So I'm curious to see what are the hidden picks that we haven't seen before, because UCFC, their Group B, we haven't seen Group B in a while. So I'm curious what the draft is going to look like.
Well, just about that, we're jumping into the champ select, but right go. UCFC Esports immediately banning away Lee Sin, and DR Esports now to follow through for the red side selection.
Yeah, just straight up going to ban out Etaf's one of Etaf's champion pool. He still has Olaf, still has Sin Zhao to pick, but never mind. Just as I said, there's Olaf. All of these jungle focus bans over here, as there's going to be Gragas open, perhaps for the taking. Nastro does play the Gragas, so there is a possibility that they will pick it up, but no, it's going to be the Senna. Senna Nasus could be available here, so we'll see how DR Esports adjusts to this draft.
Yeah, but to start from the Chinese region, from the LPL versus LCK, it has been brought to the PH, and recently we've seen it become very, very dominant, and I am assuming UCFC to lock it in, as Nasus is currently open, but their esports currently locked into Varus and also Kha'Zix as their first 2 picks.
Might see early game skirmish here, and as well as a pick composition with the Varus being locked in. But UCFC, look at that. Dragon is going to take this Fizz. And so far, when we look back in the group stages, it's usually Edaf that has been constantly picking it up, despite the changes and the nerfs and adjustments throughout the whole patches previously on this champion. In the meantime, Darius now will go towards Nastro, and DR Esports going to lock in that Nami. Of course, the Nami is going to compensate for the lack of mobility that Varus has. And Chain of Corruptions on top of a bubble, and the damage coming from the Kha'Zix, it's going to be very deadly. UCFC going to finish this off with a Pantheon and a Draven. So this is not the usual composition that we see, where it's a Senna plus Nasus plus a melee. It's going to be the Draven. So this is a traditional duo lane, and DR Esports going to top this off with an Orianna. It's not a cat ball, but Kha'Zix can also do a very good job delivering the ball to a Shockwave.
Yeah, and the main point that DR Esports need to make is now to be isolating onto these champions, onto UCFC Esports, to be able to impact and increase the amount of damage that Kha'Zix or Gaspel can provide for his team up against UCFC Esports. But what I am looking at right now is a Draven and Pantheon pick for UCFC that is very interesting and actually shocking to my eyes, because Draven, as you've seen a while ago, 0% pick rate for now, and Pantheon into the jungle is an unusual type of situation, but I think it can happen.
Yeah, the Pantheon, big level 3, big level 5. We're talking about the stuns, and as well as the ability, once you get that level 5, you've got that armor penetration as well. That's going to be a big, big bonus. Curious to see how the level 5s, the Grand Starfall, is going to come through, especially from UCFC. See the timings and everything on our first match of the day.
Well, we'll jump into the first game for the grand game of DR Esports versus UCFC's the 4th series of today's playoffs, as now we're going for the fast current into the mid lane to start this game off.
That is the standard of starting in the mid lane, just to get priority for your mid laner, and as well as you soaking experience, so you get level 2 earlier, depending on seeing whether or not Devil J also was involved in that wave clear. But looking at the dual lane state right now, we're seeing that Gospel pretty low. Good thing he is with a Nami, so there is some sort of sustain coming through. But of course, Demon Kite and Hero are going to have a good time here, as the Draven and the Senna. They just have to ward properly just to make sure that Etaf has no points of entering this lane.
Yeah, it's just in huge consideration that UCFC's Draven is just too much when it comes to the early game. And you have to imagine that you're fighting a bow and arrow with a throwing axe and a gun for UCFC Esports. So, I mean, you can weigh it out on who's going to be the stronger one in the early game.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, water versus the gun of Hero. I'm not sure how that will work.
Yeah.
But the healing from Rocks though is pretty huge at the moment. They have been losing the poking and the harass game so far in the dual lane, forcing Demon Kite to back away and basically recuperate from all that. So the thing is, for Gospel, he can farm in a very safe range. Therefore, Demon Kite is forced to push forward and therefore opened to opportunities for a potential bubble coming from Rocks. But in the mid lane, that's a huge damage, huge trade rather, and in favor of Eduf, but no mana for Eduf so far. So he will just go back to the lane and sustain.
Yeah, he has to go for the recall because when you're matching up against Dragon, which has an ultimate ready, it's a difficult situation if you stay at the very low HP and mana. So I think currently it's just a clever move from Eduf and Dragon to go back and reset for now, to buy some items. Large Rush immediately though for Dragon might be building up into Rabadon's stat cap, and Ariana might go through a different path line for his item build. But let's look at Renzi. He's now going for the stun. Chumps the water, goes in for the knock-up. Eduf is very low. That's going to be the first blood for UCFC.
That was smooth from UCFC there. They were able to eliminate immediately, get first blood on Eduf, despite Eduf being very close to his own tower. The stuns coming in, the chum the waters, everything was just so clean, to the point that Renzi and Dragon didn't even need to consume a flash to execute that properly. And that chain of CC could be the fall of DR Esports. DR though, they do have a similar story. Chain of corruptions to the bubble, shockwave delivery system coming from Eduf as well, with a 4-1 setup with Devil J, who is going to be the one that will split push later on with the squad, rather. But for DR, with the Chum the Waters being a problem, especially now at this point where they're level 5s, level 6s, that means Zonia's Hourglass will be a very important item buy for DR. Chum the Waters comes in, use Zonia's Hourglass to sort of soft counter that knock-up and the damage.
And speaking of the same situation, when you're talking about Fizz, when you're talking about Dragon, because of that first blood, Rabadon's set cap immediately has been bought by Dragon in the first 4 minutes into the game, which is unusual because the amount of gold that you require to be able to buy this item. But currently, now with that item for Dragon, too much damage that can potentially income for DR Esports in those massive team fights, in those 3v3, 5v5, that DR Esports needs to be wary and cautious on what Dragon will do in those specific cases.
Yeah, DR has to be wary about Dragon, especially when he starts roaming. With Renzi, it's going to be an easy Starfall stun and an easy Chum the Water.
Whoa!
So what?
UCFC has stolen the Cloud Dragon. This just went in for the Chumps. The Water got the steal down.
That's crazy! Another kill?
Now the root will follow through. Guillotine will get the kill down. UCFC will get the 1-for-1. On top of all that, they took the Cloud Dragon away for DR Esports.
Yeah, that's a lot. That is a lot. They're able to get a kill on towards Devil J. They've managed to get the Rift Herald and then get a steal on the Air Drake. That is a lot of value in such a short span of seconds. And it's all thanks to Dragon. It's fine. He has a Rabadons. He's not in a hurry at the moment. He can continue to snowball that. That's really worth. DR now with an awkward start so far. And we'll see how UCFC utilizes this lead. As again, Rift Herald will most likely be unleashed at topside to open up the map for Nastro to continue pressuring at top to give more room get into these future dragons. This combo right here, Dragon and Renzi, they are on the hunt, they're on the prey.
Yeah, but they're patiently waiting for that opportunity to come through, since you have Eduf slowly just hugging the turret down because of the risk coming out onto it. So very safe. But look at the top side though. Different story as DR went for the 3-man roam. And
Renzi?
You have Renzi going for the face check. Tidal Wave goes for the knock-up down. Grand challenge in. That's gonna be the kill for DR Esports, but Chumps the Water into the backside, goes for the flank for Dragon, and Eduf goes for the flash in. They want to engage. Now Darius went in for the hook there. That's gonna be Guillotine not being able to get the kill down, but Dragon will be saved. That will be the 2-for-1 in favor for DR Esports.
That was a really good read coming from DR Esports. They were expecting a possible dive again coming from Renzi. He just went straight to the tri-brush, only get greeted by Tidal Wave. Oh! Dragon with a solo kill.
Dragon! And you also have Renzi actually went in for the Star Fort to be able to actually rease out the Rift Herald.
Yeah, no one's going to be there to defend that. So it is going to be a First Blood Tower for UCFC. And unfortunately, Etaf has no way to prevent this from happening. And now UCFC, look at their vision control. Very primarily focused on topside. So they are going to have been pressuring that part of the map as DR Esports unable to catch up to what UCFC is doing. But so far, it is just a 2k gold deficit in favor of UCFC. It is for DR Esports having to unlock this combo. We're looking at Gospel being able to get that Muramana fully stacked so the pokes could hurt. And Chain of Corruptions into the bubble, or bubble into the Chain of Corruptions. Look at this. We talked about this before. Zonia's Hourglass being a priority buy just to cancel out the Chum the Waters. We're going to continue seeing that through, especially towards Edaf as well on the Orianna.
Yeah, and that's probably going to hit DR Esports when it comes to the damage category, as it needs to be prioritized. As UCFC, though, looking to get the kill, looking to go for the engage. Chumps the water. Actually, a complete Stasis Enchant for Gospel to actually counter that one. So UCFC going back away, they will not push this through. But
Chain of Corruption
going in, Chain of Corruption will go in through the Darius. Senna will save his life, and DR Esports will not be able to get the kill as well. So stalemate, no kills, no initial setups, no initiation coming from these two teams.
Yeah, all the important ults are gone. And look at this Edaf though. Usually when we look back in the fall season performances, Edaf has been one of the shining stars of DR Esports. And so far, Devil J?
The hunt, they want some bloodshed. Devil J will jump back. Darius flashes in, goes for the hook. Devil J flashes onto the bush, but you have just too much damage, and UCFC will get another kill.
Nicely done, Bubble. DR Esports, they don't want this anymore. They are one man lacking, and this means UCFC can take this for free.
Look at DR Esports though. A trail of enemies now coming in. Black Mist goes for the invisibility, but the hook will be there. Chomps the water, goes for the knockup. That's gonna be huge damage. UCFC will get the Mountain Dragon and will be able to take one kill down. Pantheon goes for the Grand Starfall, tries to go for the Proto Belt in. Stun will not connect, but it follows through after. And now Edaf will die. This will be a 3-4-2, and UCFC will be added onto the Mountain Dragon. However, DR trades it back with Hero being killed.
Yeah, Devil J2 is able to get 2 kills at least. So UCFC, in time, there will be a point where Devil J could be unstoppable and no one can deal with him. Especially is able to get this lead earlier on. And now it is still UCFC though, getting those 2 dragons. They're able to win that fight. I believe it was really coming from Nastro, who got a really nice apprehend, managed to catch out Etaf, the jungler of DR. No jungler, no problem to secure these objectives. UCFC are doing a pretty good job as DR Esports now resulting into this death brushes, but with the Twin Shadows enchant, it's a little bit difficult to set these up.
Yeah, they will be spotted by the Twin Shadows, and I think that's the significance of information in Wild Rift. However, UCFC might actually just push this through. Clears out the wave easy. They're pretty much just waiting for the mid lane, setting up a counter death brush up away DR Esports.
Yeah, sieging from if UCFC is gonna be sieging, it's gonna be very, very difficult because DR Esports has a lot of wave clear. They do have a lot of punish with the Chain of Corruptions. If you stand too close in that range, you might get caught out by a bubble, by a shockwave, by that ult coming from the Varus. So that is the reason why UCFC is gonna just clear the waves, but not overstay their welcome under the tower. They are going to be careful.
Huge knock-up, but DR Esports going in for the defense will not be able to do so as UCFC gets another turret in mid lane.
And nicely done. That is exactly what you want to do to play around the scary combo that Gospel, Rox, and Edaf has. You try to just zone them away. It was that Chum the Waters that zoned Edaf away. Now, Edaf does have that Zonius Hourglass, so there is that added protection against the Chum the Waters threat that has been constantly looming over DR Esports. They haven't really managed to make moves around the map just yet. Muraman is fully stacked already, so this is the opportunity where Gospel get a lot of painful pokes. Now with this 4-man roaming death squad.
Yeah, and remember, DR Esports, Varus, 25 ability haste, although Chumps the Water.
Oh dear.
They're going for the knock-up, Edaf will fall. That will be the kill for UCFC.
Oh no!
The jungle will be removed. Grand Starfall coming in, into the backside. And DR Esports will try to go for the retreat, but Tidal Wave will go for the disengage. Apprehend will go for the 2-man hook. And Gospel will get killed. UCFC going for the 2-4-0. And DR Esports will lose their jungle, will lose their ADC.
Yeah, that was a beautiful flash apprehend. And beautiful Chum the Waters from Dragon just mainly catches out Edaf right off the bat. No jungler again, no problem to take this objective.
Now Oriana set up his ball into the Baron's pit. Fizz now jumping in. Huge amount of damage coming in. Demon Kite will go into the backside. Huge damage potential. And Edaf will get killed alongside with Rox. That will be the 2-4-0 coming up. But Edaf waiting very patiently into the sidelines. Might be able to go for the flank here. But will he do it? Will he make it? Can he do it?
Powered recalls though.
He won't.
Oh, he's still.
But he will. Chumps the Water will actually go in for the knock-up. Will not be able to get the kill down. DR Esports will get the trade, but only on the Dragon, alongside with Devil J actually getting the tier 2 turret bot lane.
That was... Dragon and the rest of UCFC as well are doing an amazing job. They're very confident. The fact that Dragon was so low and he playful trickstered into 2 people that could potentially kill him in one ability. That's how confident Dragon is. I mean, he wanted to be a little bit sneaky there and see if he can burst down Edaf on the Kazakhs, but it wasn't enough. Now, looking at the gold lead, it is not as much as we expected it to be, but looking at the kills, they're going through 2 key targets on UCFC, especially towards Dragon here, and Nastro as well, and especially Demon Kite on this Draven. And now they're going to utilize this Baron buff to get the siege on.
It's just commendable how DR Esports still sticking up into a 4K gold difference. Even though UCFC has already gotten 4 kill advantage and even 3 dragons away for DR Esports. So for now, I commend them for that. But up until when can they do this? Up until when can they even sustain themselves away for UCFC? Because currently you're looking at 2-man push into the mid lane and 2-man push into the bot lane. 2 tier turrets successively brought down by UCFC, and DR Esports needs to defend. Especially right now, 3 inhibitor turrets are the only ones remaining for them to defend the Nexus base.
Yeah, this 1-3-1 is deadly. DR Esports might start a fight atop. Tidal Wave.
Chumps the Water goes in for the knock-up onto Devil Jake, followed through with the apprehend. Senna ultimate will not bring him down. That's guillotine being cancelled by the riposte. And now Chain of Corruptions will actually get the root down onto Nasjo. That will be the trade that DR Esports wants. And Demon Kite will force the Flash to retreat as DR Esports is following through. Might go for the poke down, but Arrow will not connect. That will be the 1-4-0 for DR Esports.
Yeah, good call from UCFC to not overstay their welcome. They've maximized the buff already, with just as you mentioned, only the inhibitor towers left. Now UCFC can look into setting up for this Infernal Drake to be that game-ending buff. As DR Esports, they have nothing left except, again, the inhibitor towers to defend from. And that means it's going to be very difficult for them to try and contest these Infernal Drake take. Looking at the itemization, Edaf already has Rabadon's intact, and as well as the Orb. Staff of Flowing Water already completed for Rock, so that ability haste will definitely help DR Esports to spam a little bit more, coming from Gospel and as well as coming from Edaf. Now they're in the mid lane. This is scary.
Yeah, Blackman is going through to go for the engage. Chibis are now coming up. Gus will Goes for the Stasis Enchant. Will live just a tad bit longer. Etap will come through into the backside. Goes for the kill down. Will be able to get the 2-for-2. Now DR Esports is fighting 3v3. But Rocks will fall to follow through. Apprehend will go for the CC chain. As Fizz will still continue to go for this evisceration. And DR Esports will try to come back. But Edaf will be the only one remaining to go back away. Grand Starfall will come in. Flash will be forced away. And DR Esports will be left with one man standing. UCFC left with 3.
Yeah, that's 20 seconds, 30 seconds death timers on towards DR Esports. UCFC can definitely take another tower down.
And they're pushing into the mid lane. Will be able to get the inhibitor turret down, as no one will be able to defend it. And UCFC is just happy with that inhibitor turret open for the Nexus base.
Definitely, it was worth with that fight in the mid lane being very far advanced. Gospel. The thing about this dynamic for the composition of UCFC, you have to choose between two things. Do you want QSS Enchant or do you want Zonia's Hourglass? And so far, because Dragon has been taking that early lead, of course you want to cancel out that Chum the Waters. QSS is also very important because of Renzi's easy stun here. If you get caught out, there is basically no escape. So now with triple Zonia's Hourglass, all they have to worry about now is the easy stun coming from Renzi. And now Infernal Elder Drake has spawned. DR Esports, we'll see how they can deal with this fight.
Black Mist will be casted down. Dragon will be able to go for the Chumps to Water. Goes for the knock-up. Infernal Dragon at 4k HP. DR Esports Tidal Wave goes for the zone away. Chain of Corruption alongside with a knock-up. Huge play for DR Esports, but is not going to be enough to actually bring down UCFC. Will be able to get the solo kill into the backside for Devil J. And now it's going to be the 4v3 as now UCFC will lose 2 members and even their jungler. DR Esports will continue to push this through. Will continue to try and punish. GA will now be popped away for the Orianna, but will be immediately getting killed down. Demon Kite will say goodbye. Nasjo will do the same. And DR Esports has all the free real estate to go for the Infernal Dragon.
Yeah, look at the mid lane though. It's just very, very open. We're going to look forward to see if UCFC decides to buy these teleports because the wave is now pushing towards the Nexus. They want to push. They want more kills. Do they want to end?
DR Esports, they don't care about the mid lane. What they care about is bottom lane.
Ending.
They're pushing through. They're ending this game. Tidal Wave will go for the knock-up. Acro Quiescent to follow through. CC Chain is going to be flawless. And now the base. DR Esports will be able to take game 1 with a massive comeback team fight. And they're able to take the advantage on the series.
What a crazy ending that was. UCFC had the advantage, had the control the entire 90% of that game. And we got to see DR Esports play patiently. They were waiting for their win conditions. They were waiting for the wombo combos, and that is exactly what we saw. They were like, okay, let's give up. Let's start this Infernal Drake, but wait, we can end the game and go straight to the victory of game number 1.
Yeah, that was very, very patient for DR Esports, to say the very least. They were waiting for the right opportunity, as we keep on saying. Rox was able to go for the Tidal Wave alongside with those Shockwave importance for DR Esports. They were able to get those CC chains up against 3 members of their enemy team, and that was the start of their comeback. They don't care about a mid lane being open. What they care about is winning the game, and they successfully do it in that game 1.
Yeah, that was a crazy ending. Mid lane was open. A teleport play could have been an available opportunity for UCFC, but the death timers were very punishing. It was already during the Infernal Elder Drake take. And with that, I gotta say, Devil J did a lot there. He was able to initiate this flank and basically annoy the backline of DR Esports. And we talked about this as well. You know, UCFC, very, very strong early game. And they even got Dragon, managed to get Dragon in a very huge lead. But unfortunately, the gold, we brought this up, isn't exactly significant of a lead. And DR Esports had the chance to come back.
Yeah, it's 4k gold lead, but you have to keep in mind that UCFC Draven will fall in the late game. Pantheon, yes, very strong in the mid game, but also when it comes to those late games, will be mediocre when it comes to defensive capabilities into tanking so much damage for DR Esports. So I think it just came down into those team fights. It came down into the engagement. What will the step-by-step process be? And DR Esports pinned that into their bulletin board. This is what we need to do. These are the step-by-step. And they've done it very, very wonderfully for that game 1. The master of the match from that game is going to be Eda from DR Esports.
Yeah, Eda, this game, he wasn't Oriana, but he managed to hold his own, especially in the fights where he's the only one left. I feel like if he didn't have mana at one of the last 2 fights, I felt like he could have managed to get 2 kills more before he went down. And again, very patient. This guy, usually we see him on a Fizz, maybe on the occasional Akali, but when he's on the Oriana, his playstyle completely switches. And again, that flexibility definitely helped the victory of DR Esports.
And also, an important thing to highlight for Eda in the Oriana, look at the kill participation. Regardless of KDA, he's 4, but 80% kill participation means that he's very active on those team fights, on those engagements for his team, and that just impacted them very well to be able to try and maneuver into the mobile champions for UCFC Esports. And speaking of mobile champions, let's look at the draft history for that game 1.
There were a lot of interesting things here. The Akshan for sure banned out in this draft, and as well as the Senna being picked up. A little bit of, we were expecting that maybe it's the Senna Nasus, maybe it's the Senna Singed, but we didn't get to see that. It was a standard lane where we get to see the Draven win the lane from the very beginning, able to give those 2 kills towards Demon Kite, and as well as Dragon, more importantly. And when we look at the composition of UCFC, again, it looked really, really good early game, but again, they didn't get to push with their lead. Pretty standard, I suppose, with the Varus and the Nami as well, being able to compensate again with the movement, the lack of mobility that a Varus has. You have that movement speed, and as well as the tidal wave on top of a chain of corruption. So that is exactly one of the strongest pairs for a Varus pick.
Yeah. And I think it's just complementing with each other. Speaking of the same topic and speaking of the same lane of Varus and Nami, because we've seen how Varus first picked up the Maramune. That's 25 ability haste. You have to consider that Nami prioritized onto the Staff of Flowing Water means 25 ability haste extra when you're giving barrier or health regen for your teammate. And I think that was amazing. That was great for Varus. That means he has like 50 ability haste, so he has that continuous spam onto his arrows. And I think this is the reason why we see both these champions come into play in the duo lane. But once again, when you're playing Varus, you need to have a tanky front line, and I think that is supposed to be in the form of Fiora. But if Fiora is gone, you won't be able to have that safety net onto the Varus when it comes to those massive team fights where everything is on the line. And in the end, that is just how it crumbled down for DR Esports. And speaking of what you talked about a while ago about the Senna, I think it was a double bluff. I think we were baited as well. But we're gonna pick Senna. Maybe a Nasus later on, maybe not, maybe a Singe. We don't know. And I think that is what UCFC is going through. First pick Senna might push up something for DR Esports to try and counter onto potential duo for Senna, but they don't know. We're going for a Draven instead. So this is a toss-up. It's going to be so massive for us to use it as a weapon up against DR Esports.
Yeah, trying to set expectations into the draft and just pulling a fast one. Looking at the bans as well, UCFC just has a lot of respect up against Etaf here. There's a Lee Sin ban, Olaf ban as well. Just because an Olaf can be flexed either mainly towards the jungle, but also as well as topside. There are definitely situations where we've seen that before. And of course, Camille, they don't want to allow that flexible champion let out into the rift. DR Esports, though, Akshan ban, definitely interesting considering the fact that the performance of Akshan so far in the fall season, even though we basically only have 2 sample sizes of that one, it hasn't been impactful, especially during the early game. So Riven, I do see the reason why a Riven ban is warranted, just because Riven Xin Zhao, I feel like, has been a very common pair for a 1-3-1 perhaps, and as well as we've seen that in the Origin series as well. You lock in the Varus, Cyrildas, and then with a bunch of slows, and you pair it up with a Nami, and the mid lane could possibly be either Orianna and as well as Seraphine perhaps. So I see the reason why the Riven would be banned, as we've seen how so many Riven players, rather, Riven performances. There you go. That's the word I'm looking forward to. Riven performances so far that can potentially spin the game out of control. So DR Esports just respecting that potential threat.
Yeah, and I think it's just flexible as well, on top of everything that you stated about the synergy with these champions, about the strength of this champion being put into the Wild Rift. But on top of that, its flexibility to be placed into the jungle and placed into the Baron also gives that little bit of pressure for the enemy team to decipher what are we going to do, especially that UCFC is the first pick here. They have more of the opportunity to go for the baits, to go for the double bluff, to go for sort of the route on going for some flexible picks as their first rotation. So I think banning it away is simply just a respect ban coming up against UCFC on how strength or how powerful Riven is into the game. And I love how you mentioned about the action as well. It's just interesting point. 0% win rate actually being banned away constantly, maybe due to the reason that he has been buffed in patch 2.4b, as we've talked about in the past series. But still, his strength, his power has still need to be evolved, has still need to be discovered into the Rift, as currently 0% win rate still standing for this champion so far. But now let's set up some expectations in the next game. What do you think will be the changes for UCFC Esports, even if they've gotten a huge lead in the early game? They've lost that away from DR Esports in the mid game, late game.
That is true. I wouldn't be surprised if Dragon still stuck with this with this Fizz pick. Especially, it's a 2 birds in 1 stone. Dragon is a very mechanically skilled mid laner, so this fits him very well. But of course, it's to take away another pick that EDF could utilize against them. So this is a 2 birds in 1 stone kind of thing. But when we look at the previous picks as well, UCFC can also draft Seraphine. We've seen Dragon play Seraphine and as well as Twisted Fate. Twisted Fate is a very good pair with Assassin junglers, just because Destiny just provides so much information, and just again, that numbers advantage to join in either a Rengar or a Kha'Zix somewhere off inside the deeper ends of enemy jungle and as well as the side lane. So I think we could possibly see Twisted Fate, especially again, Renzi's options, depending on what is going to be banned. If it's going to be jungle focused again, most likely it's going to be Kha'Zix. That's the only thing left, and a Xin Zhao. So perhaps we get to see that coming from Dragon.
Or if Olaf is left open, Jarvan 4 can also be picked up. But considering USCFC keeps unbanning this away with huge respects onto DR Esports playing this champion, I think we won't be seeing Olaf pretty much anytime soon in this game. And you know what? I'm throwing this out there. I really want to see a Twisted Fate Pantheon Galio come into a single draft. That's gonna be a heck of a game. That's gonna be a banger of a series, and I'm waiting for that. I'm waiting for that match. I mean, 3 semi-global ultimates thrown into a game. That's gonna be exciting. But
yeah, I don't... that's gonna be huge. That's gonna be huge. I mean, Jungle Pantheon, Twisted Fate mid lane, Galio support, it is very, very much doable. Especially the fact that Galio has been constantly open in the past few games, and as well as Gragas, something that we usually saw banned and picked most of the time, has fallen off now when we look at the fall season. And I'm excited to see what the adjustments are, considering that UCFC was so close to closing that game, and DR Esports, of course, they are currently still undefeated series-wise, 6-0. We'll see if that continues 7-0 after tonight.
Yeah, they were 1 dragon away from taking that win, for taking that dub away from DR Esports. And I love how you mentioned how DR Esports came to be here in the fall season Icon Series playoffs. They are remaining undefeated so far. The record in Series 1 has been 6. Their series loss has been 0. So can UCFC be able to bring this down, lose this lose streak for DR Esports, and be the better team, to be the more impactful team coming into the upper bracket of this series? So far, it has been very close. It has been UCFC taking that early game and DR Esports taking that late game. The question would be, are we going to expect the same thing as the champion select is now gonna jump in for DR Esports and UCFC Esports, brought to you by Riot Go.
Now the switch of sides, DR Esports gonna continue with this action ban. UCFC, on the other hand, can surely still go through the Lee Sin ban, and as well as the Olaf, and possibly after the Camille. DR Esports going through the same route as well. We'll see what's gonna be open, as it could possibly still be the junglers, one assassin jungler open. It's gonna be Kha'Zix, but this time around, because DR Esports decided to ban out this Fizz, UCFC remaining with the same bans. Will they select? My memory is jogging right now, Infinity. I actually forgot what the Riven. Yes, thank you very much. Yeah. Riven is going to be towards Devil J, and Devil J is a very, very talented, top laner, and we've seen him on the Akali, and now him on a Riven is going to be very scary.
Yeah, and I think when this is left open, DR Esports picking this up, very, very massive off them. But you have to consider that UCFC has now picked the red side selection. They're now able to pick up the Senna and the Pantheon once again in their draft. A lot of global ultimates now coming through. Now DR Esports answered with a Kha'Zix Varus.
It's looking to be the same draft. It could possibly be, instead of a Fiora, it still could be a Nami. A Nami and then Orianna last pick. We'll see what UCFC decides to do, because Fizz is banned. Will they go for the Twisted Fate? We talked about this, the global ults just piling through, but no, they're going for a Ziggs this time around. And because of the Ziggs getting locked in, and J4 as well, this could be a Pantheon Senna bot lane, perhaps? I wonder. Let's see what the last pick is going to be.
Yeah, and I think it's the Yana for DR Esports. 36% win rate, 31% ban rate, but Trash, Rox is gonna pick this up. 0% win rate so far. It has been chosen 2 to 3 times for the fall season group stage, and now it's going to be debuted here in the playoffs.
That's gonna be very, very exciting for sure. Especially, again, for fans of League PC, Rox's performance. It's going to be very exciting to see him on the Thresh here on Wild Rift this time around. For UCFC, gonna get the Jarvan for top side, perhaps, and it's going to be, we'll check that out actually, as Ezreal will be now the AD carry for the side of UCFC. A double poke composition over here, Cataclysm, and then raining all the skill shots in the world on towards that crater. It's very understandable, because you have a lot of low mobile, well, not a lot, mainly Gospel, pretty low mobile, Edoff as well to some extent, and as well as Rocks on this Thresh. So I'm expecting all these skill shots raining down from inside the Cataclysm, and I'm excited to see how they execute that.
Well, we're shooting down that skill shot into the warp as we're jumping into the rift for game number 2. DR Esports now on the advantage, and now it's a question of UCFC can bring this back into game 3.
That is the biggest expectation question, considering the fact that, again, UCFC acquired the roster of VVV, so this is an experienced roster from the summer season, but experienced a similar fate as of Fennel Adversity last season. They got 0-2'd by Nextplay, got knocked out by Liab in the lower bracket. So, Fennel already defying their fate, moving forward to the upper bracket. Will UCFC do the same? They came close in game number 1. And now they get a second chance over here. We'll see if DR Esports gets to finish. They ascend the hook.
Oh, the hook from Trash, actually being able to bring down Demon Kite in the CC chain, but Rox is just too low when it comes to the HP, and Dampier might be able to poke this down. Actually goes for the auto attack. First blood by UCFC.
that is definitely not what they wanted. Rox was not in range for an ignite to happen towards Demon Kite there. Unfortunately, it is then UCFC getting first blood. I think that is going to be huge. I think good thing it is Dampier. It is the support that manages to get it, but cannot change the fact that Dampier is on a Senna, is going to have those unlimited stacks on board. It's still going to be painful at the later stages of the game.
And now I'm curious. Can Thresh be able to steal the heart of Senna once again? Or can UCFC block this from happening? As now DR Esports tries to go for the engage. UCFC gonna go for the counterattack onto DR Esports, but they're not gonna be able to get the kill down, and UCFC will still secure their blue buff.
Yeah, they're gonna be fine. Steal their heart. Steal Senna's heart. That sounds kind of romantic. I think Thresh did a little more sinister thing, like stealing her soul. So, but anyway, we get to see Renzi lurking around.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough though. It's gonna be the 1v1. AG shield gonna remove some damage out. Flash away. That's gonna remove him from danger. UCFC tries to go for the engage, but DR Esports goes for the counterattack. But EDF will just choose to back away. No kills for DR Esports so far.
Yeah, really nice satchel there coming from Dragon. Is able to prevent any sort of follow-up damage after the dash coming from EDF. So that is a win and a good disengage coming from UCFC. And now it's going to be 1 minute more or less. And something that we keep bringing up when we see a Thresh pick is that we want to see a Thresh roam with the jungler. And it's a different scenario this time. This Thresh is going to be primarily here in the lane, see if they can get a pick, but...
Oh, chain of corruption going to UCFC Esports. Dampier will go back away because of the Starfall from Renzi, zoning them back. Mega Inferno Bomb, a lot of damage coming through. That's going to be stunned onto Rumps. Not going to be able to get the kill down. Dampier 1 HP. Minions will not get the kill down. Dampier will be safe. Jay will not continue through, but here's another fight. Dragon will go for the satchel charge back away. Go for the retreat. Their Esports still will not be able to get the kill down, and UCFC will do the same.
Yeah, there's just so many close calls in this game so far, and yet no one wants to budge. The only kill we've had so far is Rox from earlier, and we have encountered so many fights already in the past 3 minutes. But of course, 4-minute mark, that means we're going to see the first 2 objectives spawn into the game. And looking at UCFC, they do want to get this Rift Herald for themselves, planting a lot of vision down. And DR Esports...
You've stolen the blue buff away from Adolf. Anyways, continue.
I said because yummy blue buff.
Yeah.
Adolf, yeah, he's just fine. But now DR gonna be starting this dragon.
Crucial barrage, a lot of damage coming through. Adolf is half HP. Goes for the lantern. We'll be back to safety. Diana will go for the Moonfall, but UCFC will be able to get the secure kill onto the Ocean Dragon. He will fall though. This will be the 1-for-1. Another will fall down. DR Esports will try to punish. UCFC trying to scour back away, but Dragon is trying to run for his life. Nastro will zone away the enemy team, but DR Esports is happy with that triple kill away for the Ocean Drake trade.
Really nicely done by Renzi there. He was just very patient. He was in the middle of that dragon pit, and everybody pretty much focused on that dragon, so he was able to steal it before he went down. And now DR, though, is still able to get 2 early kills onto EDF on the Diana, so I think that is a pretty sweet deal. Ocean Drake, though, with the Vamp, with the Omni Vamp in UCE's favor. DR Esports is gonna linger around this Rift Herald. I suppose Rox will try to find a death sentence find a pick first before they're comfortably gonna 100% commit on this one.
But I guess they're gonna start this off immediately. UCFC though does not have any knowledge. Thresh with the hook will not connect. That's gonna be DR Esports going for the Rift Herald uncontested.
Yeah, really nicely done by DR Esports. They do lack in the numbers department because Ezreal Demon Kite was busy in the bottom portion of the map, so they figured they're not going to be have a better chance in winning the fight in a 4v5 scenario. This could be a dive though.
Yeah, Jarvan 4, flag and drag. That's good to knock
Starfall.
up. Grand Starfall comes through. Jarvan 4, but Mega Inferno Bomb. A lot of damage coming in. UCFC Chain of Corruptions will be stuck down onto the ground as DR Esports will go back as they will more likely secure the tower for his blood. Now Jarvan 4 comes in once again with a flag and drag. Knock up onto Edda. Pantheon gets a spear down. Pale to the heart. That's gonna be the kill for UCFC.
Yeah, nicely done by UCFC there. They utilized Renzi's Starfall, just rattled DR Esports to try and disengage. And the thing is, Rox kept his box, I believe, in that entire engage. So they wanted to see if they can bait out a dive and then put a box under the tower. I feel like that was the thought process. UCFC now going to continue on with the siege here. And they have no zigs here to mash down bot.
Stun on Devil J. Devil J just spams his skill back away. But did you see the damage from Ezreal though? So much damage from 100 to 20 real quick.
Yeah, that's definitely a lot, I assume. Still no stacks, not a fully stacked Manamune just yet. And it has been very painful, most likely from the Sheen from earlier. So that's what we saw. And, you know, Ezreal, one of the untouched AD carries, I suppose, unaffected by the recent patches addition of, 10 items. Still going through different, going for the gauntlet though this time around. Getting a little bit more of that utility for the rest of the squad, considering that DR Esports does have a lot of heavy engage right up your face. You've got Diana, Kha'Zix, Riven, as well as Rox, if you count that in. So I do see why they wanted the gauntlet on the board here. This time around though, 26 seconds on the clock for the Earth Drake to spawn. We could see potentially another fight.
Definitely. I mean, Mountain Dragon. This is the second dragon in the game. This is quite ironic. DR Esports, DR, still has no dragon in this game so far. So I think they want to contest this. If ever they want to get a dragon in their favor, it's a collect them all, catch them all for this game so far, as UCFC already has secured one dragon in this game. Mountain Dragon will now spawn up, but everyone's pissed up. Nasjo going to be seen by, but immediately went for the quick action to go back away.
Yeah, that's the thing. Renzi is far, far away. He's going to bump into Devil J.
True Shot Barrage actually gives the information. UCFC is onto the backside, will not be able to go for the contest. DR Esports gets the first dragon.
Yeah, because the Grand Starfall isn't super duper global, is able to catch Devil J.
Oh, Jarvan 4, Cataclysm actually locking down Edda, but jumps back away with a dash out, but
Devil J.
Drag go for the CC chain. We have a follow through coming from DR Esports into the backside. Crash will go for the ultimate, locking down a lot of people, but UCFC will lose one member out of that matchup, and DR Esports will try to just pressure in.
A really nice chain of corruptions there. Everybody's pretty much clumped together. Etaf positioning for a potential dive here, but looks like they're too far off. The flash.
Oh, the jump. Yeah, did not connect, and UCFC Lakan will not be able to do so. Rox is just too low when it comes to the HP jar. Oh, but True Shot Barrage actually gets a clutch onto that trade now. That is the 1-for-1.
Yeah, at this point of the game, True Shot Barrage, you can potentially use it right after the fight ends. Is that a very, very fast cooldown? Demon Kai was able to use the True Shot Barrage at the beginning of the Dragon fight and now at the end of that very extended fight. So DR Esports still unable to take that mid lane tower down, almost though. And it's so difficult when you're up against a poke composition. Cannot overstay your welcome, or else you might get punished with a Mega Inferno Bomb or a True Shot Barrage on top of each other as well. And now DR Esports though, looking at the itemization, Edaf does have that Rabadon soon. But Demon Kite already maxed out. Muramana already. So he's going to hurt even more.
Yeah, and considering also you already have a lot of core items actually been built up. You have Duskblade for Kha'Zix alongside with the Black Cleaver. The damage is going to be exponential at this point in time. That UCFC need to be wary on the location of that up. And I think the answer to that will be the Twin Shadows that has been picked up by Dampier. But so far, it has been clearly the patience game for now, as Baron Nashor will be alive A kill in this state of the game will be so valuable, and I think that is what DR Esports is looking for.
Yeah, especially the timing into the Infernal Drake. Of course, both of these teams would want to have that buff on their side. Look at the top side, though.
Yeah, Renzi will force out a Proto Belt to go back away, which means he doesn't have that extra mobility coming down into the next team fight.
That's going to be extremely important to get that Proto Belt into a stun. Just as you mentioned, very crucial in starting the fights.
Into the bottom side, once again, it's just simply trading out damage from Devil J and Nastro, but no clear definition on what they want to engage. But here into the mid lane, it's a different story as DR Esports gets the security onto the tier 1 turret.
Yeah, this is all because of the pressure that Devil J is bringing into the bottom lane. Renzi was forced to move towards the bot to see if he can punish Devil J, but at the expense of DR Esports, they're sneaking the Baron.
Yeah, they might potentially actually do it. It's a 1v1 though here into the bottom side. Devil J will throw us at the flash. Nastro will go for the recall, but let's look at the Baron buff. It's already 1/3 of its HP here into the mid lane. Mega Inferno bomb will remove Gospel back away. Now Rocks might potentially bring in UCFC into the Baron's pit, but it no longer worries them as DR secures the Baron Nashor.
And the timing is so perfect as well. Well, a little bit off, I suppose, because they don't have Gospel anymore. 20 seconds on the clock for the Infernal Drake to spawn. So if DR Esports wants to contest this, they have to take their time. But at the same time, they don't want to overstay and commit and do the Dragon Dance for too long, or else they might waste the Baron buff if they linger around longer than expected.
Right. Because if they dance without music that has been putting up the tempo, this might disengage for DR Esports and might be very, very bad. But UCFC, 1k HP for the Infernal Dragon. DR Esports doesn't want to go for it. They're going for the mid lane. They want to push. They want to get the tier 2 turret and the inhibitor turret. UCFC needs to now go for the retreat to be able to go for the defense. Now, tier 2 will fall into the mid lane. UCFC now into the inhibitor turret. The hook will connect. Chain of Corruption to follow through. That will be great, but no follow-up for DR Esports.
They do manage to get the Baron. We'll see how they're going to split their resources. It's possibly going to be a 1-3-1 where Gospel will remain with Edaf as well. And I assume Rox and Etaf can duo it up and see if they can get a pick or two. But of course, Baron buff enabled. They do want to take advantage and maximize this buff as much as they can. Looking now, Rabadon's intact already for Edaf, so his moonfalls are going to be very painful. And Edaf does have that Guardian's Angel, so that survivability is going to be very important once he dives into the fight. And look at Rox and Gospel. Death sentence into a Chain of Corruptions.
The Hawk will connect.
There it
This is it. Jarvan 4 will go in for the flag, and Drag will be stowed down by the Cage of Rocks, but just canceled out the TP, canceled out the recall for DR Esports. Huge win for them, but here at the 1v1, Tribrush getting that face check in. Renzi will try to go for the stun and root down onto DR Esports. No follow through for UCFC.
Yeah, there's going to be a collapse. So if UCFC overstay their welcome, they could be collapsed upon.
Cataclysm actually locks down onto 2, forces out the flash away. That's going to be a lantern, and also the hook connecting onto Nastro, but once again, too risky to follow through.
And there, UCFC is going to push this top side. It's going to be easy for them because of Dragon here on the Ziggs. They want the flank.
They want to go for the collapse here. Devil J into the front line. Nastro for the flag and drag as well. Chain of Corruption. Huge root against the enemy team, UCFC Esports. Tries to go for the retreat. Devil J is very, very low in this fight if they continue this.
It's too low. They can't overstay their welcome because Dragon is going to be extra painful right at this point of the game as there's a lot of poke involved in the UCFC roster, composition rather. So if DR Esports, if they want to fight, they have to start it immediately or else they're going to get chunked down in a very, very scary HP amounts. So far though, it is still the lead for DR Esports with UCFC leading the Dragon count. And now for DR, we'll see how they can set up for Baron as it has now spawned. And UCFC, of course, the thing is, their composition is so perfect to wait for DR to start the Baron because they can rain on bombs from red side at the back of this Baron pit. and see if they can chunk down DR in such dangerous amounts of health.
Yeah, but UCFC though, trying to set up a play here against their Esports. Cataclysm will lock onto 2, Mega Inferno Bomb to follow up. Senna ultimate. Moonfall though into the backside will be able to go for the 3-man knock-up. The knockback, the dash away will keep Edov's life in a bit longer situation now. Etaf into the backside will go in. GA will be popped away. UCFC is now on the corner. They need to disengage, but they will get the trade down. Total Bell coming in, goes for the stun away. Devil J will get the kill. Etaf to follow through. He has risen from the dead, and UCFC will lose 3 members out of that.
Yeah, DR Esports is happy about that, but not super happy because they cannot commit to the Baron because Dragon and Demon Kite are alive and they can just rain Mystic shots and bombs once they decide to take this Baron. So DR Esports is going to opt for the more safer big objective, which is the Air Infernal. Well, why do I keep saying Infernal? The Air Elder Drake.
Yeah, and UCFC doesn't have any information on the Dragon's Pit. Ezreal is going for the recall, so this might be the uncontested pick here for DR Esports. UCFC slowly but surely trying to go into the Dragon's Pit, but it is too late as 1k HP, bam! DR Esports gets the Elder Dragon, and UCFC is now on par when it comes to the Dragon taken against DR Esports.
Yeah, that's going to be a lot of extra roams where, Rox is going to be happy to take advantage of, especially when you pair that up with Edaf and as well as Gospel. UCFC, though, they're starting this Baron.
They want this badly. They are at a massive disadvantage, but DR Esports wants this as well. If they lose this, huge comeback potential for UCFC, and now Cataclysm will lock in onto Edov. Mega Inferno Bomb, Senna ultimate will come through, but the Chain of Corruption will lock down onto UCFC, and now to follow through, that's gonna be the double kill. 1, 2, 3, UCFC will try to go for the retreat, but they are overextending. DR Esports will get the clear, will get the ace, and they can finish the game.
No need for Baron for DR as they're gonna head straight as the death timers are incredibly low. That was a really, really brave leap coming from Etaf, seeing 5 members from UCFC, and he's still able to escape and run away, and now they're going Nexus.
They're punching it, they're smashing it, Inhibitor turret will fall down, 20 seconds remaining for UCFC. This will not be enough, and DR Esports will win Game 2 as they sweep the series down up against UCFC.
And there we go! One of their little skits to celebrate the victory of them staying at the upper bracket. This is, are they representing UCFC at the
they're
bottom?
Studying. They're studying, they're thinking.
They're studying.
What happened in that game too?
Yeah, I gotta love the skits coming from DR Esports, and of course they're incredibly happy that they're able to remain in the upper bracket in 2-0 fashion, continuing their win streak as well from 6-0 to 7-0 from the group stages up now in the current playoff stages.
Now, they're actually confident into the upper bracket, but UCFC though will fall into the lowers bracket to fight against the prior series losers, and I think this might be a difficult situation as we might expect a lot of battles later on. But before then, let's look at what happened from that game 2 and how DR Esports just obliterated UCFC Esports in that game 2.
Yeah, it was there's a lot of factors with DR Esports just fully in control of the game. There were a couple of instances where they weren't able to secure the Dragon, but it didn't matter as they were able to get early leads on their carries. We've managed to see Edaf get 2 early kills on the Diana, getting Rabadon's death cap very early on, and able to take advantage of the massive damage. Of course, Rox had a very, very great game on this Thresh, and having to prepare the Lantern every single time UCFC decides to Cataclysm a very vulnerable target such as Gospel, put the Lantern in, and it's just your straight ticket out of the danger zone. And for UCFC, we were starting to see, Dragon pick up, Demon Kite pick up as well on the damage department, but unfortunately it was too late. Etaf was doing a lot of work as well, Gospel and Edaf primarily as well, so it was too late for UCFC to try and see if they can regain control of that game.
And yeah, I think this is a celebration for Trash fans of all ages coming down, because I think it's now 25% win rate so far in Wild Rift group stage plus playoffs. But before then, let's look at the MVP, the highlight, the master of the match from that game 2 from DR Esports, Edda playing Diana.
Back to back, master of the match over here. Edaf, again, his play style, very flexible. From the Fizz plays that we saw back in the fall season group stages on the Orianna in the previous game, and now the Diana. Usually when we see a Diana, we see setups, we see the Wukong, we see the Galio, we see picks that the Jarvan 4 as well. But this time, Edaf says, I can do this on my own. I don't need setups. I'm fine with this. I can set up for myself with the Moonfall, and everything just follows through.
Yeah, I'll make my own setups. I can be a solo hunter. I can be the solo maker of those team fights. But yeah, I think Diana just really provided a very good, not just CC and engage against the enemy team, but also zoning them away. Because in multiple cases in that specific game, Diana was just there with a Moonfold readied up, wherein DR Esports is going for those massive objectives. So I think so far he played very, very well. But Riku, any thoughts on that game 2 and game 1 from the series of DR Esports and UCFC?
For me, DR Esports look very promising. They have a lot of potential getting into, again, one of the top 3, I suppose, into the playoffs, and I'm just looking forward to see them even more throughout the days.
I echo your thoughts. It's going to be an exciting days to come. It's going to be an exciting series to come more. And speaking of excitement, I am excited to actually pass it on to the panelist desk, because later on, it's going to be the lower bracket fighting against each other to proceed to try and get that lower bracket finals. Once again, I'm Infinity and this is Riku. We're going to step away for now. Don't go away. When we come back, it's going to be the panelist desk giving us more insights what happened in that series.
Sekreto ng mga gwapong Master Gamer? Para fresh all day, bring your clay game with Master. New Master All-in-One Clay Wash. Fights germs, controls oil up to 12 hours, and helps prevent pimples. New Master All-in-One Clay Wash. Sekreto ng mga gwapo.
Wild Rift anywhere. With Glow Prepaid's Riot Go 80 for data and premium bundles. Enjoy exclusive items you can unlock. See ya!
Yeah, I started on a 50 mil lens. Now I'm about to bag 50 mil yen. I can shoot all day, I got stamina. Turtleneck on with my camera, yeah. Stay creamy, man, that's what they say. Shoes laced up and I came to play. Yeah, I'm first team, I'm a superstar. They call me cream, like Abdul-Jabbar. Yeah, you had to face it, let's get back to basics. I'ma take the shot like it's a vaccination. I don't have the patience, I'ma shoot right now. Yeah, we undefeated and you gon' lose right now. Like click, 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 swish. I can switch it up anytime like this. I'm a videographer and I'm on the verse. So when I shoot my shot, I don't miss.
Alive, we will know shortly in this best of one match. RRQ, or is it going to be Lakan Esports? I'm excited. My beautiful partner right here is excited. Yuko, what do you think about this?
What beautiful partner. Just kidding. Yeah, this will be the first best of one for the day, and two powerhouse teams. And you said this, who will be knocked out first, or who will be the ones to keep their Icon Series dream alive? That is the question that will be answered after just this one game. Again, RQ really stepping up in their series. They were able to get one game up against Omega. Lakando did suffer a 2-0 up against Team Secret, but I'm sure this new team, they still have a lot in their pocket, in their sleeve. But this time around, they need to go all in, because not only is this a best of one, but they're also fighting against RRQ with a clean streak during the regular season.
Yes, definitely. The RQ suffered their first loss of the series, and sadly it came in the playoffs, pushing them in the lower brackets. And this is a situation you don't really want to go in, because the pressure is real. One wrong move in this game could be your entire dream shattered, really.
Oh, yes, actually, that's true. Your dream might be shattered just from making one mistake. And we saw that in the previous series. No dreams were shattered though, but UCFC, it costed them their first game with just one mistake in the cash and DR Esports was able to punish that. Are we going to
Right.
be seeing a similar game? Are we going to be seeing new picks? I'm really looking forward to seeing how these two teams again will perform. It's all or nothing.
Yes, definitely. And let's face it, RRQ is still the favorites, especially in this matchup right now. Knowing that RRQ was one of the favorites in the winner's bracket, they are now in the lower bracket. I think they're one of the strongest here in the lower brackets. And I'm expecting a very strong game from them. But then again, Lakan Esports, they've shown us surprises every now, here and there. And I think they have what it takes to really surprise us this evening.
Hopefully. One of the players I would like to highlight from Lakan would be Isen. With a very good ADC. Just need a lineup that can heal for their ADC and make sure he's untouched. Arjuk, when it comes to his state, definitely very much on point. He does know the timing of his champion and the jungler. Chinese maybe or Borje, either of the two, they really know how to set the tempo. But again, RRQ, they are a different league. So the fact that Lakan got to be up against Team Secret in their day number 1 matchup, now at the lower bracket, they will be up against RRQ. I like this because it just pushes them to their limit, maybe even beyond the limit that they think they have. Again, it's all or nothing.
Yes, definitely. I'm looking at Chaz. Chaz did a very good run in the upper bracket earlier. I think Chaz will be the difference maker here for the team still for RRQ. Let's see if ever Chianese will be able to match up with Chaz when it comes to performance. Yeah, I said on the ADC is still very good. And one of the roles that I really want to look at right now is the support X and Arjuk. Let's see who will play better support in this game.
Yeah, honestly, Hex and Arjuk, they have quite similar play styles. He is sustained and aggressive, but not too aggressive kind of
True.
support. They just provide a lot of initial, a lot of healing for their team, and they're just usually seen in the back lines, except Arjuk, since he usually picks up Galio or Brom, which
Right.
is in charge of soaking up damage, finding the openings, and then punishing them, and just making these openings fun. For Hex, though, he usually uses the encounter support. You've seen Jana, you've seen he does initiate too, but he's actually not in charge of just securing or soaking up on those matches. I think that is the role for their biolaner or their jungler, and you have their ADC Mark going crazy at the back.
Yes, definitely. Yeah, I want to mention more about the support roles right there. The difference of the playstyle will really make this interesting in this loser bracket first series down here. Is it going to Lakan going for an all-out team play, especially if you have a support that used you in the form of Galio, in the form of Brom? Usually, you are an all-in type of a team comp, right? And RRQ with their enchanters, they can go for a much safer gameplay here in this game. This is again best of 1 series. You cannot really take that much risk. So I would say I am expecting a slow-paced game for this lower bracket series. What do you think?
Honestly, yeah, a very, very slow game, because if you can recall, Lakan almost had, not almost had, but there were times that they did shine in their game 1 against Team Secret, and that was during the times they were come together. So if they want to be able to get through with this best of 1, they need to just group themselves into 5 and then go for the hunt against RRQ.
Yes, definitely. Hopefully, they will get what they're looking for. But if ever you are running a safe game, especially RRQ, they run the Varus lineup in the first game against Omega Esports, and they were very successful. I will not be surprised if they're gonna run that in this game on the lower bracket. And I would say it is a good Varus game for this one right here, because it's a best of 1. You really want to go for a really sure team play.
Yeah, you gotta have that safety net or that assurance for the late game. So maybe for Lakan, if they do not want to use that Varus, they should just ban this champion away.
All right, so yes, let's look at. You can share with us your fearless forecast and get a chance to be one of the 15 lucky winners of 790 wild course. On the screen right now, these are the instructions on how to join. Just make sure the hashtags are there so that we will be able to see it. The best comment will be pinned after each series. 5 winners will be announced at the end of each broadcast from September 3, which is today, until September 5 on the finals day. That is very interesting. If you want to win this, go ahead and make that comment.
You liked some pages, you shared some live stream, you commented your analysis, and you actually have a chance to win 790 wild cards. How about that? So if I were you guys, be sure to join this giveaway.
And another giveaway from PPGL and the C Icon series. This is brought to you by Oppo A94. This is almost the same, just like follow PPGL and Oppo Philippines Facebook page. Share us a screenshot of your favorite player living life at full speed with their best gameplay from the C Icon series. So you need to record a highlight of that player, and it can be a clash, clutch play, Baron Steel, team ace, etc. And tell us what you love most about it. Make sure you post is in public with the hashtags #OppoGameOn, #OppoA94, and #LiveLife at full speed. 2 lucky winners will win a brand new Oppo A94 and will be announced on September 10, 2021.
Remember the date, September 10, 2021. You guys might be one of the 2 lucky winners with a brand new phone courtesy of Oppo, which I don't know about you, but I tried it and played Wild Rift with it, and it was everything that I ever wanted. So you'll have another giveaway, another one in a bit. But yeah, please do take note of these giveaways. Make sure that you guys will join these as well. For the last giveaway, we have for all Globe subscribers, now is your chance to reinvent your world here in the Rift. Get a chance to be one of the 10 lucky winners of 1,000 worth of Globe Rewards points by simply following the mechanics below. 3 things. First, like and follow the PPGL, Globe GGWP, and Globe Telecom Facebook pages. Number 2, react and share the live stream on your timeline along with the hashtags #SISPH, hashtag #CIconSeries, #PPGL Wild Rift, #Globe Telecom, and #Globe GGWP. Number 3, comment on the stream chat with 2 teams you think will represent PH in the upcoming 2021 Wild Rift Ski Championship. 10 lucky winners of 1,000 Globe Rewards points each will be announced at the end of the broadcast weekend on September 5, 2021. I now know what the panelists feel like when they say these giveaways. Nika was right. The hashtags are
tongue twisters. It's really hard to read that hashtag. And then again, with all those hashtags, you are going to be getting so much prizes from our sponsors. Thank you so much once again, Globe. Thank you so much, Oppo, for making this possible. And here we go. Again, the big question on that last promotion is, who do you think is going to be representing Philippines? And it's gonna be very hard. That's why you can comment it. We don't really want to comment on it because it will be very hard for us. So many good teams right here, and right now it will pain us to really cast this one because we know that the loser will be out of the tournament. Is what it is. In the spirit of competition, we want to face the reality of it.
You win some, you lose some. So before we wait while the teams are hopping into the game in a bit, I know you guys want to see the pick. You guys want to see the bans, but hold your horses. We're gonna reach that in a bit. Again, because of one, with all or nothing. And yeah, I was about to ask Leoric though, which 2 teams do you think will be in the SEA Championship? But he dodged the question before I even asked it. So, how are you feeling today?
Very excited. Again, we've grown to love these teams already, covering their plays, their games over the what do you call this? The group stages. It's really gonna be very hard to see them walk away, especially in day number 1. But then again, everyone has to play their A game. We cannot have 8 winners. We can only choose one more from this lineup right here. So. Yeah, Yuko, can you answer that? Who's going to be your top 2 teams?
I mean, in my defense, though, it's just day number 1, and it is crazy. We've been seeing a lot of 2-1s. We saw some upsets here and there. So can I just hold on to my prediction until the last day of our
Right.
playoffs?
True. Well, fair enough, because I'm not gonna be answering that for now. It is really hard to say, right? Because whenever you get up, turn somebody, a team out of the context, you might swallow your words and they make you a liar in the future. We don't want that happening here right now. So, yeah, let's save that for day 3, right?
Yeah. Don't worry. I'm gonna be asking you the question on day 3. I will remember this conversation, Yori.
Not if I ask you first, though.
You're usually the one for some play-by-play anyway. But yeah, jumping back into the series at hand, RQ, they could pick up a Rengar, a Kha'Zix for Chaz even, but right on cue, this will be the Champion Select brought to us by Riot Go.
Yeah, I'm expecting a virus pickup right here for RQ. So they're going to be banning Olaf, and I think that is going to be where this is going to be happening, because Varus is very vulnerable in the backlines. You don't want Olaf diving onto that Varus. So yeah, RQ is starting that right now. Riven is going to be the next ban. Rengar's not going to be available, and Camille is going to be banned also.
Yeah, Camille's still not seeing light of day, but it will be a Rengar ban. And on top of that, RQ will just ban out Kha'Zix. I mean, they did see Lakan pick. They did see a lot of good Kha'Zix picked up earlier. I was wrapping my head around the fact that this would be the possible first pick for RQ here. Varus, he's open. Lee Sin is open too, so they're gonna prioritize the jungler unless they want to put this on Baron lane, but most likely will go over the chat.
Yes, definitely. It's surprising that they're not gonna go for the Varus, but right now, the bans, they banned out Kha'Zix and Rengar's not available. Those are the champions who can really go into the backlines easy peasy. So right now, RQ still wanna play safe and they wanna hide the pick right now. I believe so. Ari and Darius is gonna be picked by Lakan Esports. 36 and 38% win rate on that Darius and Ari. Pretty good, pretty safe pick so far.
Yeah, Ari most likely going over to Dedenne, and Darius will go over to Tante. Tante is all about that sustain but can kill you kind of Baron laner. So Darius is definitely a good pick for him.
There it
With the
is.
Varus open and the Janna open, RQ secures their Zygo lane duo.
Yes, and that is very good right now. I love the bans. This is going to be favoring Varus. You're going to have a tough task to really get into the backlines. And if you are going to be able to do so, a kick is going to be prepared for you. Or Janna can go Monsoon and really push you away so that Varus can survive. But Blitzcrank is hovered over right here with a 100% win rate on this Blitzcrank. All right, interesting.
Oh, second time we'll be seeing Blitzcrank for the day. That is a surprise. I mean, if it's not broken, I mean, if it worked, just go with it. And they will pair that off
TF.
with Illusion, which is all about the crits, all about that burst into the late game. But they forgot. The spade is open, and RQ will lock that in for himself, obviously going over to Helio.
I love this TF pick right here. For Blitzcrank, you are going to be setting up for those pulls, and if ever RQ feels like they're not safe with the map, they can always pull up the Twisted Fate Destiny to spot up where Vi or Blitzcrank is, so that they can play safe, or they can use this offensively, which is going to be very good, especially you're looking at a Lee Sin and a Fiora on the lineup. So I love this from RQ. What do you think about the picks?
Yeah, I love the draft from RQ as well. It's well-rounded. It has their stamp on it. It's all about that. Oh, I was right. Apparently, it is a Baron Lane Lee Sin and a Jungle Fiora. It just has their signature logo on it. But for the side of Lakan, it's also good. It has the good balance of pickups and then team fights, but they really need to be aggressive in the early game. And with right now, you see the world of the Rift takes us in as we jump into the first best of one of the day.
Love that wormhole right there. And ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the Wild Rift. And off the gates, an aggression right here from RQ. It's going to be spotted by Lakan Esports. The pull is going to be used right here. It is going to connect onto Hyde. Hyde will have that dash and he will be okay. Dedenne though going in with the ball. And I guess that's going to be it for the early game shenanigans from both sides. Everyone should go for their onto their lanes.
Oh, okay. Well, the role swap. That's nice. But yeah, anyway, you have Chaz jumping in those stunts.
Uh-oh, the cold cart is going to be connecting onto Tante right here. Tante will be forced to go back home. So this is advantage going on to the side of RRQ as they are already on their lanes at this point. Lee Sin, interestingly, is on the Krugs on the opposite side of the map. So RRQ right now being aggressive, and I love this.
Yeah, and again, although I said Lakan Esports is the team that is supposed to be aggressive in the early game, RIQ, they do not want to falter. Chazdo having his eyes on Dante.
Oh, Dante being chased right here. Big target on his back. Will be able to run away half HP down under the turret. So he's going to be okay. Chianese on the Vi will also try to set up for themselves. Hyde will sniff that one out and he's going to be okay.
A-okay, being able to survive that. Now, Lakan, they will have their eyes on this first turret. Let's see who gets to have first blood turret though. Now, both teams are just focusing on the objective game. Dedenne at the side still does not have Spirit Rush. He does have Charm and the Orb though. So maybe if he wants to get a pick off, he can make it happen.
Yeah, RRQ just brute forcing this first turret of the game. You know that there is a good shield on the first turret, especially on the Baron lane. But hold that thought, there's going to be a fight right here. Initiation by Chian is going to be on point. Hyde is already very low. And that's first blood taken by Lakan Esports. And they're not done yet. But RRQ will be able to run safe under the turret as Helios is going to be okay. And that's going to be it. Lakan Esports takes a 1-0 lead.
1-0 in favor of Lakan. Looks like on top of that kill, they would want to get the turret at the Dragon lane side. The Hex will be able to shield it though. So it's going to be a turret denied for Lakan.
Yeah, even though RRQ lost one hero, one champion right here, RRQ did get the first turret at the top lane. So because of that, they're now up 1k in this game. RRQ still in the driver's seat, but it is still 2 minutes and 30 seconds in. One Rift Scuttler each for both sides. I guess another action should be happening on the first big objectives of this game.
Yeah, we're gonna wait for that to happen though, but I believe it's still gonna depend on what kind of dragon will be set up first. For now, RQ, I believe they will prioritize the Rift Herald regardless of what dragon it will be. Except if it's a Cloud or Infernal Drake, but looking into the Dragon lane still, Arjuk, will he be able to go with the hook?
Alright, let's see. Arjuk is going to be coming in. And here comes RRQ and Lakan is going to back away. The gold card is going to be connecting and that's a disaster for Lakan right now as Dedenne is already out of fight before he can do a damn thing. Here comes RRQ. Are they going to go for the push right here? They're not going to do so. And that's going to be very risky. I love what they're doing right now. They're going to be prepping for the dragon that's going to spawn in the next 25 seconds of the game. So far, RRQ still in the lead.
Still in the lead indeed. I mean, has 1k gold lead, but okay. Varus just got taken down by Arjuk. I mean, it's a bit champion Ignite in the flank. Come on, it will be aggressive.
Yeah, I guess the rocket grab connecting right there. But that virus, Marky, is still gonna be up in time for the big objectives right here. If I want to ask you, Yuko, who are you going to go for in this game? Is it the Dragon or Rift Herald? It's a Cloud Drake.
I think I would have to go with the Rift Herald just to make sure that I'm going to have that one turret down. But looks like Lakan, they want otherwise. They are going to either pick off and maybe rotate over to the Dragon.
Let's see if they're going to be able to do so. RRQ is also headed towards the Dragon area, I believe so, because there are two champions in the DR lane. Dragon's already be started by Lakan Esports right here. I don't think RRQ is going to fight. They're going to be marching onto the mid turret, though. That turret, I want to see the HP. Dragon is already down. Rift Herald being started by RRQ. So so far, this is in favor of Lakan Esports. Lakan is going to be able to defend that mid turret. Rift Herald will go into the hands of RRQ.
Yeah, I told you. RQ, they would still have priority on the Rift Herald, but looks protected layout. Hurricane not gonna connect though.
Oh, Rift Herald is gonna be summoned right here. They want this mid turret down. RRQ, that charge should take that down. No need for a fight because this mid turret is over. Lakan Esports is just gonna be coming in for the cleanup. They spot Lucian on the bottom. Ice and goes for the culling right here. Marky is gonna be hit right there with the Vi, and that's gonna be perfect for Lakan Esports as they take Marky down. That's a big win. Here comes the other champions of Lakan Esports. RRQ is gonna run for their lives.
Really good assault and battery from Chinese there from that Vi. It just, I mean, Marky could not do anything. That's the weakness of a Varus. Lock him down, make sure he has no other way to escape, let him eat damage, and he's probably gonna get taken down.
Yeah, but I love the bait right there by Eisen. Eisen was running. RQ thought they had him running, but Chianese was there waiting for them to come in, and they got punished. So 3-1 on the board. 2K gold lead on RRQ. Lakan Esports have the upper hand when it comes to the kill department.
Overall, though, when we do talk about kill, it is in favor of Lakan. But if you're gonna look at the gold and then the third takedown, still in favor of RRQ. Looks like they want to turtle this game out, but Lakan, given the fact that they have the confidence to just roam around the map right now, I mean, maybe they could be able to get the kill and maybe even the win.
Yeah, there's a fight at the top lane, baby. That is going to be Arjuk already very low in this fight, and they will be running away. Lakan Esports don't have the HP bars right now, so RQ, good defense right here. You're gonna go for the chase right here. Chaz will miss the Sonic Wave right there, so he will not be able to go in. Mid turret, right here. Arjuk goes for the grab right there, blindly. So that was a Hail Mary. It's gonna be casted right here, and here comes the gold card. It is gonna connect onto Tante. Tante taking a lot of damage, but it is going to be Chianese who goes down first. So does Tante. Already 2 champions dead on Lakan Esports. This is bad news. RQ with that 2 for nothing special, and they're gonna go to the bottom lane.
Yeah, looks like after that, very good flash gonna rotate over to the tower to shove the waves even. And I mean, Lakan Esports was a tight-knit crew. And the moment Helios popped Destiny, it was go time for RRQ. I mean, they stormed even though Lakan Esports was trying to disengage. My heart was stressed for a moment because Chinese, he used assault and battery in the middle of RRQ. I thought he was gonna survive, but apparently that is not what happened. You also have a Hex for the sustain. This is where the Janna pick shine. You have a Moonsoon for healing, for sustain, to even help your team up against their opponents. And heck, I told you, one of the best supports out there in the Pro League in the Philippines, really making ends meet.
Yes, definitely. They are ganging up in the Dragon Pit right now in preparation for the Dragon. That should be spawning next 30 seconds of the game. I love what Lakan Esports is doing right here. They're dropping wards outside the pit so that they can set up for the pull for RQ. Let's see if they are going to be able to sniff that one out. There's still time for preparation, so RQ just go for the red buff. Let's see what the plan is at this point.
What could be the plan? Maybe Lakan Esports, they want to force the pick off, but RQ this time around, they're very much confident with the team fight. Now the Mountain Duke is already up. Helios is just alone in the Baron lane. You also have Taz, you also have a Hex there. Will be able to get that first trade, but it is going to be the Mountain Drake going over to Lakan. Is it worth it though? 1/3 in exchange for a Mountain Dragon.
I will favor the Mountain Dragon, but there is the Rift Herald take right. I mean, the red buff take right here. RQ did not go for the Dragon. They know that Lakan Esports were set up in that part of the map already. So kudos to Lakan Esports getting the advantage on that. But RQ did not go for did not give that one for free. They went in for a trade at the top lane and they got 1 turret. So now on the turret count, 3-1 RQ.
Now looks like RQ has their footing. They will pretty much still cement their lead in a few more minutes, but not if Lakan doesn't let them. You still have the assault and battery that's going to dive in on the turret.
Yes, the turret is not going to live for long. So much damage dealt onto it. So Lakan Esports will take one for themselves. RRQ, they know that they cannot take team fight straight on, so they don't want to fight. They want this kind of fight. Pick up onto Dedenne. The kick is not going to be on point, so Dedenne will survive and Chaz will go down. Dedenne still went down. Chianese on the run. It's already very low, but there it is. The Varus poke is on point, and it is painful. 2 for 1 in favor of RRQ.
Yeah, it was a mid laner and a jungler in exchange for the jungler RRQ. Initially, I thought they would not have any other resources because they did try to catch the Dene, but the fact that there was no Spirit Rush available by the time the other members of RRQ decided to join the party, it was the green flag or the green light for them. Also, that fight, that piercing arrow from Marky, that's what I'm talking about if we're going to be seeing a Varus in the draft.
All right, Arjuk still throwing rocket grabs as Hail Mary right there, but still will not be connecting. But right now, RRQ evening things out on the board 5-5. And they're now sitting on a 6K gold lead, 10 minutes and 50 seconds in. That should be we should be seeing happy RRQ boys right here. But the job's not done yet. There is going to be set up right here by RRQ. They have their eyes onto Ison. Ison sniffs this one out as they go for the dragon.
Yep. Not RRQ. Lakan Esports could still eye next possible dragon, but Bren is still up. You also have the DNA split pushing. He arguably has the best wave here for the side of Lakan. Now you have Hex at the front line. Marky, this guy is pretty much online. This Varus is good to go. On top of that, you also have a twisted fate. The gold card hurts, yes, but the fact that he can be in one place, in a different place ASAP, that is another possible effect for Lakan. Again, that Destiny. A very suppressive combo if ever RQ wants to take a fight. Helios can just jump in whenever he wants. What looks like in the mid lane.
All right, Tornado is going to be connecting right here. Everyone is airborne. Monsoon is going to be used right here. But Marky is already dead, already down on the fight. The stun is going to be connecting right here as the charm is going to whiff. Lakan Esports takes a 1-0 lead right here. Are they going to go for the chase? I don't think so, as they are outnumbered this time. Lakan Esports with a 1-0 win.
And Arjuk really wants to look at that next possible target.
All right, the rocket grab is not going to connect right there. Let's see if Tante is going to be able to grab someone with the apprehend. That is a good setup, or they can charm someone right here. Chaz will go to the Raptors area, but Lakan Esports, the pressure they are building on this mid part of the map is for real.
It is for real indeed.
Destiny.
But now you have the chase. Destiny being used. Gold card. Okay. Ison is pretty much A-okay.
Right, so those champions they went after has escaped, so they're not going to be able to connect right here. But RRQ in a good position to take this dragon. Are they going to be able to do it? Or Lakan? Oh, the turn is going to be happening right here. The culling is on the side, and that's going to be perfect for Lakan Esports. But here comes RRQ still on the fight, and it is Arjuk already out. And everyone on RRQ still alive at this point of the fight. RRQ, though, they have low HP bar, so they won't be able to take this dragon.
Yeah, that was a very good calling from Ison. Very good positioning. But it's just that they were not able to close out that fight. At the very least, you now have a Lucian that is pretty much ready to scale. That then it will just be the distraction there in the mid lane. I did see Hyde user post. He almost got taken down by Tante and took Tante on these areas. Looks like the longer the game is, the tankier and the more damage he has. Let's see if Chinese will be able to get this dragon.
Let's see, though. Dragon is already very low. Charm is not going to connect this time. And here is the fight. Dragon is going to be taken by Chaz. Well played right there. Tante already very low as Giannis is already dead. The calling is going to be casted right here. Tante will have to run as his HP bar is very low. Only one champion dead on Lakan Esports and one onto RRQ side. But RRQ will take the dragon for themselves. 7-7, 14 minutes in.
Yeah, the junglers tend to die a lot in this game,
right.
in this fight. I mean, they're the initiators, right? But yeah, they're basically the sacrificial lamb. 14 minutes in, you now have Dedenne being able to get the Rabadons. And looking at the itemizations for Helios, Twisted Fate is still pretty much ahead. Which is why we usually don't see him clearing out the wave. He is the one joining the team fights. Now, Ison. Right. Again, the silent bomb? I don't know. The hidden bomb from Lakan Esports' side. Still waiting to go off. And maybe they will let him go in the next fight. They just need to make sure that he is in a safe distance. Already has SS Fever, Solar Charge Blade, and then the IE.
Right. Definitely. I'm still waiting for Fiora to really go online on that split push. She is doing her best right now. So Hyde will have to do better to create pressure and create gravity onto the side lanes. Destiny was used right here for information for RRQ, and they do not spot any opening, so they're not going to go for the dive right now. Still 7-7, but RRQ is sitting on a 5k gold lead 15 minutes in. That's a very good lead that you can sit on. Let's see if they can further the game using that lead.
See though, what will they do in that lead indeed? Roughly a 6k goal lead in favor of RRQ. But Lakan, they still have the confidence to go around the map. I thought they were gonna have a pick off there, but I guess I was just Chaz's game instinct picking. No, I sense danger. I'm gonna back away. But this is opening for Lakan to get the Baron, possibly.
Yes. Right, Lakan. Baron is already half HP. There is Arjuk right here. It's gonna be rooted. Takes a lot of damage right here, but the Baron is already very low, and it's gonna be taken right here by Chian. Is well played so far. Chaz is gonna be forced to use the stasis right here. Chaz, that's a double kill for Chaz, and that's big. Tante and Arjuk goes down in this fight, but nonetheless, Lakan takes the Baron buff. Let's see if they can do so much with this in their hands.
They should and they could. Now, Dedzene is a much more better position. He just needs to, dodge the Sonic Wave coming out from Chaz. But two frontliners is not yet available for Lakan. So maybe we might not see a 3v5. At the very least, we could be seeing pickoffs because that Baron buff is going to help a lot.
Yes, definitely. But the shield onto the mid turret makes the mid turret survive once more. Hex with this clutch shields during the team fight. We want to see more of that later, and especially right now that they're trying to burn this Baron buff on the side of Lakan Esports. Let's see how Lakan Esports is going to set this push up.
How will they though? I mean, they're probably going to surprise RRQ, but Helios and Shaz looks like they're the ones that want to give Lakan Esports a surprise. Now they're, again, strength in numbers. This is going to be a 4-1 setup. They are just charging through the mid lane of RRQ.
Yeah, RRQ was expecting a 1-3-1 setup right here, so they tried to set up for a kill onto the bottom lane, but instead it's a 4-1, but the fight is on. Chaz will not catch anyone right here. The gold card is going to be connecting. Chian is in too deep, and he is going to regret that decision right away before he could do anything right here. Tante is going to be spotted on the flanks, but he is fast enough, and he will not get any damage at all. 10-7 in favor still of RRQ. Destiny is going to be popped right here. Let's see, and here the fight is on. Oh no, this is bad for RRQ. They're not connecting onto anything. The gold card though, it's gonna be used. It is gonna go. Oh, that's a bad spot right there by Helios. Helios taking so much damage, and that's gonna be bad. Apprehend doing a lot for Lakan Esports right now, and with Helios down and Hex down, RRQ, what can they do as Lakan is already setting up for this Elder Infernal Drake?
What can they do indeed? Honestly, that play from Tante was the one that paved the possible victory for Lakan. However, we need to remember, Chaz is still alive. The chance that they could steal the dragon is still pretty much there. But you know what? This guy, Aisen, proving me wrong, won the culling, and a few more bullets right through the head was enough to take down Chaz.
Yes, definitely now Lakan Esports have the Elder Infernal Drake in their hands. They're still down in the gold count, 3K. But Bill, hold that thought at the top lane. Tante already very low right here. And there it is. Hyde is now online. He is going to go for the run right here. The Twin Shadow is not going to be connecting, but his exit is already cut right here by Lakan Esports. Hyde surviving for that bit, but that's just going to delay the inevitable. He is still gonna go down. Well played by Lakan Esports. Now they have 3 dragons in their hands. They're just waiting for the Baron, and they could surely seal the deal at this point.
I am the inevitable. Aisen is Thanos. Let's see when will he snap and when will Lakan Esports be able to get the victory. But RQ, I just need to highlight this. The damage that they have right now is still a huge threat for Lakan. Whoever gets to lose their teammates first, they will immediately be in the bad spot. Hyde is not yet up. We do not have the champion for the flank. And Tante is going to be up in 2 more seconds, and he is now A-okay. He will most likely make his way into the Baron. RRQ, what could they do now? Is Lakan going to pick a Baron dance, or will RRQ beat them to it?
Yeah, but RQ will have to nonetheless contest this if ever Lakan Esports goes for it. There it is, Lakan Esports is already starting it. Eto, there it is, Lakan Esports. The HP of Baron is already very low, and it will be a gift. That is bad news for RRQ at this point, as Lakan Esports is now marching for the push. They have the Elder Drake buff right here, and they have the Baron in their hands. This push will be very strong. 20 minutes in, look at this mid turret. The shield is just going to be erased. Mid turret is already down. Only the inhibitors left on the top, and the mid turret will be shielded up by the Janna. It will still melt like butter. Lakan is not done yet. Everyone's sliding on top side, and the fight is on. Good kick right here, and that is Gianni's down already. The top turret is gonna go down, but so does Chaz. The rocket grab is not gonna be connect. Nexus is now being shot by Tante, and they will win this game. Well played, Lakan Esports.
Look at that victory dance from Lakan. Just wow, I cannot read what she's saying, but probably the viewers can read it. They have bad eyesight. But wow, that was an amazing game. Yes, back and forth, but they were able to pull through. What a victory from Lakan Esports. They just bought enough time for Lucian to go online. And again, I'm gonna emphasize this. Isen is a really good ADC. Give him Saya, give him Kaisa, give him Lucian. Basically any champion that has so much crit and has so much damage in the late game, he will be able to bring his team to victory.
Definitely. I think Fiora really was the weakest point on the side of RRQ at that point on, but man, RRQ, one of the best bets of the game. Who would have guessed it? They are going to be the first to exit this tournament. It was a good run from them, especially in the group stages, but again, it is a different ball game when it comes to the playoffs.
From the undefeated, now the King of Kings will have to bow to the newcomers, the new kids on the block, as they bid their farewell into the Icon Series playoffs. It was an upset, but that was an amazing best of one. How can we top that, man?
Yeah, I'm not really sure. But then again, that's the beauty of best of ones. It is a game for both teams, and we were in for a treat.
We definitely were in for a treat rather. Yeah. RRQ, I guess we're just not able to deal with the firepower that Lakan had in the late game. But when it comes to objectives, you mentioned this: gold lead, turret takedown lead. It was always in favor of RRQ. But popping back into that one match of the match is going to be Isen on the solution. Rit for days also has that as well, if ever you have the gold card from state, he has flash, he has skills, he is all about the game. Skill participation, 85%. The damage per minute though, it's almost 1.5k. I mean, I felt that in the bullet that Lucian would dish out.
And for sure, RRQ is going to be feeling that when they go to bed tonight. This is soul-breaking for them. It was a very bright run for them. They must be oozing with confidence going to this playoffs. But then again, surprise, Lakan, one of the unexpected winners right now, I would say. I even called it, I thought RRQ is going to be winning this one out. But Lakan made me a believer in them. Well played by Lakan.
Yes, well played indeed. I forgot which person from the panelists said this, but they believe that Lakan is one of the dark horse of the game. And to throw you guys a bit of a trivia, I would be queued up against or alongside Arjuk during the alpha test for the Wild Rift. He was top 1 Blitzcrank. I was so pissed. Top 1, top 2, I was only top 5 or 6. I was not happy. So seeing him use Blitzcrank again in the Icon Series playoffs, it's a really good throwback, and he just made things happen. The rocket grab, the ultimate 2. He was just very tanky frontliner for Lakan. Like, yeah, I'm gonna take damage. I'm probably gonna get taken down, but it's okay. You guys need to go with the trade. And I just cannot highlight Ante enough. Him on this series is a huge threat. He was able to snowball, he's super tanky, apprehend at the best time possible. You also have Chinese on to the jungler role, being able to get the early game start. So this is the draft history for that first best of 1. Lee Sin pick for RQ, yes, pretty much worth it. Lee Sin barely gets the light of day anyway, but I love the first pick for Lakan here. Yes, it's obviously a Baron laner and mid laner, but these are the champions that they know like the back of their hand. after that, RRQ, they picked up the Varus and then the Janna. We talked about this. It was supposed to be a very, very strong combo, which is probably why Lakan Esports picked by last. Varus, no problem. Lockdown.
Right. Definitely. I think what happened right here really is when Lakan Esports got the first Drake, that was the Cloud Drake. And you know that Darius with move speed is crazy. So when Darius had that Cloud Drake, it was easier for him to really do the setups. And you don't want that to happen if you're RRQ. I think that is where RRQ, at the early parts of the game, made a big not really a big mistake, but later on in that game, the percentage increase on the move speed of Darius was really influential in the win by Lakan Esports. But then again, on the picks, what I don't like about the pick right now is RRQ's Fiora. I don't think Fiora was really able to really make an impact in that game number 1.
Yeah, there were good pre-posts and grand challenges from this Fiora in that game, but it's not, I'm sorry for the comparison, but it's not the Fiora that Arisen yields.
Arisen.
Yeah, when we see that kind of Fiora, we usually expect a lot of hooks, so much damage, your head aches whenever you see a Fiora dash in front of you. We did not see any of that, and I was expecting that much more for Fiora because that is again, going over to the jungle role. But it's okay.
Right.
I guess that was just because Lakan was able to keep Fiora checked.
Yes, definitely. So yeah, I remember they placed Fiora in the jungle, so he was not really that impactful. If we were to run this draft again, I would not have placed that Fiora onto the jungle instead. And going up against a Darius, Fiora has a pretty fair chance going up against a Darius, so that would have been a better. That may have gotten a better outcome for RQ, but it is what it is.
I'm just looking at Leoric right now. He looks so stressed from that game. That was a very intense best of one. But don't worry, guys. We have another best of one right after this. No break, no panelists. We know you want to see the next best of one ASAP, but so far, again, it's gonna be Lakan Esports being able to knock RRQ out of the playoff. If I recall correctly, RRQ in the summer season, he also got knocked out in day number 1, or was it day number 2 in the playoff? So even though they had a much better run for the regular season, looking into the playoffs, it still just was not enough.
Yeah, so what we're going to be watching next, though, is Bren Esports going up against UCFC, and this is not a joke of a matchup. Still very good, and we are going to be seeing them in a best of one, another high-level game coming up for the both of us.
Yeah, another thing I would like to highlight is best of ones are crazy.
They are.
We talked about mechanics. We talked about comeback mechanics, all of that, comeback after comeback in every game. But if it's only one game, this is where even the best teams, they falter. A small mistake, one skill that was sent out that was not supposed to be used, it could cost you the game. There are other pro teams in the PH way back in the summer season, Summer Super Cup rather, that really struggle with the best ones. But like what Yorick said, we're going to be having UCFC versus Bren Esports for the next best one. Do not forget to tweet your thoughts, your analysis, your messages to the panelists or casters. Use the hashtags Dominate the Rift and hashtag #SeriesPH.
Yeah, especially post your messages for RRQ. Let's cheer them up. This will be it's not an easy evening for them, but then again, we want to thank them for a very challenging game, a very entertaining game from them, and the sportsmanship that they showed in this entire Icon series. Well played, RRQ. We want to see you stronger. You were very strong. We even thought that you are going to be one of the best in this one. It's just that there is what do you call this? A stroke maybe of luck in the games, and usually it doesn't always favor us, and it will mean something. We will know the meaning of that as we go on. Then again, RQ, come back stronger, learn from this, and who else? We're going to be watching you more on the next series to come, on the next tournaments. We know you are someone to look at.
Definitely. I guess now in that best of one, it was just Lakan Esports being able to show up and get their win condition. RQ, they were leaning more into the mid to late game, and
Yes.
during the early game, as you can see, no one was doing anything crazy. They were just minding their business, usual standard lane. Maybe a few gangs here and there, but no actual RQ. I guess they just did not have enough firepower to withstand Aizen. Yes, you do have Lee Sin, but which champion actually has the mobility, the utility, the sustain, the sanity to reach the back line of Lakan? I mean, Lee Sin is right there. Fiora is there
Right.
too, but like what you said, he was not able to snowball.
Yes, definitely. Not really make an impact. You really want Fiora to really be pesky during the split push. She wasn't just giving us that pressure in that game, and that was the downfall of RRQ technically. But here, enough of that. You have to move on, even if it hurts. I love RRQ. This is why I don't really want to guess who is gonna go to the finals, because it's heartbreaking to see whenever one of your favorite teams go out of the tournament. And I love RQ. It pains me to see them go out, but it is what it is. Next up is Bren and UCFC. What are your expectations for this matchup?
I was about to say full 3 games, but no, it's a best of 1. So a pretty much long game. Yeah,
Right.
Bren Esports and UCFC, they both have the black and yellow in their logos. If we're gonna talk about play styles, UCFC has the more aggression in the early game. I believe this was something the panelists or the other pair of casters said. UCFC early game, they're very strong, but they struggle in closing out games. Bren Esports though, they can close out any game. Yeah, sure, they struggle in the early game. They're at a deficit, but they're gonna be a-okay.
Yes, definitely. But I hope Bren Esports does not bring out the Mundo. I'm not really a fan of the Mundo. I guess I see the plan that they had when they brought out Dr. Mundo in their lineup. Rebenga was bringing that. They want to win it in the later parts of the game, because that was a game 3 and they really wanted to make sure that they go in a slow and steady win for that game, but they still fell short. This in best of 1, maybe they're going to be bringing it up again. I'm not going to be a fan of that. But it's a possibility. Rebenga is a monster of a player still, and the Dr. Mundo in his hand is still very viable.
Yeah, I guess I just want to have this tanky jungler for the front line rather than the usual champions we see on Rebenga. Yeah, the assassin type, the steal your objective type. But yeah, it's a breath of fresh air maybe for Bren Esports. They are trying something new and it worked so far. Let's see though, how far will it take?
Definitely. I'm gonna be expecting a Sinzao from Rebenga. He's one of the players that I really respect when it comes to bringing a Sinzao. That could be something that they will want to bring in this best of 1. UCFC, they almost took a game from DR Esports. Just one misplay for them really took out the momentum for the team. Even lost it in the game number 2. So hopefully the short rest that they had today before this game will be enough for them to get back and reset and get their composure back. UCFC is still a very strong team to go up against. Putting DR Esports in a tight position like that, it's not an easy task, and UCFC was able to do that.
Yeah, they were able to do it. So let's see which team from the black and yellow side will be able to hold their positions and their slots here for the Icon Series playoff. Yeah, we talked about the possible picks. Maybe you're gonna be seeing another Renek or Darius from Jet here. For UCFC, their plan lane is pretty much flexible, could go either way. But I'm expecting full-on 5v5 fights. Like if the initial best of 1 was not enough, we're going to be seeing more fights in this second best of 1.
Yes, definitely. It is going to be very interesting to look for sure. UCFC, I still think they are going to be winning this. Respects to Rebenga though. Who do you think is in favor in this matchup?
Okay. Of course, it's going to be difficult to predict. It is going to be a best of 1. But if I were to look at the stats, I'm gonna have to favor UCFC because again they have a better grasp of the early game. They just need to let Demon Knight go crazy, just be comfortable in the late game, and just have this opening that they can close out the game. How about you, Yard?
I with the performance earlier, I think this is still a UCFC game. That is if they were able to reset really their emotion. I think that game number 2, they just got tilted a bit in that game and lost it to DR Esports. But this is the big leagues. You part of a good team is really your composure. Even if you lost game number 1, how you move on from that and reset for game number 2 is part of the skills that you need to learn as a pro team, and hopefully they're going to be able to do that. I'm favoring UCFC right here.
Yeah, so it's 2-0 for the casters in the English stream in favor of UCFC. Let's see, right predictions, wrong predictions. We talked about the draft that we might see. Are you expecting any specific bans in this one?
Still the usual bans, right? It's going to be very hard to ban against Rebenga and the team because they have a deep champion pool also. So does UCFC. UCFC, though, they have this early game potential as a team. They are very strong when it comes to early games. So maybe go for bans that will negate that early game. Maybe take away the Sinzao. Yeah. That's going to be possible going up against UCFC. So that's something Bren can really think about.
I actually like that you pointed that out. UCFC, if they just try to take out as much champions as they can in the early game or for the draft of the esports, maybe they're gonna have a much, much better game. Now, with all that's been done, let's hop into the champion select brought to us by Riot Go. Again, Bren Esports versus UCFC. We have Bren Esports on the blue, UCFC on the red.
Yes, the first ban is Fizz. Yes, love that. UCFC is going to be banning the Blitzcrank in respect for MJan. That guy is crazy with this champion, and I would take that as a compliment if I was MJan.
Yeah, I mean, being able focus ban on you. I mean, that's just how good you are on that Blitzcrank, and we saw what Blitzcrank could do in the previous series. So let's just take that off of the table. Camille is open. Riven is open.
There it
Bren
is.
Esports. They're gonna get this champion.
Why not? Camille seldom gets the light for the battles. This is, I think, the first time Camille is not banned. Why not get him? And this is what we're talking about. Sinzao on Rebenga is crazy, so it will get a respect ban too. But that opens up the Camille for them. Gragas is available right here. Let's see if anyone of both the teams will want to get that Gragas. But Renekton is going to be picked right here. TF, I love that together with Camille. They are going to be wrecking havoc all around the map.
Hextech Ultimate. Oh, no. Gold Garb plus Hextech Ultimate. So snap the slice and dice. The single target from Bren Esports here is very, very strong. So this is where we're going to be expecting a much more well-rounded Dragon Lane duo. Maybe a Varus, maybe a Action. Okay, this could be a... Wait.
Kennen? All right.
Who is support?
It's hard to say.
Who is support? Anyway, for the side of UCFC, you have Gal Yobos likely gonna go over to the mid lane or in the support role. But I like this Kaisa pickup. We always label her as queen of the late game, but apparently we did not see much of her this time around. So it will also be a Riven, most likely going over to Nazjo, because you have the jungle for this Kazik.
Right.
Yes, I was I was wrong. It's gonna be a Baron lane Darius and then a mid lane Riven. Man, these teams are playing with my mind.
Yes, so MJan is gonna go for the Kennen. So it is gonna, to answer the question earlier, which puzzled us really. Kennen will be the support right here. I guess just for the setups, he is gonna roll into the middle of the fight and go for the slicing maelstrom setup for the team. But I guess what Bren Esports really want to do in this game is look for pickoffs, especially that you have mobility in your hands in the form of Camille. Then Twisted Fate can always join the fray should he be needed. And there it is, ladies and gentlemen. The wormhole is open and we are going to be warping into the Wild Rift. Bren Esports versus UCFC Esports. Remember, this is a best of one, a knockout game. Whoever loses this one is out of the tournament, so both teams will want to win this game. But Esports and UCFC Esports, no shenanigans in the early game. They're just gonna go to their respective lanes.
Yeah, the Brown Lane cannon did not work earlier today, so maybe the support cannon can make things happen.
Definitely. Let's see. All right. All right, let's go. Try this one out, Mjan. This is going to be very interesting. This is the first time I saw a cannon go for a support right here. That is... I'm not sure how that is going to be running. But there at the top, Nasjo going out against Jeth. Jeth is going to be pushed away in the lane. But it should be Renekton who will be favoring this as when he goes to level 3. Let's see how that's going to be falling through as Camille on the jungle. Oh, bottom side. Action after action. So far, Action will be able to dish out damage onto Demon Kite. Demon Kite will be forced to take the fruit right there, but he's going to be okay. Camille is going to be crossing over to the Rift Scuttler take right here. I thought he was going to go to the blue buff right here. But Rift Scuttler is being hunted down. One for Bren Esports on the bottom side as UCFC's Renzi is going to go for the top lane Rift Scuttler. Still pretty safe early game for both teams as we enter the 2-minute mark of the game. It is Nasjo though winning this Baron lane. That's interesting right here as Jeth takes the brunt of that Q from Nasjo. It should be this Renekton who should dominate that lane. There is a battle for the bit here, and it is going to be Rebenga who will win that steal. Renzi will lose. The stun is going to connect right here. Nasjo is in trouble. Destiny is being used right here. Nasjo will be stunned with the gold card and with the follow-up, and that's going to be enough for blue team to take the first blood, courtesy of Rebenga. Well played right there. 2 minutes, 25 seconds. That's going to put a dent onto the laning phase of Nasjo. Definitely going up against a Renekton. So I'm expecting Renekton to have a comfortable Baron lane at this point. It will now fall onto Renzi to balance the equation onto the Baron side, as there is going to be gold card connecting on from Hayes. Dragon half HP now, but he's gonna be okay. A Riven mid going up against Twisted Fate mid. It is a hard matchup right here, and Hayes is winning that so far.
Yep, Hayes is going to be A-okay, but looking at the jungle lane, because he's trying to be a bit aggressive, at the very least, UCFC was safe under the threat vision given for this Akshan ADC. I mean, we saw, I think, a different team in the regular season put Akshan into the mid lane, but now him being in the ADC role, it's something new to him.
Yes, definitely. I'm still in favor of this Camille pick right here in the hands of Rebenga. That is something that we really want to look at. But here at the top side, gank onto Nasjo once again. He's going to be caught, stuns all over. It's going to go down 2-0, Bren Esports.
Yeah, and that hook shot stunning Nasjo was the nail onto the coffin for the side of UCFC. Nasjo just accepting his death. Now you have 2-0 on the board in favor of Bren Esports. The first dragon as well as the Rift Herald will be up in a few more seconds. I thought that was the cards we're gonna connect, but you now have a Bren jumping in. That is gonna be a beautiful slicing mail start connecting on to. You also have a used by Rebenga. But you know what? Bren Esports, they're still going all in. Few damage here and there. At the very least, they were able to push UCFC away.
Yes, but now Bren Esports is already knocking onto the Dragon. Dragon already half HP, and I guess there's a fight.
There is going to be another fight. Indeed, now you have the stuns coming through. Goodness me, Rebenga just exploded right in front of UCFC. Nasjo focusing onto Mjan. Action Guillotine being used. Double kill going over to Darius, and UCFC will be able to get the Infernal Drake.
Just when you thought Bren Esports is starting to pull ahead in this game, UCFC takes a 4-0, and they got the Infernal Drake, and just like that, they're now sitting on a 2k gold lead. That was big for UCFC. Bren Esports was not prepared for that take right there from UCFC.
Very, very not prepared, honestly. But I guess that's one of the things that UCFC could do if they want to win this best of one. They were able to force a flash out from Hayes. He still has Ignite, still has Destiny, but if UCFC wants to go with the pickoff, that's one flash down from their opponent's side. Nasco, I'm not sure if he's going to use upper hand later on because you only have Jet and Rebenga in the side. Is going to be the buff secured, I think, for UCFC and the red team being able to get Rift Herald.
And that's big. If you have Rift Herald, you have options to really take the first third of the game. Remember, that's still available. But Consi is already starting the bottom third, take one plate down. But here comes Riven, so Dagon will be able to defend this one. So that they won't be able to. That's first turret though, taken by UCFC at the top lane. Rift Herald is gonna be used right here to take another turret. Strong push right here with UCFC, and there's the fight.
Lies and Dice connecting onto one. Jeff, will you be able to defend the turret? I think so. You also have Mjan helping out with that Rift Herald takedown. And you have a fresh wave of minions saying hello in the Baron lane. Hayes will be able to clear out the minions from the mid lane. But looking at the 6-minute mark, 4-2 in favor of UCFC. And they also have the 2K goal lead.
Yes, and Stasis already being bought by Renzi right here. That Mjan slicing Maelstrom is always a threat. Even Hayes Destiny to go in with a cold card is a threat. So Renzi, he just went for his stats and chance so that if in case they are gonna go on to him, he is gonna survive enough time for his teammates to really help him. Let's see how that is gonna be working later on. Still 2-4 on the board at 2K Golden and UCFC. Everyone's just clearing out their jungle and their lanes, but UCFC in a comfortable lead right now.
Dragon is hiding out, but now you have Riven jumping in with the dash, but will he be able to put the stun onto Hayes? No, Hayes was able to use Stig's enchant. You have Dump here at the sides. He does have Hero's entrance, but UCFC, especially Dragon, will just fall back.
Yes, alright. Renekton on the bottom lane though has a free range, starting to go for the split push right here. But here comes the rotation. Renzi is gonna go for the jump in. And that's not going to be enough. That is one tanky crocodile right there. Mid though, I think there is going to be spicy things happening right here.
Maybe Voidseeker will connect though. That was a one health bar down already for Mjan. Looks like Bren Esports, they are avoiding the pickup or the fight that UCFC wants to take. And that's smart. Again, just wait for yourself to scale. If Rebenga a huge threat into the map and wait for Mjan with a slicing Maelstrom. And maybe wait for Nasjo to enter the bush. But again, game sense kicking in. He decided to just let it go.
Yeah, he saw the ward right there. He just dropped a ward off for himself also. But yeah, Nasjo sniffing that one out. Everyone is just reading everyone's mind at this point. But here it is. Hayes is going to be alone here in the mid. There's a good setup for UCFC. They're not going to be able to do so. 22 seconds. Mountain Drake is going to be spawning. Restarts are going to be coming in. I guess UCFC wants to take this one.
They do. They really do. I mean, if you get that Mountain Drake, you'll be able to have the shield, which will just give them more leeway to go with the rotations, to just sustain themselves. But looks like Bren Esports now they might run the 1v1 setup later. But for now, you have the three champions lurking around into the map. That is going to be a non-contested Mountain Drake going over to UCFC.
Yes, and that's big right there. That's one. Make that True Dragons already in favor of UCFC. And with you on the lead right now, that's good news. Top lane, Hayes is going to be able, will he be able to? Yes, with the help of Rebenga, this top turret is going to go down. So that makes the turret count 2 even for both teams. But it is still UCFC on top with a 3K gold lead. Uh-oh.
Oh no. Okay, looks like Jeff will not do the face check. It's very dangerous. Apparently, pings are going through in the map. You have a Riven, the Dragon alone into the mid lane. They just want to get as much objectives as they can. If you're going to observe a lot of wards in favor of Bren, they have such vision in the Baron lane area, whereas UCFC only has one. The longer the game gets, the stronger Bren Esports is.
Right. I love this right now for UCFC. They're pinging onto the Baron pit because the Baron is going to be spawning in the next 15 seconds of the game. They want to clear everything. They want to make sure that they have control on this area because you saw that earlier on the Mountain Drake take. It was for free for them and they want to get first dibs on this Baron. Now it has spawned. Let's see how UCFC is going to be playing this one out.
They would want to get a pick off first. Now, was at the front line but was not able to get anyone. Now you have the possible 1-4 setup for UCFC. Dragon alone at the Dragon lane side. Hey, Dragon in the Dragon lane. Anyway, you have a Riven making his way up into the Baron lane side. It looks like it's gonna be Nasjo alone in the Baron lane. Demon Knight does have quite the damage on the Arcadian Rain. Fonzie will receive the Void Seeker. Here comes the coming through from this, of course. And then following it up with the slicing maelstrom, and you have the focus on the ADC. Demon Knight being able to use Killer Instinct away, but still gets percent down by the action on the other part of this fight. Nash with the front line. UCFC already down one champion, and Bren will be able to survive that one.
That's what I'm talking about. Ken and Mjan on that threat for the setup. They were able to take Demon Kite already out in this fight, but Bren Esports do not want to chase, and I love that decision. Bren Esports takes one for nothing. Baron is still available. Just a 2k gold lead on the side of UCFC. Good job by Bren Esports, making sure that that will not snowball. There's a chase right here by Renzi, but it is Rebenga. That's going to be okay. Renekton.
Looks like Death will not be seen by Dampier, maybe even Renzi, but looking into the clock, 11 minutes in, 3-4 on the scoreboard, and you have a 2k goal lead in favor of UCFC. This is so close. So close. I mean, 2k is a lot of goal lead, but the fact that Bren Esports only one kill behind, he can still even things out. Fonzie being boxed in, does pop the stakes and chance, but will still get bursted down. That's a 5 for Akshan. Now UCFC would possibly rotate over to the Baron lane, and they will. They need to be very wary of Camille though. Rebenga still has the Hex ultimatum and still has the smite.
That's going to be very good for Bren Esports, threatening the contest just to make sure that UCFC doesn't really go for it, even if they're undermanned right now. So UCFC will not be able to go for the Baron, or will they? They are going to be starting it. Fonzie is still 3 seconds out of this fight. Baron is already half HP down, and this is going to be a fight.
Tactical sweep connecting onto one Dampier in the middle of everything. Another beautiful slicing maelstrom. Guy, the person to get taken down. Now you have the chase onto Dampier. Camille saying goodbye, as well as Riven be able to get a kill. Cannon being bursted down. It will be a 2-1 in favor of UCFC. Slice and slice. Nasco in. Suns connecting. Another pull in action. Being eliminated in the map. Age up in from Renzi. But it will not be enough. Overall, it's a 4-0 in favor of UCFC.
Fonzie just woke up, and once again, he is in the graveyard. Once again, so that's bad for Bren Esports. And the Dragon is being threatened right here. Baron is also available, but UCFC will just opt for the take onto that Ocean Drake. Going back to the scene of the crime, Rebenga was taken out early in that skirmish onto the Baron buff. That was well played by UCFC. They were prepared to really turn things around. The pressure is on for Bren Esports, so it was pretty predictable onto Bren Esports sides what they were gonna do. So UCFC just capitalized on the read right there, and they won the fight and got the dragon on top of it.
At this point in the game, UCFC looks like they are reading Bren Esports like a book, with the advantage and the knowledge that they have, plus the itemizations that UCFC has right now. They are pretty much poised to get the victory, but of course it's going to be a very difficult road to take for the men in red, because Bren Esports, they're holding their ground. The cards will hurt later though, but you still have Renzi for the flank, for the initiate even, and I'm still waiting for a really good play from Hayes here, but looking to Dragon lane side, it will be a lot of damage being taken by Nasjo. Now UCFC, why not take the Baron?
Yes, look at those wards on the side of UCFC in the jungle of Bren Esports. They will know where Bren is going to be coming in. Baron's already taken. It's a fight.
Baron down, and you have Dampier trying to get the taunts connect, but at very least they were able to get one kill, which is Mjan. Kennen, the support, being eliminated from Bren Esports, and UCFC, they do not want to waste any more time. They are storming into the mid lane. IK being used again. You have the ultimate from Riven being popped out. You have the voice connecting onto one. That is going to connect onto this Galio. But remember, that is a Galio, ladies and gentlemen. Hero's End is being used. Action being annihilated in the map. Now you have Rebenga. 2v1. Use Stasis Enchant, but they don't care. A rampage onto this Kaisa. Killing spree for Nasjo. Dragon putting a hole onto the base of Bren and UCFC. They want to go all in. A fresh wave of Baron buff minions right in front of Bren Esports. They are looking into the Nexus. That is going to be a flash in onto Dragon. Shields coming through. UCFC survives this best of one.
Well played, UCFC taking down Bren. And that is it for Bren Esports run here in this tournament. UCFC, I think they're sharing the same office. I'm not really sure, because as far as I know, UCFC is at the Bren Esports headquarters, right? That's a little trivia. But then again, UCFC winning this one convincingly. Not really a fan of that action and the cannon pick. And I think that's the reason why this game went south for Bren Esports fast. The early parts of the game, they couldn't really get the gas. There were some good entries by MJan, but it was not enough. UCFC still got the W in this game.
I feel like the Kennen support is very promising, but if you're gonna look at Kennen as a champion, he needs to get some items in first to be able to, get the burst damage. So if you're gonna pair him off with someone like Akshan or someone or any ADC even, it's gonna be a tug of gold and EXP at the Dragon Lane side, and you do not want that. That's the reason why Conti was not able to go online. He was 4k gold behind Demon Kite. Would have been better if we put Kennen in the Baron lane. And speaking of Baron lane, the matchup between Jet and Nasjo was intense. I mean, if you're gonna look at Darius, he was 2 levels above this Renekton. Jet, even though this is a very promising Renekton, he was not able to utilize it. The only champion that I saw Bren Esports was able to utilize is the Camille and the Twisted Fate. I mean, some slice and dice here from Renekton, but overall that was it, which is why Rebenga was the SVP for this match. But look into the winning team, UCFC 307 for Renzi. What a good Kha'Zix game. Dragon 2 being able to get the vision that his team needed, and again, they were able to stretch out the game long enough for Demon Kite to just be very scary on this guy. So Killer Instinct in, Killer Instinct out. You got it. He doesn't have a problem with it.
Yeah, once the Icathian Rain was evolved, it was trouble for Bren Esports at that point. In the early parts of the game, Bren Esports had a very good run. One of their win condition is really to dominate the Baron lane on the Renekton going up against Nasjo, and they were able to do so. Rebenga with the visits, together with Haze, they punished Nasjo twice at the top lane, but they really weren't able to convert it into the middle part of the game, and that was sad from Bren Esports side. Here is the master of the match, and it is none other than this handsome man right here, Renzi, on the Kha'Zix. KDA of 10, kill participation 77%, GPM of 935, and damage of 908. That is crazy numbers right there, enough to bring them the win.
Definitely. And him getting his hands on this Kha'Zix was everything that UCFC needed. I mean, the leaps, the slows, the surprise fights that he set up for UCFC was definitely a headache for Bren Esports, and eventually he could just leap onto anyone. I mean, MJan is very squishy, so if ever he does jump onto Kennen, I mean, yeah, he's gonna get stunned with a sizing Maelstrom, but you still get to put a significant amount of damage down for this champion, and you also have a very squishy fate. Basically, a lot of squishy targets for this Kha'Zix. It was a buffet for Renzi.
Yes, definitely. Pretty sad story right here. Bren Esports is very close with UCFC Esports. They practice a lot together. They had to meet on a knockout match here in the bottom lane. It is UCFC who won overall. But then again, that is the competition. Someone has to win, someone has to lose. Well played once again by Renzi right here, bringing the team to a win.
that will be the tale of our first best of ones for this playoffs. It will be a goodbye to RRQ and a goodbye to Bren Esports. They had an amazing run, but for now, this is where their roads to championship will end. Now you have Lakan Esports as well as UCFC still in the ball game. You have been your casters for those two series. I'm Yuko alongside Ms. Leoric. We're gonna hop into a very short break, and when we come back, you'll be seeing the panelists.
Nice one, Yuko-chan.
Sekreto ng mga gwapong Master Gamer? Para fresh all day, bring your clay game with Master. New Master All-in-One Clay Wash. Fights germs, controls oil up to 12 hours, and helps prevent pimples. New Master All-in-One Clay Wash. Sekreto ng mga gwapo.
Play League of Legends Wild Rift anywhere with Glow Prepaid's Riot Go 80 for data and premium bundles. Enjoy exclusive items you can unlock. See ya!
Yeah, I started on a 50 mil lens. Now I'm about to bag 50 mil yen. I can shoot all day, I got stamina. Turtleneck on with my camera, yeah. Stay creamy, man, that's what they say. Shoes laced up and I came to play. Yeah, I'm first team, I'm a superstar. They call me cream, like Abdul-Jabbar. Yeah, you have to face it, let's get back to basics. I'ma take the shot like it's a vaccination. I don't have the patience, I'ma shoot right now. Yeah, we undefeated and you gon' lose right now. Like click, 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 swish. I can switch it up anytime like this. I'm a videographer and I'm on the verse. So when I shoot my shot, I don't miss.
I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot.
Yeah, kid knew na been shoot my shot. Ooh.
You know, we always say that the Icon series is unpredictable. I think today basically summed up that entire feeling. I have no words. Odlus, Osiris, oh my goodness. This fall season is crazy. This is just crazy. Fortunately, though, it is all good for UCFC Esports. And we do have Renzi Frenzy himself joining us for our post-show for a quick interview. And we can ask him, a little bit about all the madness himself. Renzi, thank you so much for joining us. And congratulations to UCFC Esports. Now, we have a few questions for you. And first up, we want to know...
Game na.
Yes, game na. We are here and you're live for the interview indeed. So, you guys went up against DR Esports first and lost the series. How did you guys manage to regroup and bounce back for your match against Bren Esports?
Ano lang po, pinag-usapan namin yung mga mali namin kaganina. Tapos, nag-reset kami ng mindset para sa laban namin sa lower bracket. At hindi kami nagpa-apekto talaga dun sa talo namin. Baga nag-isip kami ng paraan kung paano kami mananalo, saka babawi.
That's great. So not letting the loss of the series get to you, and you guys just decided, you know what? Let's start this fresh. Let's start from the very beginning. It's a new match, and it worked wonders for you guys. Otlus, what about you? What is your question for Renzi over here?
I believe I have everything right here. I feel tomorrow between Omega Esports and Team Secret, whoever loses that matchup will be faced with you guys. Now I'm going to throw you a very spicy question. Which team do you prefer to match up with?
Siguro Omega.
I'm not going to ask you why. But that's Omega. Right.
Okay, so for my question, how does it feel that you are starting this week fighting for your tournament life?
Okay lang naman po, masaya rin. may pressure rin kahit pa paano.
Do you feel are you confident running towards the lower bracket and finishing it as a champion?
Yes po, confident po. Pero no matter what happen po, laban lang po. Kahit nasa lower bracket na po kami.
Yes, those are wise words indeed. It's not over until it's over. And until there is a match in the Rift, UCFC Esports will fight until the very end. Now, you guys have shout-outs that you'd like to give maybe to all of the supporters of UCFC Esports out there.
Shoutout po sa namin, sa organization namin, tsaka sa coach namin, sa manager po namin, tsaka po sa mama ko po. Tsaka thank you rin po kay Lord dahil binigyan niya kami ng panalo. Yun lang po.
That's great, Renzi. Thank you so much. We wish you the best of luck. We are gonna watch your lower bracket run with great interest indeed. Congratulations once again to the team, and you guys did amazing today.
Thank you po.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was Renzi and the rest of UCFC Esports just chilling in the background. And yes, I love what Renzi mentioned about, up until the very end, laban lang. They will continue to fight up until the very end. I mean, this is the kind of mentality that makes champions. And let's actually jump into the series highlights to get into the highlights of our future champions over here. One of them, I believe, will be DR Esports. The only team, we're gonna get to that in a little bit. The only team now to have an undefeated run here in the Icon series. We're gonna get, yes, I know the elephant in the room. We're gonna get to that in a little bit. But first, DR Esports over here, still so dominant here in the Rift. What were your thoughts on their matchup against UCFC Esports?
Well, everyone is looking for those kills. They are roaming around, and I'm really surprised that we get to see the Trash of Rocks. It fits well Gospels of Varus. We know that Varus is being punished mostly for today's games. Even we saw it from sorry, but I have to RRQ with Marky that being targeted again and again. So you compensate a lot from having the Lantern and protection with the Flay. You can peel with the Thresh. So far, everything is going well for DR Esports.
And this is RQ versus Lakan. The biggest upsets, ladies and gentlemen. It's Lakan Esports that is going to advance to the next round. And I feel like RQ had this game in their grasp. At one point, they were 7k gold ahead of their opponent, but the Blitzcrank effect, hello, Philippines Blitzcrank is just on a different level. Lakan Esports just crawled their way in. Very tenacious as a team. We remember them as a team that didn't really back down when they were just a Nexus. When they only had a Nexus in their base against Fennel adversity. So, Lakan Esports, again, when it comes to tenacity, when it comes to, fighting to the end, I feel like that's their calling card.
Yeah, and Autolus, of course, got debated. But of course, for Game 3, we saw Bren. And they are the one who started the Blitzcrank support that kind of surprises us. And that's the poison that Lakan choose to take down RRQ. So you're having a hard time dealing with the Blitz. And even the Twisted Fate is being caught so many times. So Bren Esports, they put out the cannon. And technically, the cannon support isn't really something that you can consider here at Wild Rift because there's no Arcane Comet. There's some missing spells or runes that you need to provide to fully function as a cannon support. And at this point, Autolus also told us that Galio already has that innate magic resist. So you're having a hard time denying the lane itself. So the poking capability of the cannon is completely lost.
Oh my gosh. I can't believe this. This is RRQ and Bren Esports, both groups, both teams from Group A, that are out of the competition right now. And we could not have predicted this result. Let's actually check out to all of today's results right here to find out where exactly we are. I feel a little lost right now with, one of our sort of landmarks over here. We were really pegging RRQ to be one of the favorites to make the full undefeated run actually here in the summer season. And now they take the biggest upset of all, that they go from, undefeated to out of the competition in one day. It's pretty incredible over here. And yes, right now you see Omega Esports and Team Secret, as well as Fennel Adversity and DR Esports. They will stay in the upper bracket. And right now it is Lakan Esports and UCFC Esports continuing the lower bracket run. Tomorrow should be very interesting indeed. But right now, gentlemen, I have to get your thoughts on this major upset over here. Both RRQ and Bren Esports out of the fall season. How do you guys feel about this?
For RRQ, I feel like it's the biggest upset that we can ever imagine. I mean, looking at the talent pool, asking around, we didn't really create a power ranking for this playoffs. But I feel like if we did, we most likely would rank RRQ at number 1, 2, or 3, right? XC from Omega Esports did say it. Arguably the best team here in the Philippines, RRQ, 12-0, 6-0. All those numbers in shambles. I can't believe it. I'm still in a state of shock.
Yeah, I mean, even though you got the stats or you're getting the edge, the numbers, at the end of the day, it will be the victory that matter most. And RRQ, they fell short. I believe I completely understand if they're losing against Omega, but the choke against Lakan is a big question. Since I mean, you're going on undefeated streak and then you're losing to Lakan. So what's a better term to use that? So I am sorry about that if that's a bit harsh, but I am expecting a lot from this team that step up from group stage, and they are a champion caliber. So I'm somehow, really unexpected.
We're all a little dumbfounded here. I mean, I know we have our little meetings to talk about how this is gonna go down. We didn't prepare for a scenario like this at all. In all of our little what ifs, we didn't have a scenario like this at all. So this is really crazy indeed. And right now, as we're seeing, the potential matchups that will happen tomorrow, the brackets as they stand right now. Oh, look at this. It's going to be Omega Esports and Team Secret, followed by Fennel Adversity and DR Esports. And meanwhile, we have Lakan Esports going up against, I believe, whoever will take a defeat in the first match, and UCFC Esports battling whoever will take a defeat in the second. Let's go back to our what ifs now. Lakan Esports and UCFC Esports, what is the best case scenario, quote unquote, for them that might happen with the losses from the upper bracket?
I think it's the other way around, Nika. Lakan will be facing. We're going for the crisscross roads now, right? And Lakan Esports will probably have to face the loser of Fennel Adversity and DR Esports. And then UCFC Esports will be battling the loser of Team Secret and Omega Esports. And I don't think there is a best scenario for them because in the losers bracket, it's a do or die scenario, whichever way you put it. Whoever you face against, that still is a team that is coming off a win today. And I just wish this Warriors too much luck, I guess, or big luck or good luck. That's the only thing I can think of.
I mean, we saw so many unexpected draft from group stage. We saw roles, and this time we saw a bit of a giveaway with the loss that we saw. So I'm not expecting as much as I can. So I'm not gonna be surprised if we're going to see a different result, or if we're going to get bamboozled with the role swap. So I'm really loving that this fall season we are seeing indeed the rise and the fall of the teams.
And speaking of rise, it is the rise of DR Esports indeed, as they maintain their win streak over here in the fall season. They are on the top of the Globe Cup points leaderboard at the moment. RRQ, although they have reached the end of their Icon Series journey over here, they do have a very respectable 450,000 Globe Cup points to their winnings. Remember that one Globe Cup point is equivalent to 1 peso. So RRQ, of course, they were gunning for the championship indeed, but 450,000 Globe Cup points, that's very respectable indeed. Meanwhile, we have our three from the upper bracket, Fennel Adversity, Team Secret, and Omega Esports, trailing behind over there, and will make a run for that championship as well. And we have UCFC, Bren Esports, and Lakan Esports in the final three places. Bren Esports with also a respectable 300,000 Globe Cup points as they reach the end of their journey. I can't believe I'm saying that. I still can't believe it. I still can't believe it. But of course, with RRQ out of the picture, now it's DR Esports that is the favored one to continue that win streak. But I would say that strong cases for that as well are Team Secret and Omega Esports. Will depend, of course, on how that goes down, because we're gonna get that Team Secret and Omega Esports match up tomorrow. Let's actually jump into our schedule for tomorrow to find out, what exactly the possible outcomes can be. And Pat, I want to get your thoughts on this. This is Team Secret and Omega Esports. Ooh, what is this? What is this gonna look like? At this point, I can't really predict anything anymore, I think, but I want to get your thoughts on this.
I'm convinced now that Team Secret is back to form, and I would go all the way with Team Secret. What say you, Mr. Osiris?
Well, I'm gonna say, Autolus, that your Mr. in good shape Team Secret can continue their adventure on the lower bracket. So I'm gonna go with Omega's. You know what I'm saying? Dominating around here, taking down the undefeated, making them pay.
Really?
Maybe. And what about DR Esports and Fennel Adversity? This is whenever it's Fennel Adversity and then you have DR Esports bringing the fire. Oh, it's gonna be one heck of a matchup as well. You have a lot of good matches coming up tomorrow, so I hope you guys will stay tuned for day 2 of the Icon Series playoffs. I hope you guys don't forget to like and follow PPGL's official channels. We are, of course, live on Facebook, on YouTube, on Twitch, and on TikTok. And of course, for all of the information, check out www.wildrifticonseries.ph. Again, thank you so much to PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league here in the Philippines. And thank you so much to Riot Games, Mineski Philippines, and to Globe Telecom for bringing the Icon Series to the Philippines in the first place. With Globe Telecom, you can reinvent your Wild Rift journey like never before. Level up your Globe Wild Rift game with Go 50 for 5 gigs for all sites, plus Go Play 10 for an additional 1 gig to play Wild Rift for 1 day. And thank you so much to Oppo. You can experience gaming at full speed with the Oppo A94. With its Helio P95 chipset, 6.43-inch Full HD AMOLED screen display, 4,310 milliamperes and 30 watts VOOC flash charge. Osiris is holding it up right there. Victories and ranking up will be easy. Live life at full speed with the Oppo A94. Check out Osiris there. That's it. That's it right there.
Yes. Syempre, nandito din ang sekreto ng mga gwapong gamers. Kahit buong araw na naglalaro, hindi mo kang na-GG, fresh pa rin. At para fresh all day, bring your clay game with you Master All-in-One Clay Face Wash. It cleans 99.9% of germs, controls oil up to 12 hours, and helps prevent pimples. All-in-one, bring your clay game with Master. Sekreto ng mga gwapo.
Last but definitely not least, help yourself to the best seat in the house from Secret Lab, outfitted with a built-in adjustable lumbar support mechanism, fully adjustable armrest, and super supportive patent-pending Koku foam for maximum comfort, helping every gamer secure that ace. Oh my god, Autolus has to correct this.
It's okay. We're still reeling from the RRQ and Bren Esports.
So it's
elimination.
Thank you.
We're like we're shocked over here.
Yeah. Autocorrect and auto mistake. I don't know.
Auto mistake. You can own the enhanced gaming experience on League of Legends Wild Rift with the new Riot Go promo. Register now to get exclusive champions, emotes, kill bubbles, and a whole lot more. Get it now via the Gcash app and the Globe One app. And that is it, ladies and gentlemen. We are done with the first day of the playoffs. Congratulations once again to RRQ and Bren Esports, our Group A. I can't believe I'm saying it, but it's the end of their fall season run. It's the end of the day as well. But tomorrow, we find out if Team Secret is indeed back in full form. If Omega Esports has managed to work out, this little identity crisis that they have, and are they back as well? Will the Dragons still fly up in the skies? Let us DR Esports and continue that undefeated run. We're gonna get all of the answers to that tomorrow. My name is Mika Fabs with Autolus and Osiris, and on behalf of everybody here in the light place, as we like to call it, we have no better words. Stay safe, stay healthy, mask up, everybody, and we'll see you in the Rift.
Yeah, I started on a 50 mil lens. Now I'm about to bag 50 mil yen. I can shoot all day, I got stamina. Turtleneck on with my camera, yeah. Stay creamy, man, that's what they say. Shoes laced up and I came to play. Yeah, I'm first team, I'm a superstar. They call me cream, like Abdul-Jabbar. Yeah, you have to face it, let's get back to basics. I'ma take the shot like it's a vaccination. I don't have the patience, I'ma shoot right now. Yeah, we undefeated and you gon' lose right now. Like click, 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 swish. I can switch it up anytime like this. I'm a videographer and I'm on the verse. So when I shoot my shot, I don't miss.
I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot.
Yeah, kid noon, I've been shooting my shot, ooh. The end to it, I've been moving the rock, yeah. My shit's wet like I've been using a mop, ooh. You get there, yeah, I've been proving them wrong. I've been taking shots and now I'm starting to stutter. Vision getting blurry, I should check my shutter. I'm the cameraman, I need my cameraman. Shoot my shot like a Mansaletta. I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Oh, I develop film, not feelings. Yeah, I started on a 50 mil lens. Now I'm about to bag 50 mil yen. I can shoot all day, I got stamina. Turtleneck on with my camera, yeah. Stay creamy, man, that's what they say. Shoes laced up and I came to play. Yeah, I'm first team, I'm a superstar. They call me cream, like Abdul-Jabbar. Yeah, you had to face it, let's get back to basics. I'ma take the shot like it's a vaccination. I don't have the patience, I'ma shoot right now. Yeah, we undefeated and you gon' lose right now. Like click, 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 swish. I can switch it up anytime like this. I'm a videographer and I'm on the verse. So when I shoot my shot, I don't miss.
I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot.
Yeah, kid noon, I've been shooting my shot, ooh. The into it, I've been moving the rock, yeah. My shit's wet like I've been using a mop, ooh. You get there, yeah, I've been proving them wrong. I've been taking shots and now I'm starting to stutter. Vision getting blurry, I should check my shutter. I'm the cameraman, I need my cameraman. Shoot my shot like a Mansaletta.
I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings.
You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings.
don't think we can keep making hits about cameras. But I'm the cameraman. But I'm the cameraman. Stay creamy.
Yeah, I started on a 50 mil lens. Now I'm about to bag 50 mil yen. I can shoot all day, I got stamina. Turtleneck on with my camera, yeah. Stay creamy, man, that's what they say. Shoes laced up and I came to play. Yeah, I'm first team, I'm a superstar. They call me cream, like Abdul-Jabbar. Yeah, you had to face it, let's get back to basics. I'ma take the shot like it's a vaccination. I don't have the patience, I'ma shoot right now. Yeah, we undefeated and you gon' lose right now. Like click, 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 swish. I can switch it up anytime like this. I'm a videographer and I'm on the verse. So when I shoot my shot, I don't miss.